right, what's up everyone? Welcome to AIMBOT, and this is a SGDQ FPS and shooter preview show that I'm putting on. There's no RNG tonight. It is all AIMBOT. So there's just a ton of games that I helped pick because I'm on the games committee for GDQ, but I also really love a lot. I'm a huge FPS fan and just shooters in general, so I'm really glad that a bunch of these were accepted and there were enough that I could do something like this, because it's probably one of my favorite genres ever to see speedrun. So a couple quick announcements before we go. Frame Fatale submissions are open until May 20th. !FF in Twitch chat to learn more. And, of course, the big one, SGDQ 2023, coming up May 28th to June 4th. That's in 12 days. I just realized I'm going to be flying out in 10. Wow. In Minneapolis, Minnesota. So go to gamesdonequick.com for more info. And if you want to see some of these runs there with live, it's going to be hype. There's going to be incredible commentary live. We've got this showcase for you to show you what's coming up and what you're going to be able to see. So first off, we've got one of my favorite ones to watch pretty much ever, I think. The movement tech is insane. Just everything about it is ridiculous. Titanfall 2 with Bladen.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Bladen here with Titanfall 2. We're running 90% today. And of course, the whole theme for this show is showing upcoming runs at SGDQ. And I'm super glad I got in because this game has changed massively over recent years. If you haven't seen a Titanfall run since the last GDQ appearance, you're in for a treat, let me just say. And of course, this wouldn't be a Titanfall run without the one and only Brian Otto.
Thanks so much for having me, dude. Yeah, apologies if you hear my dog Dragon barking in the background or anything, or if you hear any other background. I just want to get this out of the way. If you hear any background noise, we got a heat wave coming through Portland, Oregon right now, so I got all the windows open, and if you hear anything weird or if you hear Dragon barking, apologies in advance. But anyway, Bladen, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, if y'all thought I was good at this game, prepare to see the next evolution of it. Y'all are not ready. So this is this is preview for SGDQ run of the show. You're gonna see it right here. So yep.
All right. So I guess without further ado, let's get the run going. I'll count down here. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So welcome to Titanfall 2. This is a futuristic first-person shooter developed by Respawn Entertainment. I am cheating currently. Whoops, let me turn that off. Developed by Respawn Entertainment, which you might also know for developing Apex Legends, which exists within the same universe. So Titanfall actually is the origin of a lot of stuff you'll see in Apex. It also runs on a modified version of the Source engine. So games like Half-Life and Portal, we adopt a lot of that type of movement from those games as well. And you'll see that in this upcoming tutorial section here if you want to take away, Brian.
Yeah. I really like thinking of Titanfall as, force movement with the parkour system like Mirror's Edge. And so what we'll be seeing right off the bat is called slide hopping. So similar to b-hopping, but it's done from a crouched position. Our ground friction is pretty heavily reduced while we are crouching. And you'll know that we're crouching because the gun ends up kind of tilting. And that's going to be your visual indication. And just keep that in the back of your brain for some tech we'll talk about in the future. So basically, as soon as we hit the ground while sliding, we're going to jump again. And that allows us to maintain most of, or not all of our speed, if not all of our speed, depending on the time in which we jump. On top of that, we also have air strafing, which I will get to right after this little segment here. This is just a quick little tutorial. We're going to grab a hidden Easter egg like rocket launcher up at the top, and then if we press reload as these guns are coming down, we're going to skip a scripted reload animation. And again, this is just a tutorial section that's teaching us how to do everything. We're going to be doing some damage boosts as we come through here. We're technically in a simulation right now, so we can't die. So this whole intro section is supposed to be teaching you the movement, but we got a weird glitch here that has happened to anybody that's ever ran the gauntlet. Yeah. The gauntlet sometimes won't start if you go through too fast, and you'll see a few things like that throughout Titanfall where we just go a little bit too fast. This is if you made that work, we're phoning it in right now.
Yeah. Usually when you get a broken gauntlet like that in a run, you just reset. We're just salvaging it now.
It's a pretty good salvage, all things considered. Anyway, so the other movement tech to cover before we get started, I'm not going to give you guys the full list currently, but is air strafing. And so airstrafing is pretty similar in this game as it would be in any other Source game if you're familiar. When we're moving through the air, we're going to be moving in kind of a long arc, and we're going to be holding left and right on the keyboard as opposed to holding forward. To simplify it pretty drastically, there's a speed cap when we hold W, but that speed cap is not in place when we hold like A or D. So by holding left and right and then moving in the air through an arc, we're going to go faster, we're going to jump farther. It's pretty integral to literally everything we do, and there are quite different forms of braking in this game, which we will get into as the run goes on. So yeah, again, we've pretty much just wrapped up our tutorial segment of the run. This is Captain Lastimosa. He's going to tell us to call down a Titan. Then, of course, like something happens, so we can't actually do it. We're going to try and do a funny little glitch that causes the Titan to Titan slide rather than Titan fall. Funny little glitch. And yeah, that's largely the first mission wrapped up. Ultimately, like a pretty good recovery on the gauntlet. It's really, the gauntlet is like something, yeah, when you're doing PB attempts, you just like reset as soon as you make one mistake, but at a marathon, it's like suddenly, you know, it makes you a little more nervous. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, we are
a bit of an update on the lore as we're exiting this first level. We're playing as Jack Cooper, a rifleman for the Frontier Militia, and we're fighting with the militia against the IMC, which is the Interstellar Manufacturing Corporation, which are kind of like the big bad guys trying to go from planet to planet, take resources. And we're basically just trying to fight against them for the entirety of this campaign. So on the fade out here, I'm going to spam space and enter, and that's going to hit a menu option here.
It's so funny because it appears on like the easiest difficulty for like a frame before it goes to the recommended one. So if you do it really fast, it's such a weird bug that they introduced with one of the patches in this game years ago. Yeah. And if you've been listening to the dialogue there, you'll probably notice that it's not in English. The subtitles will be, but the spoken dialogue is all in Mandarin. And that is because there is quite a lot of dialogue in this game. And over the course of the run, it's going to save around 38 seconds. So that was a change, I think, that we figured out a couple years ago, back in like 2021, maybe 2020, I forget. Anyway, it's been a pretty big deal for the run overall, and it makes a lot of the really slower segments quite a bit faster. It'll save like a few seconds here and there, and then certain levels will save like over 12. Kind of depends. So here we go, crash landing onto the IMC planet of Typhon. As Blade mentioned earlier, we're fighting for the militia, and there's some sort of research base here that you can actually see in the background. There you go. That's that little halo-looking thing in the background. That's gonna be where we go toward the end of the game. And so, yeah, we bit off more than we can chew. We're crash landing behind enemy lines, and right here, we're gonna be playing as a soldier currently. So we, generally speaking, pilots in this game have a bunch of really advanced tech that allows them to do all the movement that we saw in that intro section. But even though we don't canonically have access to that yet, we can still slide hop and airstrafe and stuff like that. So. Yeah, short little movement segment here before we get to another cutscene. Something I will point out is you'll see some stuff on the screen like CKF, you'll see the speedometer. This is all due to a menu modification that we have. We call it the speedrunning menu mod that was really heavily developed by some of our runners, Zweek and Fizzy. And it gives us some quality of life changes like the speedometer. And CKF is something we can probably get into later. It's another kind of quality of life fix that makes the game a bit more bearable for speedrunning. So, yep. Anyway, we're going to do a super glide right out of the gate there. That is I would not like to say frame perfect, but a frame precise slide and sprint slide jump input at the same time. That lets us go up to max slide hop speed. That's one of the only few times we're going to see that in the run. And this is the infamous 18-hour cutscene. And for PB attempts, we actually have a live split plugin that skips this and then injects all the skip time back into like the timer itself. So again, that's another like speedrun menu mod thing that's convenience. But you know, in marathon runs, it makes a bit more sense. It makes a bit more sense contextual. Oh my gosh, it makes a bit more sense contextually to watch the whole cutscene. So we're gonna get they pretty much throw all the characters we'll meet throughout the game like right off the bat in these intro cutscenes like we saw right before the crash landing. And here we're gonna see all of the Apex Predators, who are these mercenaries that the IMC have hired to stop us and protect what they're working on. So we're going to see pretty much a preview of all the bosses we're going to fight. Here's Richter up front, Sloan in the back, Blisk is in the Legion Titan back there, and you'll actually see an Apex Legends character, Ash, walk through the background in her Ronin Titan right there. She is.
There's like a weird bug with this cutscene. I think if I hit M1, it like glitches out Richter's like cave.
It's so weird.
Funny.
This little ghillie. Yeah, it's I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, we really just got like a lot of waiting to do here. So I guess something that's really interesting with this game is the history of the movement. Over the years, we've dubbed them like movement revolutions as we found like new tech, because it's such an integral part of the run that it changes like every time we find like something new. So like we had like 2019, we had Reginald, who's like a multiplayer player, coming to the scene and kind of push the boundaries of what was possible with like cap strafing, which like greatly increased maneuverability. 2020-ish, we had like no lurch tech, which basically allowed us to avoid like these weird like sharp movements that would happen in the air and allow you to pretty much always strafe. And then again in 2021, and probably the newest like big piece of tech is crouch kicks, which is an upgraded version of wall kicks, which we'll explain a bit more later. But yeah, it's been quite a while since we have that many like upgrades to our movement, really. So the game has really transformed, and you're really in for a treat about what you're about to see here.
Every single one of those pieces of tech that Bladen was name dropping there, I mean, they literally affect the entire run. So it's been a pretty exciting few years to run this game, that's for sure. Anyway, so for some context on what's going on in the Titanfall lore, this is Captain Lastimosa. This was the dude that was training us back in the intro, and he is giving us control of all of his pilot gear and his Titan, as he ended up basically suffering critical injuries during that cutscene. Pretty unheard of in the Titanfall universe. Pilots are generally these like really elite units that go through very rigorous training, so the fact that he's handing this over to us is a pretty big deal. So so far the run has been pretty stop and go. As soon as we put on this helmet, the run is going to take off. So what we're going to do is we're going to skip a scripted walking sequence right at the beginning by jumping backwards a couple times to grab a wall, and then jumping forward is going to push us forward fast enough that we'll get a slide boost. If we breach a certain speed threshold, we'll just immediately get a small boost when we touch the ground while crouching for the first time. And this will allow us to introduce one of the main pieces of core movement tech in Titanfall 2, which is called wall kicks. So as you've probably noticed, we can run on walls, but if we jump off a wall within a very specific timing window after touching it, we will get a pretty considerable speed boost depending on the efficiency in which, depending on how fast we jump off the wall. So that is a wall kick. It's pretty simple in concept, jump off the wall as soon as you touch it. There's a lot of other factors that contribute to it in terms of like the angle that you're looking when you jump off the wall, the angle that you approach the wall. So there's tons of little micro adjustments that Bladen is going to be making at any given time to increase his wall kick proficiency. And so this level in particular is called BT7274. It's named after the Titan that we're going to be powering up over the course of the level. It's an extremely difficult level because of all of this really rough terrain that you're seeing. All the collision here is pretty specifically modeled. We're going to pick up a sniper for our later strat. And if we hit it at any wrong angle, we'll lose a ton of speed. And we don't have our double jump yet, actually, through this whole segment. So we'll get it right about here, and that is going to allow us to maneuver a lot more smoothly. So that first section is pretty difficult, but pretty well navigated. And we get into our first ship sequence. And we're going to retrieve some batteries. BT runs on 3 batteries, and so he's a super hungry guy. And he has 1 installed currently. We got to find 2 more. This is the first one. And right after this, we'll be doing a piece of movement tech called a slant boost. So if we fall and slide on a very sharply angled surface, or a slant, we will get a massive speed boost. You'll watch that speedometer. It's going to tick up to like around 50 here. There you go. So there's the slant boost. We're going to carry that momentum all the way across. Now to install the battery and beat, we have to clear these enemies here. Boom. And that was great. All right, and so now we're moving on to probably the hardest section of this level, called Ravine. And this part is going to be just wall kick central, and we're actually capable of going so fast here by building speed through wall kicks and crouch kicks that we're going to have to monitor our speed so we don't go too fast. Otherwise, we will soft lock the game. Another instance of what I was talking about there. Really nice frag boost, and again, these frag boosts are more dangerous because we can die outside of this, unlike the simulation at the start. And this is effectively just us trying to slingshot as much momentum as we can through all these crouch kicks. Anytime you're going like 70 plus, really good. You can go upwards of like 80 or 90 there, but if you're able to jump over the barracks here, that's so smooth. Look, ball kick off the right side, hard tap spray, love that. And avoids the mantle animation there. Oh, this is clean. Oh, dang, I cursed you.
The wall kicked me off. It was so good.
And after that, we're pretty much home free in terms of all the really, really hard stuff. We got one more strat coming up here, but we're going to try and kind of thread the needle through the little vent here, grab the second battery. We'll be doing another slant boost, and then we'll be doing a brand new strat, or I guess a new to the run strat. This was actually figured out by Fizzy, I want to say around like a year and a half ago, but it was only recently incorporated into the run by Bladen, and the use of all of our new movement tech helped as well. So we're going to take a big slant boost here, take the wall kick off this left side, get on top of this arch. We're looking for this enemy that spawns in right here. We need 2 quick ones. Nice. Hook a grenade. And then we're going to finish these guys off. 1, 2, 3. Oh, leg shot.
I think the nade actually just got like source fragged all the way.
Yeah, pretty resilient, those guys. Yeah, I was talking about the collision and everything in this game. Anybody that's familiar with source probably knows how splash damage is kind of weird. If you throw a grenade and it's like behind like even a piece of paper, it won't damage anybody that's on the other side of the piece of paper. So what probably happened is it got wedged behind a crack or something and didn't do anything. But anyway, we got the first sniper shot off, which is in my opinion the really cool part of that strat. So anyway, we're embarking on BT for the first time. He's gonna be our Titan for the whole run. And so this is the Titan tutorial, as we call it. It's gonna introduce us to the Titan mechanics in the game. BT is a pretty unique Titan in that he can swap between different loadouts or different weapons at any given time. Titan loadouts, or Titans in general in this game, are just kind of like heroes from a MOBA or a hero shooter like Overwatch. They're all going to have a different set of abilities bound to different buttons on our keyboard, and they'll all have strengths and weaknesses. We're going to be pretty much not picking up any loadouts in this run in its current state. And there'll be some ways that we get around that for when we need the loadouts that we skip, which we'll cover later. This section... Oh, you have something you want to say, please?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought I cut you off. My bad. So this Titan tutorial section is pretty scripted and on rails. There's a little bit of RNG here. Depending on how this vortex shield works, we're going to capture enemy bullets and then send them back at them. And when you capture hit scan bullets, it can cause some splash damage, as you're seeing. And so it could be a little random, but this is more or less an on-rail segment. We have it down to a general science and, what is the fastest way and when to use which abilities, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, we're just trying to eliminate all enemies from a specific wave as quickly as possible to advance into the next wave and on to our first mini boss fight. So last group of enemies here, and we're good to go. So, yep, we're gonna choose the optimal dialogue option here. We're only gonna be talking to BT when it's faster. So be ready to ignore BT a lot. This is our first kind of mini boss fight, and we're gonna fight a Titan. And we have a very specific strat for this that we figured out years back. So if we drop an electric smoke right here, it's gonna cause the brute to dodge. If he brings a fortune shield, we bring up ours, shoot it back, no you, and that is the strat. So now we have to wait a very specific amount of time at a very specific point, because if we move too far forward, the waypoint is gonna be put at the wrong part, and we'll lose a few seconds, like kind of running back and forth. So we're just waiting, and we're good. So yeah, if you run forward even like a half second earlier there, you end up losing a few seconds because it puts the waypoint on a different part of the map. So, okay, here we go into Blood and Rust. the pace that this run moves at these days is wild. So this is, okay, just be ready. We're leaving BT immediately, pulling a frag. This is called the Seppenbark or Visenbark, depending on who you talk to. As it turns out, running around in BT is really, really slow. So we want to use a damage boost and air strafing and crouch kicks as much as possible. This is going to be absolutely wild. So this strat is going to save it's a lot. I don't even remember how much it saves. We're going to end up skipping an essential Titan loadout right there. You saw it on the ground. And just zooming straight on ahead. This is going perfect. Oh my God. This is going perfect. We want to cloak here so we don't get shot by the Titans. We'll hook up on the wall. So nice. Touch the button. See, that's virtually perfect. All right, here we go. This is Blood and Rust. This level is all tight corridors, and it's going to make huge use of something called strafe lurch or tap strafing. So when you jump in this game, you have, in a half-second window, depending on what direction you push, you'll actually get lurched or kind of jutted in that direction. So what you'll be seeing in this game is that Bladen is going to come to like a really sharp corner, and you might even be able to hear him tap his keyboard multiple times. That means he's initiating strafe lurch. So he's doing he does that to take really, really sharp corners. That's the only way that this kind of strafing is possible in Titanfall, because our air acceleration is so low. So anytime he's jumping and wants to make a sharp corner, there'll be like there'll be like 4 or 5 additional inputs on top of that to get the proper strafe. Small mistake here, but quickly recoverable as we get up. And so this will be a really good example of tap strafing coming up here. Watch Bladen as they come through this tight hallway. Going to be tap strafe, tap strafe. So those 90-degree corners only possible via strafe lurch and tap strafing. And here we go onto the rest of Blood and Rust. That first section is pretty difficult. Bladen's going to do, I love this frag boost right here.
I missed the crouch kick.
Yeah, not a ton of speed, but absolutely navigatable. This section could be a little bit random depending on kind of the layout with some of the enemies that come through. But fortunately, we have the shotgun, which is going to take care and dispatch of most enemies. They get in their face. Super clean. And there's a really quick piece of tech coming up here. Pay close attention. If we hold crouch and we're near a wall, we'll get a little vertical bump. And if we wedge ourselves into like a 90-degree corner, we shoot up super fast. I love that strat. That's called a wall bump. That's like one of the only times we'll ever see that. And lots more tap strafing as we come through here. And now we're doing a huge skip called sludge skip. So if you might have seen BT was standing behind a fence, that was kind of like right on the other side of that window there, and we need to manipulate dialogue to keep him there. We're gonna go press that button, which is an essential trigger, manipulate BT's dialogue so he wraps up right when we get here, and boom, we're able to embark on BT through the fence, skipping that entire fight sequence there and saving upwards of 5 minutes. And again, standing in BT is slow, or moving in BT is slow, so we're gonna get out, throw a frag boost, navigate all the way through here. And so we didn't pick up an essential Titan loadout at the start, but that strat we did at the start is so fast that we're actually able to, even with like the slower Titan loadout here, we'll still be able to kill Kane fast enough that it saves time. How much time does like all that stuff save total when you just get out of BT like that?
I think the first time we timed it is like, it was like 13 or like 6 seconds or something, but I feel like it's got to be like 10 seconds now, because I feel like we've just gotten better at the game.
Exactly. At this point, we've optimized it so much. We have to get in BT immediately. And what we're going to be doing is charging up this missile pod to hit Brute. We want to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Nice stagger. Do a reload. And if you look in the bottom left corner, that's our core meter. That's our ultimate meter. And every time we do damage, we're building that up. So we're trying to build it up to 100 as quickly as possible on Kane. And now we have burst core available, which is effectively just like a full auto version of this gun. And we're trying to hit the weak spot, which is effectively the headshot part. And there we go. That's Kane fight. A really, really good Blood and Rust overall.
The nice thing about having like not having two loadouts there is like the fight is just super simple with one loadout.
Yeah.
You just like hold M1 in his hand.
Okay, so now we have a little bit of downtime. We can explain crouch kicks, which are, I would say, I mean, maybe the single most revolutionary piece of movement tech ever in this game. So when you run on a wall in Titanfall 2, you can only stay on the wall for a certain period of time before the game kicks you off, or if you press crouch, which forces you off the wall. And basically, when that happens, when you get forced off a wall, if you jump during that time period, you get a little speed, kind of like coyote time on the wall. And so if you press crouch and jump at the same time, you get like the speed boost from the wall jump and the speed boost from the game kicking you off at the exact same time. And so effectively, if we press crouch and jump, when we immediately touch a wall, we get 2 boosts for 1. That's a crouch kick. And that allows us to gain speed far faster than we ever thought possible. Even when we reach like really high speeds, we can still keep getting speeds from crouch kicks. It is an essential piece of tech, and you'll see that over and over. Anytime that anytime that you see the little tilt animation on the gun after you touch a wall, that's a crouch kick. And crouch kicks are going to be on full display with this strat right here. This is Into the Abyss Chapter 1. It looks completely different than you've ever seen it before. Again, moving in BT is slow. So we're actually be doing some really, really tight movement here. Lots of crouch kicks to speed this up. And this is going to save over 30 seconds. Bladen, oh my god.
I went a little too slow there. I missed the cycle, but that's fine.
It's wild that you went that fast and it was still too slow. So yeah, there's a pretty pretty gnarly out of bounds coming up here. It's probably still going to save time even with all these mistakes. Bladen, did you want to talk about what exactly is going on here with this out of bounds coming up?
Yeah, so like the whole philosophy with a lot of levels has changed because we're always trying to abandon BT and use pilot movement instead. The problem with this level is that there is basically a bottleneck at the end. You have to do like a forced Titan fight. And so obviously we can't do that in pilot mode. We're way too weak. So the solution is let's go out of bounds. So the whole gimmick of this level is that we're basically following a huge assembly line, and there's a lot of moving parts to it now. So we can use objects like that to clip out of bounds. Miss that frag boost. That is unfortunate. Unfortunate checkpoint, actually. Wow. That's
yeah,
rough.
it's a pretty unlucky checkpoint. Yeah, these strats are very high risk, high reward. Like I mentioned, it saves 30 seconds if you hit it first try, so it's, you know, absolutely worth it to go for, and it just looks really cool. This level used to be a pretty straightforward, like, you just run around to the Titan for a bit, do some damage, and you have a strat at the end, but it's so much more mechanically involved now. And yeah, so the main issue that we have right now, being out of bounds, is that there's no way for us to get back in bounds, like, easily. All the walls in this game are pretty solid, aside from like one or two specific instances, but we can get back in bounds if we hit what's called a quick spawn trigger, which is right here. So there are parts of the game where the developers expected that players might die, and so they just kind of load them back in, they don't change the game state, and there's no load screen or anything. So we can use that effectively to death warp back in bounds, and that gets us through that fight without having to fight the Titans, and it'll actually teleport Beat on the other side of this door without it opening, and so he's now somehow captured by that crane arm. We're going to touch this button here, which activates the trigger that will end the level right down here, and we are good to go. On to Abyss Chapter 2.
Yep.
Man, I'll tell you what, that first 20 minutes or so, man, that's just rap god.
Yeah.
From a commentary
I gotta say, I love that before the run you were like, okay, Amy, if you have any questions, like, feel free to ask them while we're just doing stuff. And then I just didn't get to say
talk
anything
for the next 30 minutes straight. Don't worry, we'll have some time coming up here, because this level is this is an auto scroller. Bladen mentioned in the previous level that we're following kind of like an assembly line, a lot of moving parts. And so that's pretty much on full display here. That's kind of the whole gimmick of this entire level, is we're trapped in this big assembly line. And right now we are tied to the speed of the assembly line itself. I will note, for any of you savvy glitchesters out there, we do have a $2,000 bounty on anybody that is able to find a skip for this level. Just want to throw that out there while we're here. This is a cool little strat that doesn't save any time. It's called platform launch. Oh my god! and sometimes can even lose you time. It's just a fun little swag strat, but you know, it does come with its risk. But you know, when you're at a marathon setting, it's always fun to show that stuff off. So anyway, right, so we're pretty much tied to the speed of the assembly line. There is like some small, you know, like safety stuff we'll do to make sure we don't like fall behind the assembly line or die or anything like that. But yeah, essentially we're just we're big chilling here for the most part until we get to the end, where stuff is going to go. We're going to go ham at the end. That's for sure. Platform launch, take 2. Nice. This is a strat that
Falcon kick.
This strat here is called it's called Cold Spice, just named after the multiplayer player that found it. We've been doing this. I mean, I've been running this game since January 2017, and we've effectively been doing this ever since. So this is one of the, you know, maybe one of the oldest strats that still exists in its current form in Titanfall. It doesn't save any time. It's just effectively a safety strat that allows you to go around the outside of all the geometry and moving parts in this level. That gets you to effectively the end of the assembly line, or as far as we can reach.
Yeah.
You know.
This is basically like the waiting room for the assembly line, so for it to catch up.
So there's a little mini game we're gonna play here while we wait. Again, this doesn't lose any time. We're just gonna clear out all the enemies here, and there's gonna be 2 robots that we can hack. There's gonna be one of them's gonna be red, and the other one's gonna be blue. We're gonna make them fight, a little blood sport for our entertainment. So vote in chat right now, red versus blue. Who do you think is gonna win? I'm all in on red. I've always been a red dude. I know, Bladen, like, you like the color purple a lot, right? So I mean, where do you go? Where do you fall in this?
I've always been in opposition, so if red's going red, I might as well go blue, make it interesting.
All right, fair enough.
Know?
Yep. This isn't looking, so when they run far apart like this, it could be, oh wait, never mind. Okay, red's charging. Red's moving up. Blue's
kind of lost though.
Yeah, blue's lost. Red's firing. Blue's, there we go. Blue's charging. Has sights fixed on red. It's a slobber knock right now, back and forth. Red has to reload.
Red's
pointing,
lost.
he's taunting. He's taunting. What's he doing? Oh my god, dude! He got a little.
To get bodied, true combo.
Taunt to get bodied, true combo. He showboats a bit too much points for the crowd. You know, goes for a platform launch and then dies. You might say. That's tough. That's tough for red.
Here's the platform that we're waiting on. We're gonna wait for it to get stationed here, and we're gonna climb on top, and we're gonna position ourselves for a very cool trick coming up. So we did say this level is an auto scroller, but there is one thing that we can do to save time right at the end. If I do it right, it should save about 12 seconds. So like I said before, this entire thing is the moving assembly line. And you'll see it kind of follows along these rails. And as we get up farther here, it's going to go on a sort of like a highway rail. And when we get to that point, we're going to conserve the speed from the platform and try and carry it all the way to the final room of the level here.
I can't believe people go for this and run.
Yeah.
We put it into perspective. We've known about this strat for years, but it's only now that we're good enough.
Yeah.
So good luck, man.
So this is called Railgun. Let's hope I hit it. Oh no! I missed the platform. Okay.
Just barely missed the half slide. If we got a safety save, I think.
We'll
right?
have the safety save, yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Second time's a charm. That's what they say.
Looks good.
That looks good.
And we're aiming for this little tree. Dude, so sick to get that second try.
But it's not over yet. We have to catch these platforms that have been rolling in at the top. So you can actually see them above in the background there. Ooh, I'm actually fumbling my movement here. This is a bit awkward. We might actually miss this first platform.
Gonna be close.
We'll grab the bottom. Okay.
Nicely done.
Use that to fling us up to the top. So that's Railgun. That is like a pretty new strat, and it's got to be like my new favorite new strat of the game. I would say. It's
so
super
cool.
sick.
It's unreal.
I think yeah, we go like 300 kilometers per hour there, like you saw. So I think that's like the highest speed that we ever actually hit in the run now. Just super sick.
And so this strat coming up here, we just go back to back into skips. This one is called Dome Skip. So if you've played this game casually, you'll remember that there's a really long fight sequence here. But however, as it turns out, I mentioned the geometry in this game is pretty solid aside from 1 or 2 instances. That this being one of them right there, there's just a hole in the wall right there. Pretty cool history with that skip. We actually used to do the skip in a different way until the developer saw our submission for SGDQ 2017 and then kind of cryptically told us that there might be a faster way. And after a lot of searching, we ended up finding that. It's pretty cool. Mechanically, how the skip works is really interesting too. So this is like a testing arena that the IMC is using for some of their new technology. And generally what's going on here in the game is you're like a test subject. So they're experimenting on you inside this dome. However, what the game doesn't tell you is that when the screen goes black here, you're actually getting teleported to a separate part of the map. And where we're standing right now is exactly on top of the end level trigger when the game teleports you. So it's a pretty cool skip. Again, it saves upwards of like 5 minutes. And we've been doing it like this for a long time. It's awesome. And again, this end level trigger is present from the moment you start the level. And with all that waiting that you saw, you can see why we have a $2,000 bounty on somebody. Please find a skip for this level.
PSA, all glitch hunters. We need your help.
For real. So this is the final chapter of the Into the Abyss missions. This is Abyss Chapter 3. This one is really, this one's like pretty deceptively hard, kind of like a hidden boss of this game in my opinion. There's a really hard strat that Bladen might be going for at the end here that again abandons BT. And it's all dependent on the amount of momentum that they are able to preserve through this section here. Lots of enemies and weird geometry in this section that are just to bonk your head on. So keeping it clean through here is really nice. And what we're going to try and do here is build up as much speed by a crouch kicks as possible. Just watch that speedometer climb. 70 there is awesome. And we just have to avoid the... All right, here we go. Even navigating through that little... Oh.
I accidentally shot and got rid of my cloak. Oh, we're good though.
Okay. Even navigating through that little segment where you did that little S turn, there's still so much strafe lurch going on. Again, strafe lurch being when you press a movement key within a half second after jumping that gives you kind of a lurch in that direction. That's everywhere. And so now, if you were thinking about skipping Ash, well, we still are, but we're actually like starting the fight now. So Robert 3 ended up finding a lot of, has been like our kind of modern day glitch hunter. They found a lot of really weird stuff in this game. This skip being one of them. So it allows us to do that strat, basically, or it allows us to do the skip without having like really much, pretty like any essential Titan loadouts that we would need. We skipped basically all of them that we possibly could at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into a specific spot, activate our electric smoke, which causes BT kind of freak out and dodge away from the incoming damage because it does hurt BT. Get in the right spot, we will... Oh, we got it! Nice! Look, that's sick, dude.
Yeah, we were so surprised there because that skip is like really finicky. Sometimes it just like doesn't work even though we do the same line every time, so glad I got
it can be a little weird too when Ash is like right on you as well.
Yeah, because
So-
you can like push you around too.
Also,
So-
you just did all that first try. That was awesome, dude.
Yeah,
That was
that's
really,
just
really good.
sick of those three.
Yeah.
So coming into this next mission, I'm actually going to click to menu right away. And so now all those loadouts that we skipped from doing the Titanless strats earlier, we now have because the game expects you to have already picked up those weapons by the time you get here. So we just reload the mission and we actually have all those loadouts now. So
Yeah, from how... Oh, go ahead.
you may recognize this mission. This is when you tell all your friends about it. This is Effect and Cause. You'll see that something is quite confusing here. We're swapping between two states back and forth because we're actually swapping through time. And that's the new gimmick for this mission. So it's going to affect how the level plays out.
Cool little free speed strat here that's like almost perfectly timed up. And we're going to go for a huge frag boost. Okay.
Got a little greedy with that.
Yeah.
Really good checkpoint
Yeah,
though. Wow.
Yeah, this section right here is just kind of like, again, kind of like that strat on Abyss 3 where you just want to build up as much speed as possible because you have so much ground that you need to cover. Anytime you're going like 70 plus there, that's pretty nice. So this was our mission objective right now, is to rendezvous with Major Anderson. And, well, here's Major Anderson. He is somehow paradoxically stuck in that floor. We retrieve his pilot helmet, and pilot helmets contain a plethora of data on them, and so BT is just asking for us to bring him the helmet so he can scan it. And at this point, BT is going to scan the helmet, and it's going to deliver a bunch of dialogue here, and we're just kind of waiting around at this point. So we're going to position ourselves for an upcoming strat. Yeah, big chillin'.
Yeah. I guess we got a little bit time to wait through here. So I guess I talked about at the start of the run, tap strafing, crouch kicking. We went over those, but also like no lurch tech, which is a bit of a doozy to explain because it's basically invisible.
Yeah.
So we focus more on not something that's happening, but what's not happening. So obviously you can lurch whenever you hit a direction after jumping, kind of like this. I can jump forward and it kind of pushes me to the right if I hit the right key. And no lurch attempts to avoid that lurch. So instead you can just strafe immediately without getting pushed to the side like that. So we do that by holding a neutral input, by holding both A and D at the same time, and then releasing the opposite key to strafe in that direction. So it doesn't really look like much, but it makes quite the difference because one, it avoids that lurch, which causes speed loss, and also allows you to start strafing immediately after any kind of jump. So that's a really nice but like hidden piece of tech to have when doing movement here.
Yeah, if it sounds confusing, that's because it is. It's like super unintuitive. It's something that's extremely unique to Titanfall, I feel like. Anyway, this is a cool strat right here. BT throws a zipline up here, and we're able to jump to the higher point of the zipline, so we spend less time riding it. And there's a really cool strat coming up here. One of my favorite personal finds that I've ever had in this game. So time is swapping back and forth, and while we can't control it yet, we can position ourselves to take advantage of it. There's going to be a laser grid coming up here, and when we come into contact with these laser grids, they're going to shoot us out at a high rate of speed. But if we position ourselves in a very specific spot, we can actually manipulate the way that we're shot out of that laser grid. So what you'll see here is Bladen is going to have a very specific lineup, and he's going to attempt to shoot down this hallway as fast as possible. It's called an FTL.
Actually, we're going to do a little bit of cheating really quick. I'm sorry. Trying to pick up a weapon on the ground there. This weapon is on the ground earlier in the level. I just forgot to pick it up.
This weapon is essential for this lineup, so yeah.
Just pretend that never happened. This is not enough speed. We'll try that again.
All right, good luck.
Third time's a charm?
This is super finicky. Yeah, it's all about this opening launch.
There we go. That should work.
There we go. Super nice.
Yeah.
That's FTL, and it's essential that you go at that rate of speed. If you're going much slower than that, you actually end up virtually soft locking the game. So you have to go through there that quickly, otherwise the game like freaks out. So here we are onto Effect and Cause Chapter 2. This is the other half of Major Anderson, and we're gonna grab his wrist-mounted device, which is what this entire level is built around, swapping between time at will. This level, Effect and Cause 2, is fairly straightforward. It is pretty much all about just hyper-optimized movement and swapping time at the right times. It's really a joy to watch when played optimally. It's broken up into these couple different sections that are split by these long dialogue sequences. We have a long hallway here, so we're going to do another frag boost. Just really early on that one.
Yeah.
Shooting to manipulate that little beast to not be in our way. Punch this guy through the wall. Now we're just double jumping as fast as we can. We'll grab a zip line to get up to the top. So this level, again, pretty straightforward. It's pretty much entirely determined by, like, your overall time in it, I would say is almost entirely determined by the section that comes at the very end called Hell Room. Be sure to call that out and play-by-play it when it happens. As for each of these individual Anderson dialogue sequences, as we call them, they're just delivering lore to us, and we know exactly when we're going to be allowed to advance. So we'll have multiple different strats, different pre-speed strats, as they're called, to build up as much speed as possible when the doors open. They're all based around, like, some audio. Clean. Watch this tap straight through the door.
Nice.
Love that.
Another one here to another Anderson pre-speed strat.
I really like this one.
Pretty much all the
ahead.
way around the room. It's super sick.
The task does this thing where it goes around the room like 6 times and then gets up to really fast. This is kind of like an abbreviated version of that. I like it a lot. So this segment coming up is one of the gnarliest in the game, in my humble opinion. It's called Hell Room. And yeah, be ready. There's going to be a super awesome strat coming right at the end that's like the perfect way to cap it off, called Snuggle Slide. I'll be sure to call it out when it happens. So here we go. Pull the frag, throw it down right as we come through. Big speed boost, hard tap strafe, crouch kick. In this section, you have to be so nimble through here. Oh, that could be a really bad checkpoint. Oh god. Oh,
maybe. Oh, that's rough.
Oh, that's the worst possible checkpoint. Oh man, that is multiple minutes lost.
My fingers slipped. I have like a secondary jump bind for doing bump launches. My finger just slipped and like barely hit that.
Oh, that's brutal.
Messed up my movement. That's rough.
Yeah, that's one of the rare. That's one of the rare like really terrible checkpoints in this game. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
All right, so second verse, same as the first, I think is how the phrase goes there. I forget. Yeah, console checkpoint, as Forgiven says in chat, is what we would call that. Console runners historically struggle from really, really bad checkpoints because the game literally cannot write them to like the Xbox hard drives fast enough. So like there have been times when, you know, people will die at the end of Abyss Chapter 2 and get sent like 6 minutes back to the beginning. It's pretty comical. So yeah, that's a classic console checkpoint. Okay, here we go. Take 2. Build up a bunch of free speed, frag boost. The door. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, not really big time loss with that. Now, as I was saying before, you have to be super nimble through here for reasons pretty much exactly like that. The geometry in this game is so unforgiving, and this section in particular has so much stuff that can go wrong. Now, here we go. This is Hell Room. Pull a frag coming off the wall. And there's like 4 different triggers we have to hit in here that will also go in as fast as possible. So a quick bunny hop off that panel, frag boost at our feet. Okay, we didn't quite get the boost. That's fine. Grab the zipline for safety. Now here comes Snuggle Slide. Watch the speedometer here. This is going to be wild. Boom. Instantly up to 158 from touching that bridge. Hear the momentum all the way across. And the hole-in-one and the hyper swirly. There we go, dude. Making up for lost time right there. I love that. That is so sick. Getting that hole-in-one and the swirly is like literally one of the best feelings. Yeah, that's a top 3 like best feeling in the game. I love that. I would explain how Snuggle Slide works, but it's literally so complicated that we just like don't have the time to explain it. It's just cool.
I think Fizzy has like a whole like 5-minute video or something on like MS Paint, just drawing out like diagrams. It's really funny.
So this is the last mission in the Infected Cause trilogy, Infected Cause Chapter 3. Again, pretty straightforward. It has a really, really cool climax, but there's an awesome strat we're going to go through right here that uses the damage boost with the fan. Again, there's a couple essential triggers we have to hit, and this is the fastest route that hits all those triggers right here. We're going to line up with this fan. Nice. Huge amount of speed, big tap strafe. Oh, this is gorgeous. Love this strat, dude. Love that strat. It's so cool. So now coming up, we have effectively the climax of this mission where this weapon explodes and time is frozen. And usually we're meant to go through this zipline up into the ship, but with some clever strafing and a big crouch kick, we can actually make it all the way across. Nice, nice. Even with the mantle, it still saves time. And then we're going to activate the objective, the floor, to save a few extra frames, and boom, that is Affect and Cause Chapter 3. So, the game is about to deliver us some lore. Basically, what was discovered here, this was the research facility that the militia was here to attack. As it turns out, the IMC has been using ancient technology to deliver, or to develop this hyper weapon that folds space and time to destroy planets. It's terrible. And so that thing that we just scanned, the Ark, is the power source for the fold weapon. So now we have to get this information back to the militia, and then we're going to use the energy signatures from the Ark to chase down the IMC. So there you go, you're all caught up, just like that.
We're going to fade out here and get into the next mission, which is the Beacon, which is probably, from a speedrun perspective, it might be the most iconic. There's like some really two huge levels coming up here. But starting off, we're just going to be starting with Beacon, which is a pretty tame level.
Yeah.
We're basically just trying to rendezvous with the militia and basically just update them with everything we found.
Yeah. The skip that we're going to use here it's been mechanically the same for a very long time. So basically how this works is there's the group of militia that are trapped inside this building here, and they're under attack. And so we're going to come down here, kill all the enemies on the wall by shooting their weak points on the back. These robots are called stalkers. And then we're going to run back to BT, and then we're going to run back here with BT. And so basically what all this does is it's going to cause multiple dialogue lines to overlap. From what I understand, basically the first time the game like checks or does like a progress check, like everything's already done. And so it just like skips over 45 seconds of dialogue, and we're able to advance forward. So you'll hear like BT say, if you watch the cutscenes, BT will just be like, "Oh, all hostiles eliminated." This saves like 45 seconds. This was found by Tron Travolta back in like 2017. We've basically been doing it the same way ever since.
So getting into BT here, we're going to be picking up the Ronin loadout here, which used to be like pretty huge for like Titan movement, but like
essential.
As you've seen nowadays, like Titan movement is just not the way to go anymore. So it seems like a bit less use, but it still has some uses here and there.
Cool strat right here. We're going to abuse BT AI again by putting down that flame trap, which will cause him to dodge out of the way of damage. And then he just immediately appears at the top here. And that actually saves time. BT, usually when he reaches the top of this elevator, takes a few steps forward. And so that is one of those, micro optimizations that, saves like less than half a second. But it looks pretty cool in the meantime.
Got another pace speed strat as we wait for the door to open up here.
Yep, and so basically what is being told to us right now is we need to get this big satellite dish back online so we can communicate with the militia fleet. And to do that, we have to power up the reactor. We can't power up the reactor because we don't have the right gun. So again, plot meets plot device. And now we're going to venture into this facility to get the Arc tool, essential piece. That's the gimmick of this level, basically. So here we go on to the Beacon Chapter 2. This is most runners' favorite level to run, I think, aside from maybe Blood and Rust. This is probably the most optimized single level in the entire game. Bladen famously got the world record here, a 138, which is unbelievable. So this strat coming up is really, really cool. This is going to be called Kill Room Skip. So we're actually going to go outside, almost outside the bounds of the level to skip an essential fight right here. This is going to be a death warp that takes us back to this point after we hit an essential trigger. Bladen's going to cook a frag and turn around, throw it, and then we're going to boost all the way across this gap, going ridiculously fast. And that skips an entire fight sequence, saving upwards of 15 seconds. Use these fans to jump up into the button here. Nice. And now we're going to try and build up as much speed as possible for this slide boost to come through here. And here is the Arc tool, the gimmick of this level. We have to kill this Marvin to skip an animation, grab the Arc tool. We're going to turn off that fan late so it gives us a huge boost around the corner, really gnarly tap strafing. And now if we can line this fan boost up perfectly, we can hit the ceiling perfectly. That's a Mayo bonk for you. That is actually a ridiculously hard strat, so hitting that is really cool, and it probably saves a couple seconds too. Here's another skip. We're going to skip an intended puzzle right here. Throw a frag down, jump across the gap, hit an essential trigger so we don't soft lock. That is heatsink skip. The skips are just flying at you. Now here we go. This is one of my favorite uses of strafe lurch right here, called corner cut. I hope you can hear Bladen matching his keys right there. Like, that really shows you how powerful lurch is. Like here's another great use of the fans. Oh my god, dude, this is such a good beacon too. Were you timing that? I would be really curious to know what the final time was on that.
Unfortunately,
that was ridiculous, dude. Yeah, if you've played Apex, you're probably looking at that thinking like, oh, he's just like scrolling his wheel. like his scroll wheel, that can't be that hard. Like, no, in this game, scroll wheel doesn't work. So all those lurch inputs that are happening are all being done manually. So usually they're being done like with pressing multiple keys at once or even one individual key. There's like, it's all tap strafing, but it's all different forms of it. There's like fizzy strafing, spam strafing. There's quite a few different ways to go about it. It's like not like all taps or whatever. It's all 4 different forms of tap strafing, more or less.
Yeah, we have the arc tool. Once again, we're just trying to power up that huge beacon in the background there, which we're going to try and attempt to do by turning on all these power relays down here. And it's basically kind of just a casual segment. We've tried to like do this fast, but it's pretty tricky to actually light up everything with the arc tool because sometimes it'll just like bug out and it'll just like skip over one of them. So you really got to like take your time with it.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier about. Go ahead.
You can also like overheat, so like you gotta like chill out a bit, actually give it a time to like cool down, but that's just a small little thing.
So with that, we've powered up that big satellite dish I was talking about, but of course it's gonna break, so we're gonna have to go retrieve something that fixes it. I mentioned at the beginning of the run how this game is in Mandarin and it saves time on dialogue. This level in particular, it saves 12 seconds, so like 1/3 effectively of all of our time saved by playing in Mandarin comes on this level, which goes to show how much dialogue there is here. Generally speaking, Mandarin is going to be saving us time if the dialogue isn't tied to scripting animations, like in a cutscene or something like that. So yeah, now coming up here, we have probably the coolest single segment and one of the coolest glitches in any run ever. We got moon boots and hyper fastball. So Bladen, if you want to tell us about that.
Yeah, so we're gonna get kicked off here. So one of the Titan loadouts that we should have been introduced to, but weren't introduced to because we skipped it, was the brute loadout here. That has a hovering ability which reduces your gravity during the hover, but then turns off the gravity once you disembark. So if we disembark while we're still hovering, that's actually going to give us roughly 15% reduced gravity. So what we do is we wedge ourselves under roofs that we're allowed to disembark, so we're still on the ground technically. And see now, we have very floaty movements, so we have moon boots essentially. So this is essential to doing super fastball, which is like the old version of this trick. BT is going to throw us, and our goal is to conserve that speed and carry it all the way to the module repair over there. But Super Fastball has gotten 2 upgrades since then. So there's the Lux route, which picks up gravity stars halfway through the route, which avoids having to make a detour for them later. Then there's also Hyper Fastball, which takes another route at the end, which is super tight and narrow and hard to do. So if I hit that here, I'm going to really pop off. But here we go. Hyper Fastball.
Good luck, dude. Y'all ain't ready. So good. Here's the payoff. No way. No way. No way, dude. No way. No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Way. No,
but it's not over yet.
Way.
We still have to bring this module back, so we have another strat to go super faster as well. We picked up those gravity stars, which are basically just like an explosion that built up the gravity wall. And that's going to boost us and allow us to carry the speed all the way across this this platform section here. I'm going to go for another strat coming up here called Hyper Zipless. If I do it right, I'm going to shoot that platform to fling me up. I can just carry that speed all the way across, and it also glitches out my double jump too, so it also just sends me flying upward.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is actually perfect. This is literally perfect, dude. Yeah, like you will not see that segment performed almost any better. Wow. I don't like I have 4,500 hours in this game, and I don't know how they do it, y'all. Like that is so impressive. Anyway, now this is pretty much the time that we have to come down from our high from watching that. This is a pretty scripted fight sequence. There are some strats that Bladen's using here that are basically they're gonna know where certain enemies are spawning and just trying to kill them as soon as they spawn. There's like some science that's done here to do it optimally, but basically it pretty much just boils down to see enemies and shoot. So yeah, we're gonna get out of BT here to clear out these last enemies. They're gonna be spawning in very specific areas, and Bladen is gonna, you'll see them. They're gonna kind of have their head on a swivel, just checking every single individual spot on where they can spawn. that dude being... Okay, nice shot, nice shot. And BT can sometimes be helpful and kill one of them for us. Having both these guys right there is nice. We're just waiting for a base drop to occur. And once we hear the base drop, that indicates to us that the fight is over. There we go. And so this skip right here is, again, a pretty old skip. We've been doing this the same way for a very long time. You wouldn't know it, but this saves close to a minute. BT is going to wants to talk to us again. And then he'd try and give us another fastball throw, but alternatively, we can just climb all the way up to the top here, skips a bunch of dialogue and animations, and
yeah, it just so happens that like the module is already dropping down before you do the throw, so you can just go up here early.
Yeah, somebody asked what is the world record for this. The world record is currently 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 19 seconds by Bladen. That was achieved earlier, or late last month, I should say. Incredible.
113 soon.
Yeah, dude. It's wild too, because when people would ask me like Brian, like how low do you think the run can get realistically by a human? And I was like, with stuff we know now, like probably a high, like, you know, I would say like by 2024, probably like a low 113 or something. And we're like, you know, I feel like on the cusp of that. So it's pretty cool, pretty cool. Anyway. Now all of our objectives are completed aside from the boss fight here. So this is the first boss fight that is effectively split into multiple waves with different ads. This one is going to be heavily using spawn manipulation, and this one, all of these boss fights are going to be planned out pretty meticulously in terms of what abilities we're using when, and where we're looking, and like what we're trying to manipulate. So we're going to stand on top of this kind of like rock over here and cause these Reapers to spawn right here. We're going to throw an arc wave to damage them. To tap both these guys ideally. Or tap that guy for some reason. And now we have to quickly sprint over to this other location for another very precise spawn minute. Now we're going to be doing something here called a flame trap duplication. This Titan loadout Scorch can drop these traps and you can ignite them with Scorch's thermite. So if we look up in the air, it for some reason causes the traps to ignite multiple times over. And as you can see, both of those Titans literally just disappear.
Yeah, I believe it's like up to 6 times you can reignite the trap, which is just a ridiculous amount of damage. So Scorch is like super OP for just like close range combat, and it's also AoE too, so like it's just super effective.
And so here is Richter fight. We're trying to just do as much DPS to Richter in as short amount of time as possible, which can ideally cause him to self-destruct. And if he does self-destruct, then we get to do another cool little strat. Let's see if we get it.
There it is.
Nice, he's self-destructing. So now we're gonna fly up here. We're gonna crouch in and bark through the wall. And this is going to do some weird stuff. We're going to move BT in the right position and then wait for this elevator to start going up. That's going to cause BT to immediately start talking to the people at the top.
It's essentially like the same idea as we did earlier in Beacon Chapter 1. Like he's not in the elevator, so the game just teleports him up there because he's supposed to be there.
Yeah, we still have moon boots, so this is pretty fun.
And you just like roam around this area for free now instead of here.
It saves a couple seconds. That strat was found by Next Racer 1. Who iconically uses Elmo as their avatar. So that is called Elmo Clip.
Yeah.
I love that strat. It's like so cool.
Yeah.
It's so weird that like, you know, we used to like Dome Skip used to be the only out of bounds in this run, effectively, and now we have like, you know, between like Elmo Clip and Abyss 1 and all this other stuff, like it's just so much more involved now. It's really neat. All right, and so with that, we are done with Beacon Chapter 3. Now, basically what's happening is we're delivering all of our information to Captain Sarah Briggs, and she's going to tell us that now we need to go chase the IMC and track down the power source for the fold weapon, the Arc. We gotta go find it. That'll be our next mission coming up, Trial by Fire. To answer a question in chat, yes. For people that are just getting here, the language is in Mandarin because it saves 38 seconds over the course of the run. And as a reminder, if you want to catch this run at SGDQ, it will be on Thursday evening. It's the Thursday bonus game. Both Bladen and I, of course, will be there for that. And we're going to have a lot of Titanfall folks at the event in general. So I'm really, really stoked for that. We've been waiting for like a celebration of our community like this for some time. So it'll be great. It'll be great. Oh, Taskano's in chat. Titanfall celebrity in chat, Taskanos, is effectively responsible for Super Fastball. He was the one they originally found Moon Boots. So shout out to Taskanos. All right.
And also just like a bunch of other stuff.
Just so much stuff. Like the railgun strat in Abyss 2 is effectively thanks to Tasky. Ton of stuff, dude. Anyway, all right. So here we go. This is Trial by Fire. This mission used to be the only mission where we stayed in a Titan the entire time. But of course, as we've been talking about through the whole run, that doesn't happen anymore. That'll only be for maybe the first third of it. And the first third of the mission is a pretty cleverly disguised escort mission. We're going to be doing a ton of Titan combat, but ultimately our goal is going to be to escort Sarah from the beginning of this mission to an elevator about halfway through. And there will be multiple strats that we use to make that as quick and efficient as possible. It still can be pretty random, but yeah, it's still going to be entirely skill-based. This is probably like, I would say nowadays, with all the strats we have, my favorite individual level to run. And you'll see why toward the end. This first segment is pretty cool. So we're using a sword block ability to basically get through this scripted segment and get behind enemy lines quickly. And so how this sequence works is there are going to be multiple enemies that spawn in about 2 or 3 different waves. And so we're going to be trying to figure out which enemies are from those spawning waves and killing them as effectively as possible. You're going to see Bladen like pretty quickly swapping between different Titan loadouts, and Bladen is trying to use these 2 specific Titan loadouts to deal as much DPS as possible in a short amount of time. This is going pretty well so far, I think. Oh, okay, never mind. Really well. Okay, yeah. So there's the Titan. That's the final wave of Titan drops that we're looking for. So from here, we probably have 2 or 3 Titans left to kill. Never mind. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, we already got Sarah's dialogue. That's the line we're looking for that indicates it's okay to move on. This Ronin is in our way, but he's pretty much almost dead. So we're gonna let Sarah deal with him. Hopefully, she won't get caught up too long. And now we're very particularly managing our core. We're gonna need our core later. And yeah, so what we're going to do here is kill this last Titan, ideally get our core up to 100, kill some last enemies, and then we're going to be leaving BT for the rest of the mission, or almost the rest of the mission. So we're going to be doing a strat here called Triggerless, and this basically goes outside the map and allows us to skip the triggers that would spawn in more Titans for us to fight, which of course would be more stuff for Sarah to get caught up on. So literally, if we just go outside the map there on foot, it skips those triggers, none of the Titans spawn in, it doesn't break any logic or anything like that, and both Sarah and BT ideally should catch right up to us. I think Sarah
lagging behind a little bit, but she's there, so looking good.
Yeah, she's on the way. All right, so we're going to be doing a strat. Are you doing the safe strat, or are you sending?
We'll do the safe strat.
Okay. So there's a way you can do this where you get out of BT really early, but if we were to die in this upcoming segment, which is quite likely, we would basically go back to the beginning of the level. So we're going to be doing a safety strat here. We're going to use the flight core on this Titan. That's going to allow us to, fly up to the top a little early. And we're going to wedge BT in a very specific spot. This is going to get him trapped here. And now, here we go with Lone Wolf. This is a gnarly strat. We have moon boots from that. And we're going to be navigating this whole section, which you're supposed to be using entirely in Titan. We're going to be doing it on foot. That is sketchy.
That's pretty rough.
That's pretty
We'll see if we can
sketchy.
salvage this.
Yeah, you generally want to be going like upwards of 60 per year because there's so many Titans that are all super bloodthirsty that want you dead. Going 50 per here makes this manageable. There we go. A lot of that geometry is pretty deceptive. It's looking good. You've recovered this really well. And now we have all these huge walls that we can use for crouch kicks. You saw how he got 10 kilometers an hour of a boost off that crouch kick? That is really, really good. We're using Cloak pretty tactically here to get through. Now we just have to pray we don't get shot in the back. Whoa!
Whoop.
That's a weird angle. Oh. Okay, we're mostly good.
Once you get to the cutscene here, there's like 99% chance that you live to the end.
Yeah, we call that strat Lone Wolf. It saves somewhere around like 15 seconds by not being in BT here. It's super cool. It's also extremely high risk. And if we didn't wedge BT in that corner, he would walk ahead, try and solo all the Titans by himself, and then just die. So it also gives us a guaranteed checkpoint as another note. So it's pretty sick. Anyway, good stuff, dude. And here we go on to, we're going to do one more quit to menu. Again, we do the quit to menus because from like a rules perspective, if you were doing this game from new game, as soon as you start a mission, you unlock it at mission select. So it's not like cheating or anything like that, right? This is stuff that already be available. So we quit to menu, select the mission, and it basically gives us a preset amount of Titan loadouts that we skipped. The game basically thinks like, oh, this is what I would expect the player to have in this instance when they load for mission select. So that allows us to get Ion. going to be essential for the boss fight that we have coming up at the end of the mission. Until then, we're kind of chilling, and then we're going to be opening up the level with probably the, kind of oddly, the scariest single skip in the entire game, I think.
So, Amarillo, what's your impression of the run so far?
I mean, I've tried to learn this run because, like, obviously I know Brian really well. He's a very good friend of mine, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll try Titanfall 2. That seems cool. And dude, I can't even wrap my head around some of this stuff.
That's
like,
awesome to hear.
Getting to see this live is going to be so hype. I can't wait for it.
Me too, dude.
Long time coming, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
we're into the arc now. This is probably one of the scariest levels to run into when you're doing PB attempts because it's very chaotic and there's lots of random stuff that can happen that can just like kill your run. And that's all because of this skip we're about to do right here. It's just called Barker skip. So Barker's going to catch us here. And how this part would usually go is that B2 would throw us to another moving ship over there. And it's like a whole scripted event. But we can skip that using a perfectly timed frag boost off the ship here. And we're basically moving between two flying platforms that are randomly moving.
Looks
not quite.
Just barely out of range. Barely out of range. You get a pretty good, like a pretty good checkpoint here. If you did both of these first try, it saves about 45 seconds. Each subsequent attempt about 15. So you can get this, second or third try and still have a net time save overall versus none. Looking better.
There we go.
Nice.
Okay.
We're gonna
right
run
after
to the
that
tip
we
of the wing
have
here.
6-4 skip. Usually we wait for it to like kind of let us down there, but we're just gonna jump off early. We're gonna do a slight adjustment here though, because they're super high. We're gonna hit this invisible wall here to stop us, and just drop down early like that, and that saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's pretty fortunate that that invisible wall exists there for some reason. That skip would literally be 10 times harder if that wall wasn't there, so that's kind of like a nice fail-safe. All right, so on to the next section of the arc here. The game is going to tell us that we need to clear out these gun batteries that are attacking one of our friendly ships, but we can actually just run by all of them, eliminate only the last one, and the rest of the enemies will despawn. And we're going to see that like despawning like a couple times throughout this level. Bladen, of course, is going to do some ridiculous frag boosts that probably save less than a second, but look really cool. And yeah, so this is the last gun battery. Just some enemies we have to clear here, and once they're all dead, everything else will despawn, and they'll say, oh, you're good to go. I think that's all of them. This is the 6-4. They're kind of like a, from what I understand, they're like a freelancing group of people. They're not really tied to the militia or the IMC, they just fight some causes they believe in, and they're going to be helping us out in this mission here. So for, oh man, Bladen's going to go for a really cool version of this next strat. So Sarah is piloting that ship that you see down there, and there's going to be some cool like cinematic sequence where we're supposed to wall run on the side of it, but we're going to do something a little bit different.
I think I might have went too early there. This might be a little swift. Yeah. We'll just ride it. Oh, okay.
You can see how quickly things can get out of hand on this level. Go to checkpoint here. All right, let's take two.
I feel like Sarah's like in a weird position there.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah,
there's a really cool interaction that happens there. Like when you touch a moving platform, you inherit any momentum that that platform has. So because that ship is moving up that quickly, we basically get that for our double jump, which is really, really cool. It's like doesn't necessarily save any time because this part right here is pretty scripted, pretty on rails. But it looks awesome. So for this section here, there are certain enemies that the 6-4 is scripted to take care of on their own, and we just have to kill all the rest that they wouldn't kill, and then any other enemies would despawn, kind of similar to the gun batteries. This one is definitely going a little rough.
This is like all out of sorts right now. But you work with what you get.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just kind of like the motto on this level, so you work with what you got. So.
Can I clean up the last couple of guys? One more? Okay.
Okay, they were taking their sweet time there. All right, so this is the very scary part of this level. By doing Barker skip, we basically open up like a huge can of worms for how the rest of this level functions. There's a lot of moving parts in this level, and a lot of events that are, scripted to have, or like scripted in a very specific sequence. And when you break that sequence, just weird stuff can happen. As we're gonna see, or as we might see. This is your pretty typical FPS like brief and clear segment. We don't actually have to shoot anybody. They'll just all die automatically. And so now we're gonna start piloting a ship with our knife. You'll see Bladen's going through a little bit of a ritual here. It's entirely possible that for no reason during this segment, like the game can just crash or you die. And again, that's all based around how Barker skip works. And so, yeah, we're just double jumping and then hesitating before we hack it a little bit to ideally prevent that from happening. We're trying to position the ship, you know, generally behind the next one. And when it takes a long time like this, it gets...
Fingers crossed.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, you almost loaded for missions.
Wasn't even close.
Okay. That would have been Snuggle all over again. All right. Here we go again. Yeah. Whenever the ship takes a long time like that, it's just like.
Yeah, this segment is like a little annoying because like you can be like directly behind the ship, but it just like won't like proceed to like the next script or whatever. Like I'm directly behind it right now, but I have to like wait a couple seconds.
Oh god. Okay, we're good. We're good. And now we have to very specifically stand away from BT here. From what I understand, like the hitbox from when he wants to throw you at the beginning level is like still there right now, and if you touch that hitbox while he's punching the window, the game will again crash. Okay, so really cool boss fight coming up here. We're gonna fight Valkyrie's dad, Viper, coming up right here, and it uses a very unique strat that kills him as fast as possible. This is called Viper Zerg. I'll walk you through it. So here we go. This is the loadout that we quit to menu for. This is Ion. We're gonna use it to snipe Viper twice and take down his shield. Now we're gonna swap to Tone and ideally get some quick shots in on him. And we want to build up the missile lock. Once we have the missile lock, we'll let that go. Swap to get body blocked by the Scorches. Now we're gonna swap to Expedition, just finish him off, get him to that Doom state. Nice. Now we have Core that we can use on the Scorches. They're standing right next to each other, so that should be oh, we got a little trolled.
Good enough, I think.
Now this next sequence might be a little weird. So because we did that fight so fast, it's entirely possible that on this next area, we're going to actually end up going out of bounds. So I mentioned all the moving parts and everything in this level. The game has a scripted play area of invisible walls, like a box that it expects the player to stay within. But if you do this fight too fast, we're actually going to be jumping to that ship you see directly ahead of us. It's possible that we'll go outside of that intended play area. So you might see some artifacting right now. I'm kind of waiting for it to see if it happens. There it goes. There's the artifacting. The fight was also a little bit slow though, so it's possible that that box is going to be catching up with us rapidly, and it could be there right now. Okay, so now what we need to do to get back in bounds is we have to mantle at the same time the ball pushes us. Nicely done.
There we go.
That is so clutch. So yeah, that invisible ball just pushed us. We clipped while it was pushing us to clip back inbounds, otherwise we would die. And the Viper one tap to seal it. Love that.
Oh, apparently
very well done.
I did not know that.
That is such a cool, like Viper Zerg and that mantle clip. Just really cool strats. That was largely, I believe, facilitated by Reginald, but getting the clip back in bounds and everything like that was pretty much a group effort. So that whole fight is like a really good example of a speedrun community like constantly iterating on their own stuff to make something cohesive. Really neat. Anyway, with that, the arc is effectively, as a mission, is effectively done. We're gonna go find the actual arc now, and yeah,
this whole ending section is pretty much on rails, so we're just waiting around. So we're gonna seal the arc here. You'll see that we don't really have an escape plan because the ship is falling to its doom. So like, I don't know what BT's plan here is.
Yeah, I guess while we're waiting, Bladen, what is your most anticipated run at SG, aside from your own?
Most anticipated run? I have a friend in the Sonic community. Their name is its name is Shovel Claws. They're doing a like 8-person relay race or something, so I think that'll be super cool to watch. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the 680X relay is going to be awesome.
My most anticipated run is going to be Silent Hill Home 4. If y'all aren't familiar with that, let me just break it down for you real quick. So it's Silent Hill Homecoming and Silent Hill Downpour. But during the cutscenes of Silent Hill Downpour, the runner Schmumbler is going to be completing Silent Hill Homecoming. So it's going to be 2 speedruns at once, almost simultaneously. I think it's going to be super wild. I've been waiting for this run to be in a GDQ for a long time, so I'm really, really stoked for that. And Amy, what about you before we head into this last mission?
Man, the problem is there's so many good, like... All right, if I had to pick like one specific one,
you can say 2 if you can't decide.
Okay, well, what's coming up next, which is True Crime New York City.
Yes,
I cannot wait to see that.
Shout out PMC Trilogy.
Yeah, seeing True Crime New York City is a run you have to see to experience, and I can't wait to see him get it running on the GDQ PCs. I'm also really excited for Twilight Princess. It's one of my favorite Zeldas to watch speedrun. And then for more like kind of indie unknown stuff, I think Dark Summit is my big one.
Too. All right, so what happened during that load screen was that the ship crash landed, and then we were captured by the Apex Predators, and now we're being interrogated to try and get the Ark outside of BT, who has it stored in his cockpit right now. You're supposed to infer all that from just that splash screen on the load, but that's what happened. So now, Cooper's being interrogated. Blisk is trying to get BT to open up, and something kind of funny is going to happen here. Watch Blisk closely after BT kind of enacts his master plan right here. He's going to do a little pirouette, and then he'll like disappear into the floor. You can only see this because we have our FOV cranked up to max, but it's pretty funny. I like thinking of Blisk's dialogue and the subsequent parts here of him like screaming up through the grate.
BT's gonna pull a fast one here. Wait for it.
This is like when you're waiting for that cool part of a
song.
You
see him off screen.
Into the floor. All right. There's some flashing lights right that are going to come up pretty soon. We will let you know as soon as they're done, but it's just going to be like 5 or 6 quick flashes on the screen. And the flashes are done. All right, so BT just got threaded by Sloan, who we'll be fighting later. So now we're going to wake up, and there's a really interesting strat here that was found by Flotza years ago, who I personally know from the Mirror's Edge community. If you walk backwards into the fire here, it skips having to wait for BT to talk to you. Normally it would take like quite a few seconds longer, but if you just walk into the fire, BT's like, wait, hold on, dude. And he'll just start talking to you. So weird little optimization that saves time for reasons I don't know. Now BT is going to rip off his entire face, deliver us the Seer Kit, which is the Survive, Evade, Resist, Escape Kit. It's going to have some gear that we're going to use to navigate through this next section, including an AIMBOT pistol, which is in the multiplayer for some reason, the data knife that we've been using to hack stuff, which we already have, which we'll just place back in the holster, and then BT's data core, which contains all of his, consciousness and data and all that stuff. So, coming out of this cutscene here, we're going to see a super glide again, making its second appearance in the run, which again occurs by pressing sprint, slide, jump at the same time when you come out of a stationary or like a scripted animation or cutscene or whatever. And we'll be off onto the final mission of the game, the Fold Weapon. This mission is really difficult, especially this first sequence, and Bladen is going to be going for some ridiculous stuff here. This first section, again, is hard because, kind of like in BT, we only have one jump right here, and we don't get our jump kit till about right now. So maintaining your speed through there optimally is really hard, and we have to be super careful not to die here at all because we can soft lock, and we're zooming right now. That was so fast. Anytime you're able to maintain that amount of speed through there, I can't emphasize how difficult that is. It's a really fun segment to watch executed well. Just the tap strafing there too. And then you get this sequence, which is awesome. This is just crouch kick central right here. trying to build up as much speed down this long hallway. We can get upwards of like 70 through here. Yeah, just as I'm saying. Oh my god, go 80. Oh, so close.
So
And a little
close.
tap strafe through the door. Double jump off this guy. Oh, this is... Woo!
Real
This is
nice.
spicy.
Yeah.
This is very spicy. All right. This is a strat that I think only Bladen is going for right now.
Yeah.
But again, we're going to be
There's a
abandoning
reason.
BT. Yeah, we're going to be abandoning BT. This strat is called Rocky Road for reasons you'll understand quickly. Good luck, dude. This is like...
We're making a safety save for this one for sure.
Yeah, as you should. All right, here we go, folks. We're going to be traversing a lot of very rocky terrain. So Bladen is following a very specific path here to try and go around the entire fight sequence here. There's like so many enemies and titans here, and we have to very precisely walk through all this like really jagged and rocky terrain. That little jump up onto the pipe is not easy. We're trying to bring together some crouch kicks here while maintaining as much speed as possible, and going fast here is not just helpful for time save, but also because BT can die. Kind of like I mentioned in Trial by Fire, BT will just start soloing all these titans by himself, and if we're not fast enough, we'll just like get owned.
Yeah,
and you
we
can
were a little slow there, so like we're in the hands of RNG right now. Uh-oh.
Oh,
That's rough.
also that can happen. Also that can happen.
We'll give it one more try here.
Yeah.
And I'll resort to the safer strat. Like, it's pretty much a ticking time bomb. Okay, we messed it up. We'll just go back to the normal Titan strat.
Shout out to our recent speedrun tournament, Mach 3 March, where Bladen like went for it and then decided not to go for it and then still won the map anyway.
Oh my god, I completely forgot that happened. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. So right now we're just trying to build up core as fast as possible. We got a little bit unlucky right here. Normally you use the Legion loadout there to build up core really quickly. But yeah, we're just resorting to tone now. We want core because this is what we use Ronin for. This is why we were talking about how Ronin used to be super essential, because you need it for these Titan sequences. Ronin's ultimate, Sword Core, gives you a rapidly charging dash, which is indicated on the bottom corner of the screen there. Or bottom corner, the bottom half of the screen. And that allows us to obviously maneuver with Titans way faster than we would otherwise. Now, for some reason, if you get to the top of this door right here, there's just like no collision at the very top.
What is happening right now?
BT is trolling you. This is scary because we don't have our cloak right now. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, for some reason, there's no collision with that top of that door, so we can just skip that whole fight there. And now we are effectively home free. BT's not really at risk of dying anymore. It's just a matter of hitting some crouch kicks and maneuvering through here. Nice little strat to cover a lot of vertical ground here. And now we're coming on to Sloan fight, which is another really, really fun boss fight. I love these final fights. So this one is also broken up into multiple waves, multiple phases. Sloan, after reaching a certain health level, will become invincible and teleport away. And so we're trying to manipulate each one of these individual phases. So we want Sloan to teleport away before she starts using her ultimate, or laser core. And if we do that without her even like initiating the animation at all, we'll end up saving a few seconds, like just in terms of like animations and stuff. So again, we're just trying to get Sloan to, there we go, there's the teleport away. We're gonna spawn manipulate these Titans here, do the flame trap duplication I talked about. They'll die really quick. And now we're gonna make sure that this guy isn't in our face. Here's more spawn manip. We're gonna get Sloan to spawn right here. Drop down a flame wall so she walks directly backwards into it. Again, this is all pre-planned. Activate Sword Core right here. One swipe is going to kill each one of these Reapers. Looking textbook right now. Pick up a little extra health for safety right here while getting the spawn manip down. Do a couple more flame trap manipulations. And if we activate Sword Core at the exact same time that we initiate this cutscene, something very interesting happens. And it looks like we also got pre-charge, which I'll come back to in a second. By activating Sword Core at the exact same time that we initiate that cutscene, we still have a weapon out as we enter the cutscene, which we normally wouldn't. And because of that, we have a weapon available now while we're in the cutscene. This is completely unintentional. And so that weapon is going to transfer to us having a big gun right here. And so what's about to happen is our main antagonist, Blisk, is about to get out and deliver his like final monologue to us. He's gonna ignore the fact that we have a gun here. There we go.
Bye.
So Blisk just dies. So Blisk just dies, and that actually skips all 33 seconds of his dialogue that he would deliver here. He's not supposed to die. It's pretty incredible. This skip, some years ago, I was streaming, and then somebody came in my Twitch chat and said, "Yo, Bri, did you see the thing on the Titanfall server that this guy said that they killed Blisk?" And so they didn't have any video, but they had a detailed description of how they did it. So I was like, okay, well, I might as well go try it. And then we tried it out on stream, and much to our delight, we saw that the game started progressing immediately. So shout out to Reddit user Shot Andy. We now call that skip Andy Shot. So that is one of my favorite glitches in any speedrun ever. Just like incredible, dude. So yeah, that one is awesome. And now because we did Sloan fight so quickly, you'll see that this weapon up here is already is lit up already. I'm not really sure why it happens, but if you do Sloan fight fast enough, this weapon is charged. We're gonna skip a whole animation where this fold weapon like charges up, and it saves upwards of 11 seconds. It's pretty incredible. So yeah, Andy Shot and pre-charge together just like cuts like 45 seconds off the end of the run, just like that.
And it also makes Apex Legends non-canon.
Yep, deletes Apex Legends from the canon. I wish I lived in the universe where we got Titanfall 3 instead of Apex. I'll tell you what, man. All right.
I only wish.
Why not both?
Why not both? That would be even better. All right, here we go. This is the final sequence of the run here. Bladen's going to be going for some really cool strats. He will sacrifice himself, throwing himself into the fold weapon to cause it to detonate in on itself and destroy the planet and the weapon. And here we go. This is our final escape sequence.
So time's going to be coming up in like 20, 30 seconds here.
So there are some scripted sequences that happen here, and we're going to manipulate how we interact with them. We want to be as low as possible on this double jump here. And now off of this slide, we want to build up as much speed as possible via strafing. We're looking for around like 48. That's perfect. Now if we land on this at the right angle, we get catapulted up to like 80 kilometers an hour. Hit the trigger. Let's go.
And time.
Perfectly done. 123.24. Nicely done, dude.
Nice.
GG, Bladen, man. That was so that was highlighted the run for me. Like Beacon 3.
Yeah, hyper fastball into hyper zipless. That was sick.
It's so wild that it's been so long that this has been a GDQ that super fastball has evolved like 3 times now.
Yeah.
pretty wild. Anyway, yeah, be sure to catch us at SGDQ. It'll be on Thursday. I believe that's June 1st. Thursday, June 1st. It's the bonus game for Thursday, so...
Yeah, it's prime time, like 8 p.m. Eastern, so it'll be super sick.
Bladen, thank you so much for letting me commentate, man. I have so much fun doing this.
Thank you for commentating. It was such a blast.
Yeah, and what can people... Are you going to go for anything wilder and live?
Sorry,
really,
what's the question?
Really, you gonna go for anything wilder in the live run? Really flex and show off?
Probably not. I think that's about as wild as it gets. I think like that Rocky Road shot at the end is like already like kind of pushing it.
You can't go for harder stuff. Yeah, Bladen is literally like hyper fastball and Rocky Road are easily the 2 hardest strats that exist in this game right now. So yeah.
All
right. Well, thank you, Bladen, for coming on and doing that. Reminder, if you want to see this live, Thursday, June 1st at 9:15 p.m. on the GDQ channel right here during SGDQ. And it's going to be a bonus game, so if you want to see it, throw some donations our way during SGDQ and help us unlock it. With that said, we're going to be going to a quick break, and we'll be right back with True Crime New York City. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
All right, welcome back to AIMBOT, everyone. I know we got a lot going tonight, so I'll keep this short. Juneteenth annual event celebrating Black Independence is coming up June 17th and 18th. Join us to highlight the amazing talents of the Black speedrunning community. So we'll start at 1 p.m. Eastern each day. So, True Crime New York City. This is a run that has to be experienced, so I'm not going to say too much about this. The only thing I'll say is that if you haven't updated your computer, you're going to be really confused at one very specific part of this run. So, without saying anything more, PMC, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, so this game is an experience. Before we get started, I want to mention right up front that I'm playing with my mouse set to an 8 millisecond polling rate. If you have a normal 1 millisecond polling rate, your mouse will not work correctly. If you have a pad plugged in, it will mess up the game's controls, so please don't do that. And lastly, I'm going to be playing without voice volume on, which is going to be important for a reason that I'll point out a bit into the run, about 8 minutes or so. But with that said, we'll go ahead and get into it. Of course, I will be doing this run at SGDQ 2023 in the weird part of the night, technically on Thursday, but late Wednesday, I think for most people will experience it. And also I should mention, as you can see here, there is a mid-2000s New York State license plate, and you will have the opportunity as an incentive to donate to have your own license plate on the stream. So I don't know what people are going to pick. You got 7 characters to work with. So, knock yourself out. I mean, this is the last good New York State license plate. The ones they've had since then have all been terrible. Sorry, Spider-Man 2018. The way time is going to start here is that time will start when I skip the first cutscene. So I'm going to hit, I'm going to mash through OK here. And then as soon as I skip that first cutscene, I'm just going to time and we're off to the races here. So let's go ahead and get going here. And all right, it's December 2005. We got to get revenge for our dad who was betrayed by Kevlar. So we're going to go out of bounds, jump over here to cause some guys to spawn, and then murder all these guys by using auto aim and spamming around. All right, cool. We got vengeance. 5 years pass. Now we're going to be a cop. That was control left click to do a light attack, control right click to do a heavy attack, control left click and right click to do a radial if it hits, and then control shift D left click to do a directional attack.
What?
Congratulations, that's Emacs. Also the controls for this game. I'm playing the PC version, so I have to do things like use the numpad. If you're one of those gamers who doesn't have a numpad on your keyboard, then guess you're not speedrunning True Crime New York City. Don't know what you're doing. You're missing out. This game is out of bounds. You might have seen that in like the first 5 seconds of the game. The way out of bounds work is that you enter one of 2 high speed modes. Either you strafe and go out of bounds, or you can fire your gun. And when you're indoors, firing your gun makes you enter a run and gun state, which means that you go faster. That's cool. We like going fast. That's a gun dive. There are grenades when you're learning to be a cop. I don't know why. I'm not going to ask questions. What we're doing here in these first levels is we're doing enough of the tutorial tests. And then once we've done enough to get a passing grade, we just clip out of the rest of the test. And then we go on our way to the end of the test. If I can get through this wall. Jeez, wow. Okay. This is probably my least favorite clip. Yeah, there we go. Hooray. Yeah, so let me get out of here. So obviously first there was the punching test, and then there's the shooting test. Of course, next is going to be a driving test. This one's even easier because we can just turn on our sirens, and that's pretty much it. Now, like, we'll just pass the driving test by virtue of having our sirens on, because like it forces cars to the side. It wants us to do some other things like a pit maneuver or a shooting out of our car, which is actually, you can shoot out of your car. You can freely aim, eat your heart out GTA PS2 games. Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm playing on the PC version. This version was a port done by Aspire. The original studio, Luxaflux, God bless them. They only really worked in the PS2 version. And then the other versions of the game were done by other studios. The GameCube and Xbox ports, of course, are also extremely haunted in ways that I can like, literally the GameCube game may be one of the most haunted things I've ever seen. The run is not valid if you do not hit this baby carriage, so please be sure to do that. That's a joke. That no one actually enforces that, but everyone does. Okay, so now we get to do. Now the game's going to try to teach us about the garage and some other things, some other weird stuff. But instead of learning how to change our clothes or get in cars, we're going to just clip out and jump through here, and that's easy peasy. Now, True Crime New York City does have some things in common with other GTA, GTA clones or GTA games themselves. If you look away from where you're driving, cars generally don't spawn except that man. That man spawned. But generally speaking, cars don't spawn. You'll generally be fine. So we're able to face the camera in the other direction. and then drive mostly to our destination.
The comedic timing there is immense.
It really is. I should mention in this game, if you cause an explosion and then drive through the explosion, the puff of explosive collision hitbox, I don't know what, will instantly kill you and just like pull you out of your car. It's something. It's going to come up later when we do the rail shooter sequences, but we will do what we do. Anyway, we got to learn how to be a cop on the streets. So we're gonna go ahead and there we go. Do some resting. Notice that like when these guys will just run away after if they okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Okay. Hey, okay.
I thought he was just dodging you.
I don't know what's happening there. This is True Crime New York City, folks. Things will happen and through no fault of my own. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that I have voice volume turned off in the mix. There will be cutscenes in the game that will just whip around for no reason. That's because there's supposed to be someone talking to us. But since I turned the voice volume off, instead of just being muted, it actually skips the voice lines. So things like unskippable cutscenes, and then one other very important mechanic will just sort of instantly like whip by us super fast. And that's it. And we just don't have to worry about dealing with cutscenes or learning, which is definitely a thing we can't do. It's really important when I'm facing this guy that you look at how he gets out of his car. Close the invisible door. The man is a mime. I think he's a mime. That's my conclusion. All right. Anyway, he's too afraid to jaywalk. He's not a very good criminal. Jaywalking isn't a crime anyway. That's a social fabrication by auto dealers. Your crime, New York City. Welcome to the wrong cars. And then we're almost done the tutorial sequence here. We got one more drive. Our mentor, who's in the car with us, is like I think he's on his last week before retirement. He is going to get out of the office anytime now and move on from having to train rookie officers like the player character. So that's really great news. And just about
of course,
here.
Nothing bad's going to happen.
Nothing bad's going to happen. Anyway, he died. Or at least we think he's dead. More on that later. We're going to do a series of save and loads here. Why? Because after this part, in order to advance the game, we're supposed to do a random city crime. A city crime is just like something bad's happened around the city. Reckless driver, vegetarian, something like that. That's the game's words, not mine. And we have to go deal with that. However, if we do these save and loads here, what happens is the game panics and it is unable to save the game for whatever reason. It cannot like save that state and it will just advance the game to the next mission. We don't know why that works. Skiller's here found it. Shouts to Skiller. And now we are on to finding our first taxi. Taxis are the main reason that you shouldn't try to run this game seriously, because that is our means of fast travel. Taking a taxi is always faster than driving because they actually modeled all of Manhattan. So it is actually quite big. And you definitely want to get a taxi so you can immediately warp to where you're going. If you had voice volume on, this is where you would hear Christopher Walken's voice, but rip, we're not hearing Christopher Walken's voice. So instead we will just continue saving the game because this is a marathon appearance and get into a taxi.
How much time does it save to like turn voice volume off?
About 8 minutes or so. Actually, it was KZ Fru who discovered that. Shout out to KZ Fru.
The god GTA gamer himself.
For real. Yeah, the reason it saves so much time is going to become apparent because it's not just those cutscenes. There's another mechanic in the game where you really save a lot of time by having no voices, which we'll get into not in this mission, but in the next mission. I should mention that this game has auto aim because it was originally a console game, but it lets you use the auto aim even on PC. I can just sort of like hold down auto aim and then whip my gun around, and things hurt. Oh god, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Yeah. Okay. Well, rest in peace, me. What happened there is I was trying to run through that window without dying, and I got clipped by the barrel, and went down. So now we get to see all this again. There is no like checkpoints, but that's because all the missions are practically so short that there's really no big problem with dying generally. I say that now. All right, the temptation to pick up that rifle is gone anyway. All right. In the interest of safety, I am not going to stand near the explosive barrels. Oh. There you go. Okay. Awesome. So, more taxis, more taxis, more taxis. The next mission that we're going to go to is a mission where we have to chase down somebody and interrogate them. In a lot of these cases, the interrogations are just going to be like, hey, I killed the rest of your friends and now you give up. Sometimes, though, we have to subdue them more directly. So here, we're going to run into this zone, skip the cutscene, and then immediately shoot. There's a real chance someone could just be in front of me when I skip this cutscene. And so there's like always a chance here. Because the game wants me to get on this motorcycle, but that's slow when I can just shoot this man off his motorcycle. I also have to shoot him good. I have to shoot him in the good way, which is when the cursor turns blue, and then it shoots him in the knee just right. I get the good cop points, and then I'm able to beat him. This is where most of the time save is in the interrogation, because what's supposed to happen is I'm supposed to be getting a line of dialogue after each punch, and I would have to wait for that line of dialogue to complete before I punched again. However, with voice volume off, I don't have to wait to punch again. I can just beat him senseless until he apparently tells me the thing that I need to know, which is the location of the next mission. That's interrogations. This map is super cursed because there are like subway icons underneath mission markers and things like that. It's no good. Okay, so this is Safe House. We are going to immediately go out the walls. We're going to bypass some triggers, and bypassing those triggers will pretty much destroy the sequence for the rest of the level. Reminder, I am shooting while running because I have infinite ammo, and I move faster when I'm shooting. You have infinite ammo for your basic pistol. That's something. This door should be closed, but it's not closed because I didn't activate the sequence that closes it. And then we're off to fight the boss.
I completely missed, I guess, every other time I've seen this game that you have infinite ammo.
Yeah, the pistol. So the pistol has infinite ammo.
Oh, okay. All right.
The weapons I pick up do not. So I'm going to be a bit more judicious in some levels when it comes to how I use weapons. Like, obviously there's an advantage to using the AK when, I can try to blast down these letters. And there are levels where I lose that pistol. And that's where I'll have to scavenge to get, weapons. Like the studio level at the end is like that, because I do not have the pistol in that. There we go. It is always faster to do the good cop knockout at the end of an interrogation than the bad one. That just takes a slight second longer. All right, we are now off to the Zuma Museum, which I'm sure is probably an acronym for some variation of the Met or the Natural History Museum, or I don't know, something. But we're definitely going to respect this museum. This is a stealth level. You know what that means? Don't ask me, because I've never stealthed this level. We're just going to run through shooting because that's the fastest way to move through the level. Rest in peace, all the exhibits.
Okay, so I've got to ask, with the like good cop versus bad cop stuff, is there a category that does like all of one or all of the other?
So,
like, are there different endings?
Okay,
for good cop, bad cop?
There is a bad cop ending. It does not change that much. You get an extra fight at the end and a different ending video, and that is pretty much it. Typically in the speedrun, we are always getting the good cop ending. If I got the bad cop ending, I wouldn't really know what to do. I don't think I've ever actually done that fight. But there's like a chance if I ran over enough people and shot enough innocent people that I could get it. It's close enough that it could happen, but it has not happened to me yet. So what I'm saying is there's a chance. I hope it never happens. All right, now to make this game even more tasteful, we're going to go to an insane asylum where only normal things will happen. All right, so going into this, I'm going to skip the cutscene while also hitting numpad plus to break out of the straitjacket. I will use heavy punch combos to knock out all of these guys. Ideally, they don't block ever, hopefully. There you go. Beetlejuice appears, the window breaks, and then I turn and run for my life. We're going to, instead of doing the intended sequence, we are just going to clip out through the wall, enjoy the fine skyline, and these cars, these little 2D cars. I don't know who they're for, but I appreciate them. We're going to pop back in bounds here so we can get a weapon. Oh, maybe. This guy has a syringe. We want that syringe for reasons that'll become clear. If you're listening closely, I want you to listen to what's about to happen. Right, so that was Windows error noise. Someone left in a placekeeper noise. Once that man shoots, we threw the syringe at him, and then we did a one-hit KO. A small man popped out of him and then unlocked the door. There you go. That's that level. We now have to race to the opera. Using a fast car. Oh, none of these are fast. None of these are fast. No, don't arrest him. Don't give him a ticket. I was mashing the badge button to get people out of their cars. That's funny. I forgot that does that. Okay, so go. Generally speaking, we want to get as fast a car here as possible. And police cars are on average the fastest and most commonly available car. So we'll generally use that. We can get faster cars. There are a few sport cars that are faster, and there are sport bikes that are faster. Those are the fastest, which will be especially haunted if that happens. So anyway, we're just enjoying some New York City traffic now while I look at chat reacting to the escape crazy mission, which is a good time. Yeah, I didn't know you could give people tickets in this game either, but now I know.
Learning new stuff live.
I know. Yeah, it's really. I mean, this is probably the game I've speedrun the most, and new things continue to happen, both intended and unintended. I am sure on the part. I actually once in a while, one of the original developers of the game comes to my stream, and he just sort of like dies when I do things. Shout outs to Goodrich Games, a real champ. All right. Anyway, this is now the final level of the first kind of major act of the game. I haven't talked about the structure of the game, and I'm going to do that later because I got some boss killing to do. This is the boss. It's a boat. I hate boats. Boats have never been good in video games, and I think this is another fine example of how boats are not good in video games, and you shouldn't look for them to be good.
Okay, New York City, welcome to the war on boats.
Welcome to the war on boats. So anyway, there was a tank inside that, but here's the problem with that boss is that it does not die when we kill it. We actually have to get it to be born first. And in order to do that, we then have to aimbot a bunch of people through the floor. I mentioned earlier there's auto aim. The auto aim does work through the floor. It works actually through walls as well. Every time you see +3 career, a man has died. So just happens to be through the wall. And there we go. Once the music changes, that's the end of the level. Nice. All right, on to the mob. The way this game is structured, there are 4 criminal organizations. The FBI has tasked the player character with figuring out who is the corrupt officer inside the NYPD, and we're going to figure that out by chasing down the heads of these 4 crime families. We always do the Magdalena cartel first, and then the remaining 3 crime families we're able to do in an order of our choosing. For the speedrun, we always do them in the order of Palermo Mob, Shadow Tong, then President's Club. And we're going to an Italian restaurant called The Italian. Oh no, he came in swinging, jerk. Oh no. All right, this is the worst opening possible. Ideally, I'm able to grab one of them before. Oh, okay. Okay. This is gonna be me at the bar, the hotel, at the event, like that. Okay. All right. Yeah, all my strats. All right, you know what? We're gonna do some backup strats here. Let's get over here. Let's get over here. Let's get over here. Come on. Oh no. I like that. Okay. All right. No. Oh, okay. Wait, I forgot what the button was. Okay. Wait. Oh, I'm trying to show off something. There we go. Anyway, you can throw them in a freezer. It's super great, and they're dead. Look at him. He's so mad at me. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say that was worth it.
I like that they very specifically not only modeled that kill, but they gave it bad points.
Yeah, I mean, I had to get the guy to chill, okay? Anyway, this is Gino. Oh, no, wait, I have to punch Gino. Oh, wait. I forgot that. Normally what I would do is pick up the pizza shovel and beat everyone with the pizza shovel using heavy punch combos. But that obviously did not go according to plan. That was not at all how I would normally do this level. Oh, Did the wrong one. Anyway, that's the bad cop knockdown. Okay, yeah. And if in case you were thinking I was kidding, look at above the door. The restaurant is called The Italian. And that's anti-Italian discrimination, as they would say on The Sopranos, a series that I've totally watched. JK, I've never watched The Sopranos.
I thought you had a deal with PMC or with KZ to watch that, or was that something else?
Maybe we had a deal? Did we have a deal, bro? I feel like if we had a deal, he would be hounding me about that nonstop because he's always yelling at me to watch that show. And the reason he's yelling at me to watch that show is because I am the reigning world record holder in Sopranos: The Road to Respect for PS2. So I've never watched the show, but I've played the video game, which like seems like the same thing to me. I don't really see the big deal. Okay, so here we go. Watch this level. This level's gonna be over before you know it. I'm just gonna immediately go to the right, go right out of bounds. I used the animation of shooting there to prevent fall damage. I'm gonna go out of bounds again. I'm gonna turn around, follow the drops of water right to the door, and that's the end of that level. Okay, we have to chase down the mortician. This is actually kind of hard. They do not give you a lot of time to work with here in terms of getting into the car. And there's a lot of things you can interact with on the car that are not what you want. Anyway, this game has pit maneuvers. You want to see what a pit maneuver looks like? Woo! There you go. That's a pit maneuver. Good times. That works just like real life. Once again, we have to give him the good shot in the knee. Oh, yeah, there you go. Good cop point for the good shot in the knee. His knees work fine now. Gotta do the interrogation. All right, there we go. Off he goes. So yeah, we're continuing to learn things about the Palermo mob, working our way through their criminal organization. Of course, like all good criminal organizations, they got to go someplace to work out. They got to get swole. So we're going to the gym. We're going to defeat goons, as you always should. Oh, wait, whoa. Okay. Speaking of things not going the way I want. All right. Okay. So the good news is that one of the reasons that we do this in this order is because doing it in this order allows us to use these blue dumbbells that will kill in one hit. If we had done the Palermo mob later, it would not have worked out that way. It would have done almost their full health. But because we're doing them as the second crime family, we're able to get through things. There's a chance that my camera could become stuck in the corner of this wall right here. I hope it doesn't happen. Yes, it didn't happen. It's been happening a lot to me recently, which is particularly haunted. Don't worry, I'm sure nothing bad will happen at the event. Now we just have to chase her. If we don't chase her, she will jump down from the indoor track and escape out the front door. But if we chase her, she just kind of gives up. And we interrogate. Off we go. So easy peasy. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Now we have to go get our taxes done. That's the next important tool in the. That's the yellow car. That's illegal. Do not drive yellow cars. Feel so baited by that. Damn. All right, here we go. Off we go. Going to get our taxes done. Going to go to quick and easy mortgage. Easy mortgage and loan, same thing. Something I should mention: there in this game, whenever I go out of bounds, there's a risk I could get mega jumped accidentally. I'm gonna try to mega jump intentionally once, but there's always a risk that whenever I go out of bounds, it could just shoot me off into space. Oh, I almost went out of bounds there. Or I almost went inbounds. That would be a problem. So you hop back out of there. You have to use the elevator in order to change levels, and then once we do that, we come back in here, kill this guy. We'll use auto aim to kill 4 guys who are in the level. Again, every time +3 career, someone has died. And then, hey, Tony, how's it going? Personally, if I were being apprehended by the law in this manner, I would simply give up. Getting shot through the walls, and then a man pops out and beats you. I would simply not continue in my criminal enterprise. I would love a taxi. Who's got a taxi?
It's real hard to think about your life.
Yeah, I would think about it, All right, here we go. So now we're on to the final level of the Palermo Mob, which of course is a construction site at the Tower of Pizza. Where else would it be? This is going to be one of the longer levels in the game because we got to ascend the whole building. But don't worry, we got some tricks to help us. We're going to make our way up this stairwell. Okay, so up here, we're going to avoid some spawns, some enemy spawns. We're going to do that by clipping through here. And then we jump through. Nice. All right, so one set of spawns avoided. I'm going to go to the left of this wall and do a gun dive to get over here. That avoids another set of spawns. I'm going to go ahead, grab this man's gun. As I said before, our pistol has infinite ammo, but the other weapons do not. But of course, the other weapons can kill real good, so we're going to use them sometimes. That man fell through the scaffolding. He was supposed to be standing on top of it. Kill that man, kill that man, kill that man. Grinder, all I have to do is hold down shift and move my mouse around, and then it just zips to the next enemy. All right, cool. All right, now we get to enjoy a nice, long ascent in this elevator. Shoutouts to speed friend Tapioca, who once clipped out of this elevator and soft locked the game. Didn't even know that was possible, but now I do. And I'm going to avoid doing it.
It's so wild to hear you talk about like all these people who I know specifically for running other games have just touched this game in some bad way.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a good way to touch this game. I'm going to be real. But yeah, as always, we can shoot them through the floor. And we just kind of slowly ascend. Enjoy some fine textures. Look at that great sports field down there. Perfect. Where I play all my games. Can shoot out some of these boards to have guys fall down to their death. Always a good time. One of the worst things I've ever had happen in a run is get to the top here, and then the final boss pushed me through the bottom of a platform, and then I fell to my death. That's only ever happened to me once, and I'm sure it won't ever happen to me again. Yeah, there we go. We're finally getting up to the crime boss, who's way up top. He's going to use his very powerful crane technique on us. Construction equipment joke.
Took a long time to build that one, huh?
Yeah, no, it really. I had to get union approval first.
Correct.
Ideally, he doesn't put the beam down, and I can just stay crouched, and it's fine. There you go, easy peasy. All right, important. That's the most important input in the game right there. If I mess that up, it's really bad, but it's fine. We're all fine here. I didn't mess it up. But now we're on to the Shadow Tongue. Where else would you look for the Shadow Tongue but at a goth club? And where else would you look for a goth club but a taxi that's going to appear soon? Please. The lights in this city, in this fictional simulated city, hate me. They're all like this. Like, no, we don't want the taxi to come to you. So yeah, this first level is interesting. We're gonna get some weird stuff going on here. First off, the church has Motorola branding, which I don't quite understand. But you know, I guess Motorola was just doing that at the time.
No, it's graffiti. The graffiti people out there are really serious about their phones.
They are. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to clip out of the wall immediately. This level is supposed to be a wave of 3 fights. However, the boss of the third wave is sitting just out bounds. So we're going to kill the boss of the third wave, and then the person that we're rescuing is going to pop out of her coffin and run for the exit, which will activate to the exits of the level, like so. And then we're on to the first rail shooter. Rules for rail shooters. General idea is that we want to avoid taking damage. I'm not at risk of dying. It's been a long time since I've died during one of the rail shooters, but it isn't impossible. Things could just go wrong. It is also possible for traffic to hit me. The game's mechanisms for preventing the traffic from getting in the way of the rail shooter are not perfect. I wouldn't call them watertight or airtight. So things will happen, but generally speaking, I'm just going to aim, shoot. I have a rifle. We're going to live our best life, and that's all that's going to happen. Enjoy the streets. But yeah, you'll notice any of these streets, like the traffic will get like bungeed back. Very silly. Some of the cars can collide with me, and I do want to prioritize shooting those because if I'm getting hit off of my usual path, then that's just time loss. You notice there, the car in front exploded, and then the cars behind immediately went out of commission. That's the chain explosion effect that I mentioned earlier, where the explosion of a car can instantly kill the drivers in nearby cars. There you go. Happened again with the black car behind that red car. Just water. Just water. There's some good signs around here. It's just water. Yeah, folks. I say it's just water. Go Phils. National League champion Philadelphia Phillies.
Wasn't going to say anything.
I was debating getting like an iHeart NYC shirt or something, but it might be funnier if I just wear a Philly shirt and do the run.
I mean, I can't decide what would be funnier is wearing a Philly shirt or wearing like a Boston shirt.
Oh yeah. It's good questions. Yeah, go Birds. Go Birds.
Yeah, go Birds.
All right, we're almost done with this sequence. We got one more wave of enemies before we close out this rail shooter. So generally I'm using the auto aim in these parts, but you can kind of free aim to get a better shot at some of the motorcyclists. But as you can see there, I still had probably 1/3 of my health. No problem. And off we go. Don't mash that cutscene too hard. That will crash the game. You don't want to do that. Okay. Finally, we're out of that sequence. We're on to Hard Cell. Hard Cell used to be one of my least favorite levels, but then Skiller found a really cool skip for it. Earlier in the game, it tried to tutorialize me about a feature called tasks. Normally, the way this game works is that you complete a mission, you get info on where the next guy you want to interrogate is. If you fail missions in a specific way, instead of restarting the mission, you can choose to visit an informant to get your next tip. But what if the location of the next mission and the location of the informant are the same place? Then the game panics. So what we're going to do here is we're gonna fail this mission in a very specific way, and then that's going to enable us to pretty much skip the rest of the mission. Normally, this mission would require like 15 minutes of driving. Like it's just miserable. The driving in this game is not that great. You don't really want to spend that much time driving. I mean, driving isn't great, right? Like if you've ever driven in New York City, it's miserable. I've driven the BQE. That's terrible. I don't even know why they have that road. But, you know,
I have unfortunately driven in New York City many a time.
Yeah, see,
it's not fun.
It's not fun. You don't want to do it. But great news, we can cut down on driving using a few easy steps. We're going to intentionally fail this extortion. That man's going to be on the floor. And then we're going to blow up our truck. And then we're going to choose the visit informant. And pow, we're at the next mission. Game panicked. So now we're going to punch those sofas. Don't punch the sofas again. If you punch the sofas again, it might crash the game. Don't do that. We're going to get out of bounds slightly. Then we're going to do a heavy punch combo. That's going to enable us to prevent all fall damage. We're going to find ourselves. When I say we're going to find ourselves, I mean, we're really going to find ourselves. Like, we're right here. I don't know what we're doing here, but we're under arrest. I'm going to plant some evidence. We're under arrest. Trust no one, not even yourself. All right. Shout outs to Fru. He loves that. He loves that gimmick. I also like that gimmick. It's a good time. All right. Anyway, back to the mission. That's not actually a part of the speedrun. I'm just goofing. Okay. So, we don't have our pistol in this level. But there's a rifle on the ground. And we're going to auto aim. Shoot everyone. And do an interrogation. There you go. And off we go. Okay, so now we're getting up to the mission that I think probably for a new player of this game, it's been a while since we've had a new player, but let's say hypothetically a person were to start learning True Crime New York City as a speedrun. They would probably find that the most difficult mission in the game for them is human cargo. Human cargo involves a big boat, and we already know that boats are bad. So we got to immediately, like the entrance to this mission isn't even near the road. So we gotta get a car. We gotta drive to the start of the mission. And we got to go in, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Easy. Okay. We're going to lose our gun. Lost their gun. Bad news. So now we need to go chase some dude. And now shenanigans are going to do so. Oh, that's just, all right. Okay. All right. Everyone's trying to throw me and it's causing me to teleport around the level, but I'm going, oh, damn. Okay. So I'm able to jump around this wall if I'm just not getting... All right. Okay. Excuse me. There we go. Okay. Let's just pretend like I got it right first time. All right. We need to activate this. Oh, I did not activate it. Oh, come on. All right. Can you just... Sir, can you not? All right. Normally this is not that much of an issue. Please. Oh, wait. Come on. Activate the crane. Why isn't he activating the crane? Oh, no. Something happened? This might be new. Okay. All right. Good. I was afraid for a second the crane controls. Normally you can activate that crane before he gets there. Okay. So we're chasing this guy. We're able to get in front of this guy. The game does not want us to be in front of this guy. So some weird things are going to happen. He's faster than us. He's going to go up some ladders, and we're going to try to follow him up those ladders, but actually, we're in front of him. But if we go up the ladder, he doesn't go up the ladder, so we need to go up the ladder just before he does. And yes, there you go. Second ladder. That second ladder is a pretty narrow window because you have to be able to obviously get from the one ladder to the other. He's faster than you. You know what you're doing. Sadly, I'm not able to interrogate him. This is actually something we've been trying to figure out. What the best way to interrogate that guy is. We can't advance his script, so we have to do the rest of the level normally. So we're going to go over here. Activate these screen controls. All right, throw these guys off. If we press the button a second time, it will bring the box closer to the player character. Now, if, let's say hypothetically, you were playing along at home and you're playing the Xbox version of the game, you may be aware that the Xbox version of this upcoming minigame is bugged. But I have great news. It is actually doable on Xbox. The way this minigame works is that you have two inputs for pushing. You're going to get wrestling with Tommy. Here comes Tommy. You got to defeat him. I'm on PC, so I'm hitting numpad 7 and numpad 9 like a civilized person. If you're on Xbox, you'd be hitting A or B, I think. Now, when you get him all the way to the edge, you got to hit another button to throw him. For me, that's going to be numpad plus. He immediately goes. If you're on Xbox, the window to hit the throw input is really tiny. But what you want to do is you want to keep mashing the throw inputs, the push inputs, and then also mash the push input. And eventually you'll be able to get it. The game doesn't tell you that you can keep doing the push, so that's the part that's not obvious, but it does work. I have done it. I have speedrun this game on all platforms. It's haunted. Don't do it.
Why?
Because I was raising money for charity, actually.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Yeah. I raised $600 for the East Coast Greenway, a cycling infrastructure charity. It was pretty cool.
Yes. Or your local cyclists, friends.
Please. All right, so anyway, we warped over here. Instead of driving back to the road, we did a load, and that took us back to the precinct, stepped outside, got a taxi, and now we're on to the last sequence of the Shadow Tongue. Everyone knows that in the city of New York, there is a giant underground cavern underneath Chinatown. Pretty normal. Anyway, this is where we're chasing our victim, our criminal. We're gonna go get him. Oh, sometimes it is possible for what is on the floor? Okay, I don't know. It is possible for Leland here to get lost, I guess. I don't know what happens to him. All right. I'm going to play for safety, so I'm going to make sure these guys are dead before I traverse. Okay. I mentioned before that you go faster when you shoot. And so you also, if you're in a sped up animation and you start a ladder, you will speed climb. You will do that. It's a good time. I recommend it. That man almost murdered me, but I still have blood in my feet. Yeah, that dude had a shotgun. He has killed me during runs before. That is expected. But yeah, they're just zip lines. It's just, you know, this is New York City, baby. This is what you get. What you get at the Big Apple.
Everybody's seen the Times Square zipline.
It's true. I should mention that the PC version does have sped up animations. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I thought he already entered the running mode. You can't really jump properly in the gun mode, so you want to be out of gun mode before jumping that gap. Don't worry about it. Hey, you want to talk about punching? We can talk about punching. This game has a 3-hit heavy punch combo, but you can loop the first 2 hits of the combo, so you can just do it over and over again as long as you have endurance. And that way you can immediately advance through fights. And now we get to enjoy some classic gaming where we climb up a wall and the man drops boxes at us. This is just, you know, just normal Chinatown things. I should note that if you go too far to the left when climbing the wall, it has the potential to affect Leland's pathing, and he might just walk off a pipe and die, in which case you would have to restart the level. So we want to stick to the right side of the wall. We got 3 of these walls, almost done the second one here. There is a very interesting bug that can happen where at the top of this wall, the boxes will start spawning slightly faster. And it will cause just a giant mass of boxes to appear at the top. I don't think we have it. I don't think so. Nah, this seems like normal pace. But it makes a heinous noise, just like really kind of like one of the worst things you ever heard. It'd be great if it happened. It's a good time, you know. It's just I recommend giving it a try. It happens even more often on GameCube, which is cool. Shout out to Nintendo GameCube. All right, I got that health for safety.
Try to jinx you into it happening.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to make it happen. All right, I want all the weird things to happen. Believe me. All right. Well, if you thought this whole speedrun has been off the rails, I got great news. We're going to be back on the rails in a second because we got to fight Leland. Ah, I messed up the combo. All right. So if we mess it up, we can do a knockdown. He'll do a wake-up attack. And then usually he'll open up with something and we can just start punishing him. Yeah.
How nice of him to stand still.
Yeah, I know.
While you're bent over.
I know.
Just
all right, come
try
on.
to recover.
All right, good. Oh, all right. You know what? Fine. The trade doesn't actually do that much damage, but I'm not taking risks. All right, there we go. We're done with it. On the President's Club. On to the next part. President's Club is a group of gangsters, most of whom are named after people who are never actually president of the United States, which is a pretty good time. I think that's an intended bit, and I appreciate that. First off, we're going to go to a drug den sponsored by Motorola. But yeah, once again, infinite ammo. We are firing because we move faster when we fire. Oh, okay. That's good. Strong start. Please, no one look at me. Oh boy. Oh boy. No. All right, we're good. Fortunately, didn't get a very fast ladder climb there. Okay, pick up some more health. Pick up a 50. 50 is a good gun for this. So we have to kill these 4 guys before we go after the president. Off we go. Okay, so now President Lincoln has a minigun. We're going to go ahead and shoot him the good way to disarm him. And yeah, if you think I like this game, that right there is this game's biggest fan. All right, another successful interrogation. Off we go. So I've never played this game casually. I've never played the game with the voices on. I don't know. These things I feel like are all mysteries for other people to discover. I can enjoy my part of the true crime New York City experience, provided I get a taxi, please, someone. There we go. Oh no, that's not a taxi. It's the wrong vehicle. All right, here you go. So this next mission has some really, I think, important advice for people to keep in mind. Oh, bar brawl! Shout out to the Vice City. So we're gonna go out of bounds, and then we're gonna run to the end of the level. If you encounter lasers, I would go slightly under them. I guess, sure. And there's the president. That's President Hamilton.
That tip just felt like one of those like advice for gamers meme account.
That was gaming in the Clinton years or whatever, you know. It's,
yeah.
go slowly under lasers. The effects of lasers going slowly are mind-boggling. All right, so now we're on to maybe one of the most important parts of the game, which is the final of the two rail shooters, which will give us the game's, basically what I think is the game's anthem. I don't know if it's actually the game's anthem, but it feels like the game's anthem. It was what I think was the song that might have been commissioned for this game by an artist named Sam Scarfo, who is a real artist, but I've not been able to, like, besides like some YouTube rips, I can never find this song posted anywhere. Because you're no longer in Twitch chat. You're now about to be in homicide chat. So, watch out, be safe. Homicide chat, he says. Same rules as the last rail shooter. I'm going to shoot these cars and try not to die, and then probably throw things to Dangerous, my host, to read donations for 2 minutes. How you doing, Amy?
I cannot wait to see this game live. Like, you're doing a good job, but just it's different. Yeah. In front of a live audience,
no,
and
the sensation
Fru's just going to be roasting you the entire time.
Is going to be great. I'm so looking forward to it.
Yeah, and KZ Fru's just going to be roasting you the entire time, talking about New York. Can't wait.
Ooh, bam.
These gentlemen are not being very safe on these motorcycles.
No, they are not. What's actually fun is if I can get a motorcycle to go in front of the limo, the limo just like punts it into the atmosphere. It's a very good time. This guy almost always drives through the ramp. Oh no, I killed him too early. Never mind. But he'll often drive through the ramp, which is a good time. Here I'm free aiming because it's just easier to kill them instead of shooting the motorcycles and having those explode.
So, why this game that you have submitted? Why not any other game?
Why this?
Yeah.
Why this? I mean,
why this?
I would say because this game is just sort of a lot of people talk about like 6th generation games as having this kind of like reputation of like barely holding together at the seams or like really being that crazy. And I feel like a lot of those games, they don't quite live up to it. Like the thing about bad games is that bad games don't necessarily make for good speedruns. I think what makes for good speedruns are games with lots of features. Now, as it turns out, most games with lots of features are good games. GTA, Zelda, Mario, whatever. Sometimes, though, you have a game that has lots of features and doesn't quite come together. And that's a special combination. Like that. Just bam. just pun it, Why not? So I think that's really the thing that sells this more than anything else, is that the people who made this, I think, had a lot of ideas and were given way too little time by Activision to make the game. And I think this product reflects that perfectly, for better and for worse. I certainly think had they been given another year, it would have probably been just as well received as True Crime Streets of LA was, which is like a generally well-regarded game. But that didn't happen. It was 2005, baby. We needed to finish off the console generation and get to that Xbox 360.
Oh, this was on the original Xbox. I completely missed it.
Yeah, this game is on GameCube. Boot this game up on GameCube if you want to. Actually, folks, if you want to know how good the GameCube version of this game is, look up the status report about getting this game to run. Dolphin. Those devs tell you not to play this game. They just ask you not to play it on GameCube. It's something. They just don't want you to do it. All right.
I was trying to look up the song, and reading the reviews of this is very funny.
All right. Once again, I need to do some driving, so I'm going to look for a fast car or a police car. Most likely a police car. Here we go. We are on our way to the print factory, where we will once again chase someone down and interrogate them. We need to get to 56th Street, or we're going to drive the wrong direction. Oh boy. All right. Thank you, officer. But yeah, now we're just going to drive in a straight line and look the other way. If you do get a motorcycle in this part of the game and you do what I'm doing, where you look the other direction, Marcus will just face the ground and not look forward, which looks incredible. I'm always a fan of that option. Yeah, if you play... So apparently in the original PS2 version of this game, they rely on division by zero a lot to do some of the game's behavior. And other consoles don't really like it when you do that. That's just the PS2 that likes that. PS2 is a real divider by zero. All right, this is the print factory. We're gonna roll these guys, and then we're gonna get up here. There is a chance here I could mega jump, where I could just jump across the gap between this and the next section of the level. But I'll probably just pop through the wall. We don't know. We've never been able to do this consistently, but I have like a plus 50% success rate on the GDQ channel for some reason. I don't know why that is. It's really haunted. Yep, there you go. No success. So we are now going to use the normal backup strat, where I'm going to push this barrel over here. This barrel, I'm going to try to jump off it. Oh, all right. Well, we almost had it. I promise the physics are very functional in this game. Thank you. Okay. Now, before we go back in through this wall, we're going to blow up this truck. That's going to be useful in a second. But first off, we got to get back inside the level. Maybe. Please? There you go. Back inside. So that's the guy we're chasing right there. He's being guarded by a bunch of folks. We're going to go and take care of those folks. Now, those are all the ones we have to kill, and we just have to chase the guy down at this point. He tries to get in the truck. The truck has already exploded, though, so that's a real problem for him. And now he's going to go to a particular spot where we're going to interrogate him. And interrogate. We cannot interrogate him until he reaches the spot. And that's good. Now he told us where the next part is, which is the final part of the final crime family. We're going to the studio. Zen Empire Records. Oh, we got to get... this is our second to last taxi. That's a yellow car. That should be illegal. You know what? I'm tired of this. Tired of this. Get out of here. Don't show me a yellow car. Thank you.
All right. Oh no, your bad points.
It would be really funny if that pushed me over the edge for bad points.
Is there a way to tell, or is it just kind of like...
I think if I stopped looking in the menu, I could tell, but, never tell me the odds. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So we're going to lose our pistol again. We're going to be captured and disarmed. Now we have to escape. It is possible to clip through that door. We're not going to do that because it's easier just to run around and get some weapons coming this way. There's a man here. I don't know. Why is there screaming? I heard screaming. No, Marcus. Oh, all right. Sometimes there's a glitch where instead of throwing it, he will try to swing and I have to reset it, but I was not able to reset it in time. That is how this level goes sometimes. I brought a sword to a gunfight. Went predictably. Don't bring shorts to a pants fight, folks. Where'd he go? Oh, oh God. All right. Got him. Okay. Hour of anime. Give me that gun. All right, good. We're gonna grab these 2 guns, maybe. Okay. Oh, there's 2 50s? Yes. All right, this is a really good combo. Those guys can drop 45s or 50s. We want the 50s. Ooh, lost his leg. Good. I'm going to pick up the semi-auto from this man. He usually has a shotgun. That gives us good shots there. Easy, clean shots on those guys. And then there's one more dude in here. Take care of. So we are able to clip through that gate, but the elevator does not activate until we hit that button. So there would be no benefit to doing so, really, which is sad because it would be nice to just clip through there, but so it goes. Now, I'm picking up with this rifle because I want to make sure I have enough ammo to just shoot and run past all these guys, and off we go to the final fight. Oh no, I threw my sword. Oh, that's bad. That's not. I was mashing to get through the cutscene. So you have to fight Benjamin by hitting him with weapons. Normal items do not. Where'd my sword go? Oh, did I really just throw it off the roof? I can't believe that. All right. I have to hit him with a lot of bamboo now. Okay.
You know, weapons like bamboo.
Weapons. Yeah, my fists don't do damage, but bamboo, yes. Okay. Come on. If you go to his right, you're always able to avoid the second attack of his damage. The second damage of his attack. Second swing of his attack. I don't know why the word damage came up in my brain there. But good news is that when we get here, we can just throw the bamboo at him. Maybe it'll hit him. Maybe it won't. But then we're going to put him into a punch combo. We're going to knock him down and bully him. He usually doesn't do wake-up attacks, so I can just start... No? Really? All right, I don't... This game is haunted. There's a glitch called Butterfingers where sometimes I just can't pick up the sword. It'd be great if that happened, but who knows? All right, now
the flip off the ground is so cool.
It was a good time
picking up stuff.
Now you got to use your sword to do some heavy punch combos. If we're able to do it right, we're able to just loop him with the heavy punch. Yeah, see, I do know how to play this game. And then you chuck your sword into the night, so it lands on someone in New York City. All right, we are on to the final mission of the game. Do you remember our mentor from the beginning of the game? Turns out he is the corrupt cop, and he's been alive this whole time. But he's been trying to escape on the subway, which is a flawed plan. We have now caught up with him, as he's been trying to escape for the entire game. Thankfully, the subway car is full of med kits. We're able to get those while we chase him down. I think one more car, and then we'll activate the escape sequence. Okay. Time will happen when the black bars appear at the top and bottom of the screen in about 15 seconds from now. And yeah, this is True Crime New York City. And time. Woo! That's True Crime New York City. There is no cuts. There is no volume in the ending because it's all on the voice track, and I have that turned to 0 because it makes the game faster.
Perfect.
So there you go. Higgins faking his own death. I couldn't believe it. Surprise every time. But yeah, so I'll be doing this. I think it'll be 1 a.m. local time Wednesday night, so technically Thursday at Summer Games Done Quick 2023. It will be the appropriate time of day for a run like this. I think it's also just before Silly Block. Make your own conclusions about that. And yeah, I'm really excited, looking forward. I'll have some excellent folks with me. Casey Frew, who's in chat, will be on the couch. Musical Daredevil too, and I'll have a authentic New Yorker with me as well.
Well, yeah, thank you, and everybody. You know, I'm going to be awake for this run, so I hope this has encouraged people to be awake for this, because man, I can't wait to see this.
It's gonna be a good time. I mean, and the people showing up for Silly Block are gonna be like, oh, what is this? And they're gonna be exposed. So I'm very excited.
All right. Well, that is True Crime New York City by PMC Trilogy, and we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with Dark Forces by Covert Muffin. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Again, we got a ton going on tonight, so I'll keep this quick. If you want to have a hotfix show idea, want to submit it, ! HotFix in chat, and you'll be able to submit your ideas and see if we can get more shows, more content going. So this next game, we're taking it back to a more boomer shooter era. We've got Covert Muffin running Star Wars Dark Forces, and there's just not much else I can say about this. Covert, take it away.
Hello. Yep, my screen name's Covert Muffin. We're going to be showcasing off Dark Forces Any Percent, run on easy difficulty. And yeah, this game came out in 1995 originally, so on OG DOS. And it gets typecasted as like a Doom clone a lot of the time, but that's actually not true. Like the folks who actually developed this game made it with their own custom engine that they built from scratch, which actually really revolutionized a lot of things, and it doesn't get nearly as much credit that it deserves. But we're not playing on that engine. We're actually playing on a modernized version, which is a fan-made modification for this game, which is known as the Force Engine. And so this was a labor of love. It's free if you just own Dark Forces, like on Steam or GOG or wherever you want to get it. Just Google the Force Engine and then download it and try it out. And like a lot of different things, like you'll notice that the textures, these do not look like they came from 1995. And I know I'm streaming at 720p, but like this is a 1080p game, and you can actually stretch the game screen as well. But I have it in the original sort of box form. But more importantly, almost, is that there's a lot of incredible accessibility and approachability features beyond the modernized graphics, beyond the modernized audio and stuff that went into the game. So, like for instance, there's a lot more input customization that you could do with the original DOS, as well as the emulated version, which was what we would speedrun on before this, which was DOSBox. So, like, all of these just rebindings and stuff are really incredible, but also I can look up and down with my mouse. I cannot tell you how nice that is. Normally we would have to use like page up and page down in order to do that. But no, it's incredible, and this speed game is amazing. It's the first game in the Jedi Knight anthology, which if you remember, if you've seen me run at GDQs, you probably have seen the Jedi Knight Academy or Jedi Knight Outcast. This is the game that's kicked off that entire anthology, and it's an amazing and very unique speed game. So that being said, I am good to get started, and we will be starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Cool, okay, so we were playing as Kyle Katarn, and we are a mercenary that was hired by the Republic. And so basically, if you have watched Rogue One and that like 2-hour movie in order to be able to steal the Death Star plans, yeah, it's gonna take us about like a minute on this mission if everything goes well. But I just actually ended up quick saving the game as I punched that stormtrooper in the butt to try and get him out of the way. Shoutouts to butt punches. And so here I'm actually gonna try and catch a door cycle. There are the Death Star plans. Yep, easy peasy, got the door cycle and everything. That's good, because I was missing that during warm-ups. And then we just have to kill these last two stormtroopers, and we are going to be able to escape with our waifu, Jan Wars. Awesome. So this game, as you can see, it's a pretty short run. 26 minutes is the like estimate, as well as like the setup period of like a few 4 minutes, as I just saved 2 seconds by doing that jump there. And really, this game has a few tricky factors in terms of the movement, right? So it's your standard sort of like Doom Wolfenstein-esque sort of looking shooter. However, this game has constant ice physics. So basically, it's very difficult to actually stop precisely in locations that you want. And there's going to be a number of like really precise setups that I'm going to have to do as I progress through. But here's a really cool cycle skip where I'm just going to crouch through that window. And this allows me to skip like half the mission, or not half the mission, but maybe a third of it. But so like up here, I'm going to use my mouse to look up. Oh, that feels so good. I remember having to do page up and page down for that. But there's a quick save, right? Because the good bits of RNG in this game are going to be sort of enemy patterns and stuff. So there, I just shot that Imperial officer so I could grab the Dark Trooper weapon and be able to coast through that window without any sort of interruption. So I just like generally know where all the enemies spawn and where they can sort of like all move around as we do another tight jump. Nice, another couple seconds saved. And so as we go through the game, there's going to be like a lot of tight hallways and stuff. And so the enemies like managing their AI and stuff is going to be actually one of the more skill-based portions of the run. But speaking of skill-based portions of the run, this is going to bring us to our first of a good number of these sequence breaks as we progress through, which are going to be these thermal detonator jumps. And they are definitely going to be one of the more difficult aspects for newer runners, and why I love the Force engine a lot as sort of a mode to be able to run the game on. So here, normally I only get 2 attempts at this trick, and then I would have to reset the mission. But there I got second try, nice. So even if I didn't have quick save and quick load, which is unique to the Force engine, then I like still would have been able to continue without having to reset the level. But there with quick save and quick load, it just guarantees that I'm able to finish out the trick without having to restart the mission one, if not multiple times, which is really, really awesome. And that is an aspect known as approachability in game development, which basically states that there are going to be certain features within the game and modes that are going to allow runners of varying skill cap and capability to be able to pick up a game succinctly, which is really, really awesome. Whoops, yeah, it's this way. Like crouch and continue moving. So here, this is a good example of how difficult ice physics are. I'm gonna go for this button. Oh, I got it. Okay, I didn't even have to slow down. But I can actually slow myself down by holding shift, which is gonna cause me to walk, because I just have always run to be on. They're just killing that Imperial, so because we have to backtrack through here. And then here's going to be a switch puzzle. So here it's the same every time, which is going to be, whoops, 636. Okay, good. So there I actually did the button presses a little bit slower, not because like counting is hard, even though it is incredibly hard, if you speedrun especially, as I do a really difficult thermal detonator jump. But instead, if I actually do the inputs a little bit too quickly, oh, that was so close. Oh yeah, this jump is, there we go. Okay, we got up there. Shout out to quick save and quick load once again, because if I did not have that, then I would have had to fall and I would have lost a life. And I only have 4 lives for the sake of the speedrun. Oh, that Imperial still up. That's okay. That's okay. Oh yeah, Braid. So up here is going to be a sequence of 2 thermal detonator jumps. This one's pretty easy. This is the hardest one in the mission, which is going to require me to jump right as it explodes under my feet. Beautiful. Got that in only a few tries. Really, really nice. And so that's the thing about this game, right? I'm like trying to explain like half a dozen things at the same time. And then it's like, okay, yeah, mission's over. It's just an incredibly fast-paced run, and there's very, very little downtime to it. So, yep, there I just checked my thermal detonator count as we jump into this mission. And I'm going to kill this enemy because he's going to drop an E11 blaster rifle, giving me 15 more energy. Because even though I have 183 ammo, these shots can actually end up draining me of ammo. And so, like, in the mid-game, you can just easily run out of ammo. But as I'm coming into this mission, it's something really cool to explain, which is known as a global cycle. So there I actually just ended up picking up an extra weapon and like some stuff, but I'm actually not going for the optimal cycle on this mission, which basically they're going to be these raising and lowering pillars that start moving as you begin the mission. And there's going to be a big one that I'm going to point out as I do a really difficult sequence of movements there. Very nice, with only 15 health remaining. No problem. And so I just know that I'm not going for the optimal cycle. on this thing, right? So I can actually catch this an entire cycle earlier, just barely if I absolutely book it and hit everything optimally and don't get screwed by RNG. But here's going to be the first boss fight of the run. So here, after I activate this, I'm actually going to start using alternate fire thermal detonators. And then here, I'm just going to dump in 9 of these, clipping them through the wall, and then I just know that is actually going to be just enough to be able to kill the boss. You actually only need about 7, but sometimes like they have a hard time clipping through, and so you do actually need 1 to 2 extra. There, I just did one of the most precise tricks in the entire run, which was going to be activating that switch while just standing barely outside of a trigger zone. Normally, this puzzle, you actually have to hold down that switch, and then the doors like open and close, and then you have to like redo the switch and then fire another wave, redo the switch, fire another wave. But activating that switch just outside of the trigger zone allows you to actually only press it once, and then it's just infinitely going to open those doors, which is awesome. Now I just nailed the last thermal detonator jump. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Cool. Ooh, okay. So this level is going to be another one with a global cycle where I am actually going to be taking this just a little bit slower. I'm going to go for an easier cycle, which is just barely slower by a number of like single seconds. So instead, I'm just going to stock up on some ammo. We're going to pick some extra pickups up and it's just going to guarantee that the good aspects of enemy AI RNG are not going to screw me over with having to try and hit that optimal cycle. And that's sort of like a name of the game in terms of like picking up a speedrun in general, because this is probably the Jedi Knight game that I have the least number of hours in with the Jedi Knight games that I've run. Okay, nice second try on that thermal detonator jump. And so it's good to just pick up strats to just be able to lower your average time. So they're here picking up some additional pickups as I do, and actually developer intended sequence break, for the level itself, which was activating the elevator and then exploding a wall with that thermal detonator. And here's where this global cycle matters, where this thing, you can actually catch it as it's all the way up and do a really, really difficult and precise thermal detonator jump. But instead, I just kind of chill, wait for it to raise back up, and then just come to the end of the level. So here, cool, okay. Another switch puzzle, easy peasy. All right, continuing on. So now we're kind of like in the mid-game portions of the run, which are going to show off some other really cool sequence breaks. This one's going to show off like intentional deaths, where I'm going to use them to actually intentionally backtrack. Here's one of the actually more difficult. TD jumped in, yes, second try. Oh, that's so good. But here, killing these enemies is going to be good because it's going to actually cause them to drop thermal detonators. So this is a really good place to stock up on TDs. And yeah, my health actually looks really, really good. Yeah, 39.99. So the green number there is going to be my armor, and then the red number is going to be my health. And so basically, I want to be keeping my health at a lowish value, as I have to guarantee pick up 20 armor there, which is not great, but that's okay. That's okay. Because I've been managing my health really, really well so far. Yeah, 40 is like perfect. Okay, 32 is a little scary, so I'm actually going to quick save here. 12 is a little scary. I really don't want to get hit here, and I didn't. Wow, that was perfect. That was actually beautiful. I only needed to use 1 thermal detonator to take an intentional death there. So in the old game, which did not have quick save and quick loads, because I'm running on the Force engine, which is a modernized version of the game, basically the way the game saves is with checkpoints. So as I hit certain checkpoints, basically it'll just, if I take a death, it'll set me back up there. And because we have 4 lives before we completely fail the mission, as I come into even more intense ice physics, oh boy. Basically, I can use those lives in order to fill my health back up to 100, but then also be able to backtrack a little bit quicker by taking intentional deaths in really specific spots. So there's going to be a couple more of those. I don't go for a lot of the optimal ones, which only end up saving about like half a second here, half a second there. But this game has been very, very well optimized by like Maxim and Brindar and Circles and like everybody else. Okay, there we go. Nice. All right, good. Okay. All right, so this is actually going to be one of the trickier jumps in the run because I am on constant ice physics. Yep. Okay. So basically, the other thing is that like doorways, as well as certain corners and like ledges and stuff, are sticky. So basically, as I still like turn on the infrared goggles, don't worry about it. Oh wait, I went the wrong way that I normally do because I was laughing about the goggles. Okay, this way. But here we put on a gas mask as we're going through the tapioca pudding puddles, which are these fours here, which actually deal damage if you stand in here. But here we're going to be introduced to Shadow Troopers, so I'm going to want him to walk out a little bit, which he did. And then I get a basically a weapon buff called Weapon Supercharge, which is, going to allow me to shoot actually for faster. Oh, whoops, here we go. And then coming through here in a really specific route is going to allow me to come to the end of the mission. And then here's some really difficult movement. See if I get it. Almost. That was really close. Oh no. Okay. Yep. All right. There we go. Okay. And so basically the ice physics in this level, basically like they cause you to accelerate very, very slowly and decelerate very, very slowly. And actually on the DOS box emulated version of the game, it's a major problem because if you hit 0 velocity or 0 speed, then you soft lock yourself. However, thanks to TFE and their updated engine, that is no longer the case. So really cool thing that they're not just adding in all these approachability and accessibility options, but they're actually patching out soft locks within the game. Oh, that was so close. Oh, second try, I'll take it. We do a really epic thermal detonator jump to be able to jump to the very end of the mission. Yeah. Favorite sound effect in the game. So here we're on Jabba's ship and we have all of our weapons taken away. So, but that's okay. I'm just gonna punch this dragon in the nose a bunch. Because Kyle is an epic duderino. Then coming up here, I am going to punch him. I think I got it. Yeah, three is good. You can actually kill that guy in 2 hits if you're really lucky. And then with the thermal detonator jumps, I grab the blue key and grab some mines, which we're going to be using later in the mission. And then here's a tricky jump. Got it. And then here is a bit of scary RNG. Okay, very good RNG. That is really good. Oh, he's in the doorway. No, we're good. Okay. Woo! All right. Here's another difficult thermal detonator jump. So here I'm going to pick up an item which is known as a revive, which is actually going to fully refill me to, there we go, 200 armor and 100 health. Because here, what I can do is I want to get up there. And so instead of like snaking through the level doing some more puzzles, I can stand in a really particular spot, drop 2 mines, throw a thermal detonator, causing them to explode at the same time, and give myself a major butt boost. So here, as the platform is, rising, I'm going to kill that Gromorian and then come down here. So the reason why the Gromorians are a very scary enemy are because they deal 30 damage and it bypasses all armor. And they attack very fast if you get really close to them. But here, what I'm going to do is see my waifu and crouch through his legs. And then there, with the Gromorian attacking me once, as well as throwing a thermal detonator. Yeah, I did get the mines. Good. That is going to allow me to take an intentional death and backtrack after we save our waifu. Cool, and then another really cool TD jump there to also sequence break some of the level. And this run has been going very good. But it's not over yet. So here's Boba Fett. I'm going to listen. Uh-oh. They want to hear... Oh, good. Okay, we got him in 2 rows. All right. So Boba Fett spawns there at the end of the mission, and the end of the mission and the beginning of the mission are in the same place. So instead of releasing Boba Fett, what we can do is just kill him with mines. But that is one of the sources of bad RNG, and I have lost minutes to that fight in PB attempts. I kid you not. I've lost when I was going for PBs a number of weeks ago. I lost over 10 runs, I think, just to Boba Fett starting to fly around with a jetpack. Which can happen. So I have to just listen very closely, but we indeed did hear the sounds of his death curdles, meaning that we were able to take down the big bad Boba. But here on this mission is Fuel Station, which honestly, for me is one of the more technical missions. There's going to be a lot of moving parts, a lot of health management. So here's some bad RNG with the way they spawned, but I was able to get over. I think I have enough health for this. We'll find out. Oh. Okay, a little early. Oh, no, just barely. I'm going to save again. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, he shot me twice, so I might not have enough health here. I think I do just barely. I think I'll have like 10 health after this. But here's another mine jump. All right, let's see. Yep, 10 health exactly. Okay, that's good. So here, what I'm going to do is there actually just hit a checkpoint when I walked through the door. I got boxed by the stormtrooper. Oh, I didn't actually hear. Hang on, I have to listen. Okay, there we go. I didn't hear if I actually activated the panel or not. It's very important because if I repress the panel, then I can't actually finish the mission. Or I have to like press it again, but then there would be a lot of backtracking. I have to do all these strats again. But yeah, like hitting that checkpoint actually didn't cause backtracking to be faster as I get really good RNG there. But instead, it allowed me to go forward to where the save location from that checkpoint would be. But here we killed a bird dinosaur and we have this really amazing gun, the Stuker concussion rifle, which is going to allow me to kill enemies with a nice big AoE and a lot of damage as well. And it's going to be a little bit of a faster method for setting up various like thermal detonator jumps in here. There's 2 doors. Whoops, I accidentally missed that crouch. But yeah, I'm like crouching under these doors as they're opening because they open actually pretty slowly. And there's going to be a lot of different uses for that, like especially there. And nice, really nice. Great fuel station. Just like listening was the problem, right? All right, and there's the good luck, and we're able to move through. But yeah, so like just breaking this door with the Stuker is going to be a little bit better. And then here's some thermal detonator jumps. These are some of them that don't actually really save that much time at all, but I just do them anyway because they are fun. And then here is the one that actually does save a significant amount of time. Oh, I got it, and then just didn't believe in myself. The folly of quick save and quick load. 9 thermal detonators is enough to finish out the rest of the run, but I'm just going to pick up some extra for marathon safety. Oops, this way. I know where I'm going, I swear. So there I just checked my health, 90 armor and 100. So here I'm just going to blitz through these enemies. Yeah, and 180 is plenty. Because up here we're going to do another mine jump, and I want to just make sure that I don't actually end up dying from placing explosives underneath me. So here's a cool setup that I actually came up with. Whoops. Yep, there we go. First-ish try. I had to actually get onto the mine and explode it correctly. But that is just so cool. And there's like a bunch of different setups, which I love for the speed game, right? It's a very short, very quick speed game, but like everybody has their own sort of unique ways with like getting through those sections of the levels itself. So there I start shooting one Shadow Trooper, and then, yeah, great, he just flew out to the middle, which is going to save me time because that door actually opens pretty quickly. But if I don't aggro the other Shadow Trooper, he just kind of stays in his little alcove there as I just come through and do this switch puzzle. So here, this is an auto-scroller, so I can just run around, kill some additional enemies, grab some additional ammo, check my ammo. I have 200, which is good. That's going to be good for the rest of the run, especially for safety in the final level itself. Speaking of which, we are definitely coming up to the final level very, very soon, which is going to be one of the longest, if not the longest, as well as probably the most difficult level in the entire run, which is super hype. So here, right out of the gate, I'm going to fire the Stuker into the ground, killing those stormtroopers. And then here's a pretty precise jump. Nice first try. And then over here, I'm going to wrapping around these corners, come into this specific spot to be able to bait the Shadow Trooper one, to be able to explode those barrels and deal a bunch of damage to them. Then jumping over this crevice, I'm going to use the Stuker to shoot that enemy, then pulling out this repeater as I get the defense. A little bit of bad RNG from this Shadow Trooper there. I really wanted them to fall down on the other side, but that's okay. Nice quick fight anyway. Then coming over here, what I'm going to do is these explosive canisters actually cause me to get knocked back. So just simply jumping, firing a rocket into the ground is going to be enough to be able to get me up. Then, because I have a shield overcharge, that is actually going to allow me to mitigate all damage I take to armor. So the explosive barrel as well as the rocket shot deal no damage. So here I can actually set up for another mine jump, just like that, using the Stuker rifle, to be able to climb up that elevator just a little bit quicker. Then coming down here as I come through this elevator, basically these elevators are going to break up the sections of this level itself. So coming to this next section, we're going to do a pretty precise thermal detonator jump. So I'm going to wait, start the thermal detonator as it's basically just starting to rise down. Then falling down here and to take some fall damage by accident. That is okay. We have plenty of health and armor. Then with the shield overcharged down, I'm going to shout out to Freedom there for freedom. And then we are going to continue on into the next area. So this next area, I could actually do another really precise and difficult thermal detonator jump, but instead, I'm just going to do one with a mine, which is going to be a little bit slower because we have to wait for the mine to arm itself. So here, coming over to the right first, and then taking this conveyor belt, I'm actually going to dip over here for some safety armor for marathon safety, and then just place a mine, count to like 4 seconds or so, and then allow it to explode me up and then continue on with the mission. Then pulling up the Stuker, activating my my lamp. There we go, that's a word. We're gonna come through to this conveyor belt puzzle, which is going to just be the same every time. Left, and then here I'm gonna hold to the left a little bit so I can just start my jump and be able to get over there a little bit quicker. Then jumping through here is a little bit faster, pulling a 180 there, shooting that guy. Shooting this guy, we're gonna come into probably the coolest switch puzzle in the entire run, which once again, there are going to be a bunch of different methods for doing this. So the way that I came up with is first, last, and then full row. Back 3, whoops, back 3, front twice, and back. And I messed it up. So we're gonna try that again. I don't know how I messed that up. All right. Okay. Hey, there we go. All right. Second try. Hooray. But yeah, there's a lot of like really different methods, and it's like really cool to see how runners decide to try and go at that puzzle. So I'm gonna let this guy whack me one more time as I come into this elevator, because it's going to be a little bit easier and cost me less thermal detonators to take an intentional death here, because the checkpoint is just in the elevator itself. But yeah, it's not over yet. We still have to kill off 2 more Shadow Troopers and then the final boss, and then we have to end the mission, which will be bringing us to time. So here, I'm going to fire the Stuker at this first Shadow Trooper, open the door for him because I am a gentleman as Kyle Katarn, and then I'm going to open this door and shoot this next Shadow Trooper. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. There you go. And then just sort of weave around. It's going to be my goal not to take any damage here, because the final boss can be a really big troll. Okay, great. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Then dropping down here, I have exactly 10 mines, which is planned out. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab the safety health, quick save the game, do a thermal detonator jump, beautiful, and then we are going to come into the final boss. So the hope is that, yes, the final boss is going to go forward. Ooh, that's a really bad attack. I'm going to try and explode those, nice, because they track on me. And then I'm hoping he moves forward, which he did. Wow, nice RNG besides the attack. Stop shooting those. There he goes, and he's down. Okay, get ready on time, as I'm going to do a bad manners rocket into this Imperial, and then end the mission. Time. Nice, good stuff. GG.
Perfect, dude.
Awesome. What was the end time, by the way? Oh, nice. Wow, like 2 minutes under estimate. That was actually faster than a run I did for an online marathon recently. That's really, really cool. Yeah, this game's amazing. And once again, if you own Dark Forces, like you don't need to speedrun to try out the Force engine, right? And it's completely free to play. And they're actively continuing to update it and work on it and include like updated features. Like I think the last time I checked, they were working on like updated auto aim and like stuff like that, and some other accessibility and approachability features and stuff like that. But also getting into Dark Forces is like, this is definitely probably one of the most approachable speed games that I've ever picked up, especially with the quick save and quick load with the Force engine, right? These thermal detonator jumps, most of them are optional, but some of them do save like many, many minutes. And like with quick save and quick load, you can just keep retrying them over and over with like minimal time loss, which I absolutely love. So if you're interested in trying it out, I believe it's speedrun.com/DF maybe, but you can just Google Dark Forces speedrun.com and it'll bring up the leaderboard. But yeah, Ripchip has an amazing guide, and I am going to be performing this at the upcoming Games Done Quick marathon Friday morning, I believe, for US Central, which is going to be the local time. But yeah,
Friday,
everyone,
June
thank you
2nd.
so much for having me on, and good luck, everybody, with the remaining runs.
Yeah, and like Covered said, if you want to catch us live, Friday, June 2nd, 11:38 a.m. Eastern Time, tune in, catch them live. We are going to go to a quick break. I know it says on the schedule that Choo-Choo Charles is next. Bird's having some power issues, so we're actually going to move TimeShift up, so Choo-Choo Charles is going to come after that. So quick break, and we'll be right back with TimeShift by Church and Sarge. See you then. All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to the FPS and other shooters AIMBOT SGDQ showcase. Quick announcement. Just remember that all the bits, subs, bits cheered, Prime Gaming subs, anything on this channel helps support the HotFix content. So if you like what we do, please consider supporting us. Really appreciate it. So, coming up next, this is a game that I've known about for multiple years because one of my friends runs it. And he and the person who are about to run it have been trying to get it into GDQ for actual years. And this year, they got the chance. So I can't wait. And apparently there was a new world record where they found a bunch of new strats. So I can't wait to see it. Church and Sarge with TimeShift. Take it away. Church.
I think we lost him.
We lost him.
Lost Church.
Is he here?
That's unfortunate. Church, where'd you go, buddy?
Okay. We may be having technical difficulties.
Where did the church go?
Did he close his Discord?
No, I think he had mic issues where something crashed.
Oh no.
I just saw it pop up.
I mean, I've been talking to everybody for like 10 minutes and nobody's answered, so I was like, all right, whatever.
Perfect. There we go.
I did a
TimeShift by
whole
Church and
thing.
Sarge.
I was talking, people are like, Church, I'm like, okay. I don't know, whatever, let's play the game.
All right.
I'm over this.
TimeShift by Church and Sarge. Let's go.
Hi everybody, I'm Church and Sarge. I've got Shockwave with a very good friend of mine. TimeShift. Anything you want to talk about before we jump into this, Shock?
No. The only thing I'll mention that is funny is the difficulty name is casual difficulty. This is hardly a casual speedrun. It's just the difficulty, the easiest difficulty is named casual, which is funny to me. That's all.
All right. Give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. This is a really fun speed game and incredibly difficult to do a single segment of because 90% of the strats we're doing are going to be segmented strats. Yeah. This first level is very slow. So the basic story of the game is we are a scientist who is working on a suit that had time manipulation capabilities. And there was a second scientist who was also working on the suit as well, but 2 different suits. That doctor got jealous of our success, so attempted to assassinate our girlfriend, destroy our lab, and go into a different timeline where he could take over the world. That's all bad news, so we've chased after him, and we are in a different timeline or something like that. I'm actually not sure how this portion makes sense, but we're in like a different timeline, and we are at the end of the war, and the rebellion has very much lost, and that's basically what this level is going to show us.
Yeah, we're in like a weird alternative dystopian 1940s. So the frame of reference in terms of the technology is way more advanced than it should be in the 1940s, but that's, I believe, more accurate. Yeah, this first level is mostly an auto-scroller, so there's not really much to do here for the first 2 minutes.
There is technically a strat I could have done if I wanted to YOLO it, which is
good luck.
wild strat. Yeah, right? I've never successfully done it, and I've practiced it for like 10 hours.
The strat is you stand on an exploding barrel in the room and you hope launches you in the correct direction, which is completely random because the physics are not consistent in this game. So you would stand
Also
on the
for
barrel and just get blown out of bounds. It is insane.
Yeah. And because we don't have control over the explosion in any way, you're literally just hoping. So here, these are a bunch of prisoners of war. They're being escorted by Krone's men. Krone is the enemy, the other scientist. And, you know, they're just being escorted around. You know, remember this scene in like an hour, because it's gonna come back.
All right, first major trick of the run. And so close. Okay. Well, so while Church is doing, I'll explain what's going on. The first weapon you get is a rifle with a grenade launcher on it, and this thing has 2 fire modes. One shoots the bullets, one shoots the grenades. If you hold the grenade button, you can actually keep the grenade launcher ammo on the ground, and it will explode when you let go of the button. That can be utilized so that way when you have one on the ground, there you go, nice. You can shoot another one like almost immediately after letting go. So you can do a double grenade jump. So that was the first part of the trick. The second part of the trick is going out of bounds. The third part of the trick is doing what we just call a save load. There's probably a better term, but if you mash the quick save button when you're about to touch the ground, it'll save your position right above the ground. And when you reload it, it'll set your falling velocity to 0. So you actually cancel all the fall damage, even though Church died, and then to reload the save, he just fell down like nothing happened. So yeah, that's 3 quick tricks back to back to back, and now we're out of bounds, walking to the end of the stage.
This is the part where I'm gonna talk a little bit about how this run might be a little weird.
That's fixable.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, that strat, there is a backup strat. If you're too low, you can go under and wedge yourself in this corner. Normally, I don't play on my desktop, because on my desktop, I have to disable hyper-threading, which means every time I play this game, I have to reset my computer and then reset it again afterwards. So I've been practicing on my laptop. On my laptop, I can never get the height to actually get in here. I always have to wedge myself in this corner. So I have a fear that some of these tricks might be like hardware dependent or FPS. This game is very weird. There's a lot of quirks to it. I've been having a little bit of issues with some tricks that I normally don't have trouble with. I'm hoping everything goes fine. Actually, we'll touch on that in a minute. So yeah.
You just reminded me of when Jamaican Bacon used to run this. He had to disable half of his CPU cores to run the game.
Yep.
That was a fun one.
Oh yeah. So what happened there is Krone killed everybody, and our suit has a protective mechanism which sent us back in time to prevent us from dying. So we are now back. We're now back in time.
I'll say it's not quite against the wall there. There you go. Alright. Do you want me to explain what you're doing, or
yeah, you go for it, because this might take a little bit of...
So this is like the trick of the run. A lot of games have like one trick that gets utilized a lot. This is the trick of the game. It's called object flinging, object boosting. You can kind of change it to whatever you want. The general idea is that you use an object in time reverse to push you where you want to go. The weird way you have to set this up is you have to shoot it into the opposite direction of where you want to go. So Church is shooting it currently at this wall because he wants to get over the wall behind him. When the reason he's doing it in the wrong direction is because we have 3 different time abilities. We have time slow, time stop, and time reverse. So once we're done setting this object on the backwards path, we're going to use time reverse to get it on the correct path. And the game doesn't really like when you're on top of an object in time reverse. So there are a couple ways they try to... Wow, that was a good one. That was a really high fling. But yeah, so when you're on a time or object in time reverse, if you get on it and then you jump, the game disagrees heavily with what you're doing and then decides to massively increase your velocity in the direction that the object is traveling and then just fling you in that direction. So in this case, it flings you high into the air or high in whatever direction. So we can utilize that to go out of bounds in several different places. So as I said, like
the one I was...
you're good.
This is not the one I was expecting to have trouble with.
Oh, that sent you flying into the corner.
Wait, so there's a few areas where I can recover from if it sends me in a different direction, and that corner is not one of them. Here we go.
Yeah, this will work. Inch your way down.
Yeah,
so there's a bunch of different things. Like physics in this game, when you go out of bounds, can get weird. One of the things that happens is when you fly, and I'm using the term fly generously here. When you fly out of bounds and then you like transition over ground over nothing, you get sort of stuck in this invisible wall that's like protruding infinitely like high vertically. So you'll get stuck there until you sort of inch your way back out over ground. Once you inch your way over ground, then you'll start falling. So you could sort of abuse that to like go out, to go in, to sort of inch your way downwards. The other thing that's weird is when you walk over nothing out of bounds, you'll start slowly descending, and I mean slowly descending. So instead of walking in a straight line, you'll walk like down a ramp almost. This game has very interesting physics once you go out of bounds.
So I'm doing a strat that nobody else does in IL. So normally you would just walk to underneath this area here, which I'm going to go into a little bit later. What I'm doing is going to take about an extra minute to a minute and a half on this level, and in exchange I'm going to get one, maybe two good weapons. One of them is important, and it's going to be this crossbow. I might also pick up a shotgun on my way if somebody has it. If they don't, it's not a big deal. The important part is I get the crossbow. The crossbow is going to let me do a skip in a few levels. That is a massive skip, and skips an entire level, including a skip in that level, which I have a really hard time with.
It's very finicky, we'll use that word. Very finicky trick to do, but if you pull it off, you can not only skip like majority of the level that you're doing the skip in, you can skip a good chunk of the next level after that as well. It's one of the few levels that has interesting information that's saved in between levels regarding your character, but we can see if we can talk about that when we get there. But I mean, this was just an auto-scroller, so we just kind of had to wait for certain actions to trigger before we can get to the next level here. A couple auto-scrollers at the beginning, but you know, once we get through this one, we should be free of auto-scrollers for a good chunk of time. Alrighty, you're going for the new thing, right?
Oh yeah, I am going for the new thing. But normally I would do a double or a triple grenade juke boost off of this, but what is it? Maybe 20 minutes ago at this point, we discovered that another runner of this game has gotten a world record that we weren't aware of, and there's a bunch of new strats that we weren't aware of.
Oh, come on. Of course you hit it like 3 times in practice, like, and then
right?
Yeah. Runner's curse. Well, yeah, anyway, yeah, we saw this. There you go. All right, yeah. So this is the trick that Church learned 20 minutes ago. You just go out of bounds, then you can walk to like basically the end of the level.
Which is a slightly different version than what we do, which is still going out of bounds, but we have to, like, we're just in bounds in the map, not out of bounds like this.
Yeah, this is crazy that we had no clue this existed, that we just saw the world record like that. This is significantly easier than what both Church and I were doing, and it's faster. So you just kind of clip through the stairs and then you're there at the end of the level. It's incredible how easy this is.
Yeah, I looked at this and I was like, this is going to be tough. And it's like, oh no, this is pretty straightforward. Like, nailed it 3 times in practice. Give me this. I like this.
I mean, it's sort of a neat thing they did add as like an actual mechanic of the game is if you time stop, water becomes a solid object. You can actually stand on it.
Which is actually like incredibly cool.
Yeah, it's a neat mechanic.
Lethal electrical source detected.
Anyway, yeah, learning strats moments before your run. Don't worry about it. It's just normal things.
You know, these things happen. I'm not going for the barrel fling here. I'm not out of my mind.
I mean, that strat's hard. Ooh, okay.
Come on, let me.
So yeah, this level is difficult because it's not because you're doing a double grenade jump, but more so because you're doing it while under fire, and enemies' bullets do have some. Oh, so yeah, go to the right. There you go. So the enemy's bullets do have a little bit of knockback. So even while doing that tiny little jump, and he stood on what looked like a square railing. That railing is not square. It's actually got a pyramid top to it. It kind of lies to you. So you're standing on the point of a pyramid while you're trying to do a double grenade jump precisely, and it becomes very difficult. So even though it looks easy, that one's actually kind of annoying. Alrighty.
I'm actually glad I got it first try, to be honest with you.
That was relatively painless. And now we're on to the level of the exact reason why Church wasted a minute earlier to grab a crossbow. So this is the strat that he does that I don't, because it's super finicky, but if you pull it off, it's really cool.
And for the purpose of this, if I spend too long on it, because I've been practicing on my laptop, like I was mentioning earlier. I was able to get it fairly consistently on my laptop, and I've been really struggling with it on my desktop. I do have a safety save. I'm gonna put in a good faith effort, and then if that doesn't work, then you know,
you got this.
The show must go on. If I were the TAS or the segmented or whatever, I would just go for it. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna clear these guys out.
So those guys are way more pain than normal.
I cannot believe some of these are still alive. Enough.
That assault rifle is anything but accurate. It's not like the Halo assault rifle where it'll help you out. This thing will miss bullets super easily.
So I'm trying to use this crossbow to nudge myself into this corner here. The corner itself, there's like this is one of the most unnecessarily complicated and strangest tricks in this game, because like there's a wrong way to get yourself wedged, and all right, I think this is okay. Nope.
That was the wrong way, by the way. That Church just said that was the wrong way to get wedged. Live demonstration. It is incredibly annoying to get wedged in this corner. You have to get wedged in exactly the correct way. And then once you get yourself wedged like this, you have to then line yourself up in a precise way with the crossbow to then use it to self-boost yourself through the ceiling. And then once you're through the ceiling, you're out of bounds. Doesn't look like you've got any of the boosts from that.
The first half worked, and then it stopped working. Which is the problem I've been running into. Like, the setup that I do on my laptop works, but then I do it on here, and it's just like, no, you... So there's this thing that happens in some setups where you, instead of pushing yourself upward, you push yourself, like, back, and then you stop taking the splash damage, which is what's pushing you up. And yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, this is if you get it correctly, this saves a significant amount of time. But as you can see, it is very precise with the exact position that you need to be in this corner, which is why I don't do it. But
I miss my old PC. I was consistent on my old PC.
Your PC's too good now, so you can't do it.
I mean, legitimately, maybe.
Yeah, this game is very weird.
I mean, like, disabling cores, you know.
And hyper-threading.
There's
I won't explicitly mention it, but if you want to play the game on modern hardware, you have to follow a specific Steam guide, which is sketchy to say the least, but it does work. It leaves your system totally alone, and it patches hyperthreading into the game, to, I guess, put it lightly. So it is not a fun game. Are we doing the backup save?
We're just gonna do it. We're gonna.
Okay. All right. So this is what happens. This is what happens when you're shoved through the ceiling.
Yeah. And then I need to get here, and then no. So there's still a lot of complicated things to do after that part. So I need to line myself up here in such a way, that I don't do that. So I need to, the end of the level is like off on my left here. And what I need to do is, I need to be able to walk off of this ledge. If I walk, I need to walk over here, and I need to not immediately sink. It's not. Might be it. Oh.
Oh, maybe. Okay, there you go. There we go.
All right.
Making progress.
Now I'm kind of blindly walking.
Walking into the ether. Don't worry about it. The game does have interesting rendering rules based on your position while you're out of bounds.
Whoa.
I think you overshot it. Really, the only way to navigate out of bounds in this case is to use the minimap based on the things currently on the minimap, like your objective marker. That's really the only frame of reference you have here if there's nothing rendered on the screen. Oh, and yeah, I should mention why Church is going to the menu here. Church is going to the menu to reload all of his safety saves because quick saving and okay. Quick saving and quick loading only work when you're stationary and on the ground. The one exception is like when you're spamming it when you're falling. If you what we said earlier. You are, I would say, pretty.
Actually, super confused.
Oh, there you go.
How did I get over here? All right.
Yeah, so you can't quick save and quick load while you're in the air, at least via hotkeys that you assign in the menu. You can still save and load through the menu. You just can't press the buttons to do it.
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
That was way more confusing than it needed to be. I swear I had it saved like right here, so I was operating like I was right here, and then it wasn't working.
All right, so Church is there. You go. There you go. You just finished the level. All that work just to finish the level. But
all right, and then I'm gonna do this
because he finished this level. This is one of the weird levels that actually persists your position. Eek. You keep the same spot when you load into the next map. Then you can go into the next map while still out of bounds, and then you can sort of go to wherever you need to go in the next level. So you basically get 2-for-1 deal on this skip. Like a buy one get one coupon when clipping in the paper.
That was the level. That was it.
Yeah, that was the level. It just fell to the elevator and now he's through. So we exchanged the 2-for-1 deal skip.
So this is a level I've actually tried. Have you tried this chair skip?
I have for a while, yes.
It's really difficult. I'm not going for it. Surprise.
So the segmented strat for this game, or segmented run for this game, is absolutely nuts. If you have like an hour to spare, I recommend watching it because it is hilariously silly how stupid it gets. The segmented strat for this level is you grab a chair from the start of the level and then you fling it perfectly upwards, and then you just go to the roof of the building because that's where the end of the level is. Unfortunately, we're not super precise computers, so we can't get a chair to shoot vertically upwards, so we have to ascend the building normally. But it is a hilarious task strat.
One's not even one.
I sometimes have issues with this section because the dude to your right spawning behind the vent thing. I think you're jumping early and you're bomping on the rafter there. Yeah, I have issues with the dude on the right. He just gets super accurate sometimes and then just melts me.
Well, that's not gonna work. It actually almost worked.
Actually, wait. Oh, nope, that did work. Easy every time. Yeah,
I knew it.
Then quick save. Immediate quick save when it works. Oh, reload the gun. Okay, yeah, that jump is super forgiving for some reason. I don't know why. I think that object is not quite a square, just like the other thing we talked about earlier. You can kind of slide your way onto it.
All right, so this is either gonna go really well or really poorly.
Yeah, so there's a fight here on the roof. Most things need to die here, and you have to hit this one lever in the middle right here. If you don't hit this lever, then the fight won't end. But you gotta kill almost everything on the roof. You can leave about 1 or 2 enemies alive. It doesn't matter which one you do, as long as you just kill everything as possible. But these enemies can go from 0 to 100 even on casual difficulties. So you have to pay attention, like just to anything. And the radar in this particular section of the game is not it doesn't care about the level of the enemy, like what floor they're on, so it just looks like a mess. So you can't even use the radar to help you. Are you taking your hands off the keyboard for this? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, Church's hands are off the mouse and keyboard. Just kind of keep an eye on his camera and see what happens.
Sir, you gotta see this.
Yeah, what's the problem?
No problem, sir. None at all. It's just, you know how earlier...
I don't know why it does this. I really don't.
...enforced the download?
Yeah, so?
So, that suit somehow duplicated Chrome's entire network. It hacked every encrypted file, every...
Anyway, so we've hit an auto-scroller for the most part. This is about 5 minutes. A little bit a little bit shorter than that, not longer. A little bit shorter than that. But the only thing we can do here is lose time. We can't save time. The only way we'd lose time is if we have to use time abilities to slow down time or even stop time to prevent ourselves from dying. So theoretically, as long as Church doesn't like die, then he's gone as fast as he can in this section. It would be nice if we could skip it, but unfortunately, cannot.
There's also a possibility, and I hesitate to say this, but I feel like we should address it. There is a possibility that I get sniped out of this turret and then I just like insta-die.
You have significantly more troubles with that than I do, and I love it. I've had that happen maybe once.
That's why I'm bringing it up. So,
Church and I were just talking about our runs one time, and he mentions, like, how do you survive not getting shot out of the turret? And I was very confused of what he meant by that, because I've never had it happen at that point. Like, oh yeah, during the auto-scroller, I keep dying, like, they keep shooting me out of the turret. Like, oh, you mean your plane blows up? It's like, no, I keep getting shot out of the turret. Because in this section, you're not, like, this turret thing. You're just your dude piloting a turret. So, like, even if the bullets are perfectly accurate, they can just hit you out of the turret, which is hilarious that they didn't protect you.
Attention.
You have 2 health bars to worry about in this section. You have your own health bar and then the ship's health bar.
I'm hoping to not showcase getting sniped out of this.
We'll see. It's a marathon run, so...
I mean, it literally happened to me in practice, so...
Yeah, and the tracers on these bullets kind of lie to you, so the further away the plane is, the more you sort of have to lead. Yeah, there you go. Church got hit a little bit. The further away they are, the more you sort of have to lead your shot. It gets annoying. You just sort of have to feel out what the distance is for the plane based on the sparks hitting their body or hitting the body of the plane. Oh, did you get all 3 on that one?
I think I might have, which is impressive.
And they just like all clumped up there. That is not normal for them to do that.
It either means I'm doing really well or really poorly, and I'm not sure which one it is.
I'd say I think you're doing okay. The ship's on fire, by the way. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Gotta hope the planes don't get trigger happy towards the second half. Oh, your ship. Ooh.
Yeah, that's I don't think I quick saved, did I? I did, right?
Oh no, you didn't quick save.
I swear I had a quick save. Nope. All right. I swear I quick saved on the second half. Did I not?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I always quick save there. Why would?
Oh, that's funny. Well, you didn't show off getting sniped out of the turret. You showed off the plane or the Zeppelin dying.
You shut your mouth. There's still time.
Another bomber.
There is still time. You know, I had safety saves. I didn't make one for this because why would I make one for this?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you on that one. I wouldn't need a safety save for this one. I don't think anyone would need one. Say that
Thanks. Appreciate it.
That was not meant.
I know.
That was not meant to be a dig at you, Church. Come on.
Oh yeah, nobody used a safety save for this one.
Except you, apparently.
Apparently me. I always safety here. There I have one.
Don't forget.
Could you imagine if I always make a safety save here and forget a second time?
Man, the planes are being super rough on this go around. We got a third of the health down. The Zeppelin's health does regenerate. I should note that. So if you don't take a lot of damage, even though the Zeppelin's on fire, it will slowly regenerate health because we're on casual difficulty. On higher difficulties, it doesn't regenerate.
Oh, that sounds miserable. I didn't know that.
I played through a little bit of it on Elite. I didn't beat the game because it got too annoying, but yeah, on later difficulties it doesn't regenerate.
Shoot the mines before they're released. Once they drop, they move too fast.
This part is like surprisingly easy. You sort of just lightly drag. There's a couple bombs at the beginning. There we go. You sort of lightly just drag your mouse in a nice arcing motion. You can just take out all the bombs.
Yeah, I don't know what, he's like, oh, if you don't shoot them before the balloons drop them, then they're too fast. It's like, no, they move very slow.
Yeah, even on controller. This game's on the 360 and the PS3. Even on controller, that's a pretty easy line to hit.
But I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut for a second. All right, I think we're well past good. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure you can't die from this point on.
Oh, you
I
can
didn't want
die.
to say it.
You can die, but it's very rare. Yeah, you're pretty in the clear now. All right, yeah, we're gonna get to the next section of the game. So I like to think of this game having different section themes. So the first section that we were in was kind of the beginning city. The next section we're gonna head into is the outdoors. And also, I think actually this level, actually no, road trip's faster. This will be like the second fastest level in the game in terms of how fast you can complete it. Oh gee, what is going on with that? That plane just took out like a third of the Zep's health.
Don't pay attention to it. It's fine. I'm not quick saving. You're quick saving.
So you're over the gap. There you go. Okay, you're good. All right, you're out of the auto scroller. Good. Whew.
All right.
All right.
Do I have crossbow?
You should.
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. So this level is a really just lucky placement of the end of the level. So there's like this ATV that comes here, and conveniently it just kind of parks in this really nice spot for us. Like, man, you could not have asked for this thing to park in a better spot. So what you can do is you can blow this thing up, and when you blow these vehicles up, they explode into a random amount of pieces, but at least at a minimum, the 4 tires will blow off. And you can stand on it, time reverse, and then you get flung up the mountain just like this. And once Church falls, oh man, those enemies are annoyingly accurate. You can fall on top of the mountain here, and then you just walk this way, like basically a 180 of the direction that you spawned. And boom, there's this tunnel right here. You just kind of walk into the tunnel, and boom, we're done with the level. That's it. You just fly up the mountain, and then you're done with the level.
That is incredibly fast.
I think my gold for that is 45 seconds. Road trip is faster.
Yeah, like
you can do it less
if you
than
can
30.
do it. Yeah, if you can get it like for ooh.
Oh, did I say yeah? Someone stuck you with it. Oh, I have never seen someone throw a grenade there before. Okay.
Hello?
What? Time continue. What did you? How did that even happen?
What is going on?
You're quick loading a save where you're stuck by a grenade.
And, oh, and because I'm quick loaded, I can't reverse because it only reverses to the save point. Yeah. Okay. Because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna reverse the grenade off of me, but because I quick saved, I can only quick save to the save, or I can only reverse to the quick save points.
Yeah. Okay. That was interesting. Yeah. That's. Appreciate the button press tech, because yeah, that's definitely never happened before. I've never seen that. I saw the button press go off like 30 seconds ago, and I was like, yeah, that's entirely accurate of what's going on here. So yeah, that's a theme of the run. Object flings. This one is
way off.
Yeah, so this one is. I would put this probably in the middle in terms of how difficult they are. You hit the ceiling? I didn't know there was a ceiling.
I didn't know there was either, because I've actually gone much higher up.
It must be like a dome or something. Oh, no, I think you're going backwards a little bit. We just don't notice.
Maybe.
But yeah, so I'd probably put this one in terms of if you had to rank like all of the object flings in the run, I'd probably put this one probably dead in the middle, because it's not super hard to do. But you do have some things getting in your way in terms of doing the fling. But you have such a huge landing pad here to land on that basically anywhere on this mountainside works. So you have a huge way of doing it, but you have that giant tower in the way, and the location of the barrels isn't super great, but it's fine. It's workable. So, and
it's
go ahead. Yeah,
because it's very easy to get the barrel like on the other side of the shrubs, and then you have to like run around to try and jump off of it.
Yeah. And Church is walking all the way around here because there's actually a giant invisible wall enclosing this space. This is the next space we need to go to continue on. But hilariously enough, there's a tiny hole on these doors. Well, that works too. There's a hole. I ride the ring, but there's a hole on the doors that you can get back inbounds from. So you have to come all the way over here to this door so you can get back inbound, which is conveniently where the objective is anyway.
That's not what I wanted to do.
You just rode the train to your death.
That's way too early. Fine. I have enough time.
I think it might be too close to the train. Oh, okay. No, that worked. Alrighty. Yeah, you do one object fling over the ravine, and then you go to the door, and you're at the end of this level too. So this one's also very quick. But now we're going inside to what I like to refer to the next section as the factory section. It's just an entire indoor section that has some unique object flings or some unique things to do in terms of the tricks we're already doing. We're gonna utilize stuff in slightly different ways. But yeah, a lot of this level is just walking, unfortunately. You could technically object fling across this gap if you're crazy enough to set one up. Object flings.
I hit the wrong
Man, they're just this run. The enemies are just super accurate for you.
I've never had them be this accurate.
Yeah, you could set up an object fling here, but the thing about object flings is you have to find a consistent setup to put them in a position that you can manipulate to be exactly what you need them to be. And if you're just trying to go in a straight line to save 10 seconds, it's not really worth like the 6 seconds to set it up and then the 2 seconds to do the fling. It'll only save like 2 seconds if you do it correctly on the first try. So
there is like a fling you can do on this level, which I have practiced for an incredibly long time, and you can see that I'm not doing it. You can get out of bounds It is.
I forgot about that one. Thank you. You can
I
like
did it 'cause I
shove
tried
yourself
to,
out on the
like-
door, right? It's like in the corner of the
Yeah.
door or something. It's
Yeah.
like you need an insane amount of speed to clip through the door or something like that, which then you can walk to the end of the level. But good luck. Good luck. That's TAS only.
I've gotten on top of the door frame. I cannot figure out how to get out of bounds though. Like it just doesn't work.
That's right. This is another level where you learn to skip like right before
Yep.
the run. Okay, yeah. So here's another. We just learned off world record special
Yep,
here.
that's what I wanted.
Count up in like 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah, and so normally they want you to go inside here and like go free all your friends and stuff, but we're gonna ignore all of our friends. And conveniently there's this door that's open down here, and this skip is you just go here and then you just do a double grenade jump and you could just like flip out of bounds. It's that silly.
Isn't that another one that I got like first try and now I'm gonna struggle on it, isn't it?
We're gonna make this look very silly. Whoop. You can clip out through the vent if I'm correct.
What I thought.
Or maybe just do it
Right.
or maybe just do it normally.
Give me a second.
Maybe. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah. It's that easy.
What do you mean
just,
do it normally?
yeah, there's just that conveniently that vent just doesn't have any collision. So you can just walk out and then you can skip saving your friends and then you just leave. Another one that we just saw when we were scanning through the video. We're just like, it's that easy? Like you could just do that? It's
I think I need to get in here.
this game's silly.
And I can do this. I think the world record like goes all the way to the end, but
Yeah. All right. So now the next one's road trip. So the level that we did outside the snow mountain, where we broke the ATV to sit on a tire and have it shoot us to the end of the level, we're gonna do that, but even better, hopefully. But even to a more, I guess, a possible extreme outcome, because conveniently. Oh, this is your girlfriend, by the way. That Crone killed at the beginning of the game. By the way, we've been ignoring story until now, but you can have a tire fling you perfectly to the end of the level here. More than likely, you'll get pretty close. In that case, you just kind of walk to the end, just like we did before. But with this one, it's pretty easy to get an object fling that gets you right to the end. So we'll see what the game says, because the velocity or the spin of the tires is basically random every time you do this trick.
Explosive materials detected in
I think I can land.
That's fine.
I just tried to like Apex ping the location. I just tried to ping where I think I can land.
I'd probably would take this. It's not a great fling. Not bad.
Oh.
Just okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's
but,
okay.
Yeah,
It's a hefty walk. The thing you have to weigh in your head with road trip is, do I take the time to try it again and hope that the tires cooperate, or do I just kind of accept the fling that I did? Oh, and these trees off to churches right here, those are actually solid, unlike most video games. You actually can't walk through them.
Yep.
Very weird, but yeah, those are solid. All the bushes aren't, but the trees are. The tree cutouts. Other way.
Huh?
Too far.
This is the first one. Okay.
Yeah, it's before the first tree.
Normally, I've already gotten that, so I was like, okay, I guess it's the second tree, but because you can actually get it on the sides. Maybe it's only the left side it extends to, though. All right.
Shielded threat detected.
So another level where we're just gonna skip the majority of it. Is you know, grenades are our friends, and as long as you don't die by them, you can use them to do kind of funny things. Most levels in this game have a skip of some kind, even if it saves only a couple seconds. Every level does have a skip to some degree. Ooh, that tree. Ooh, this tree is coming in clutch. Very good. Yeah, so like every level does have a skip, which is kind of what makes this game kind of neat, is that
detected.
No matter what, you are going to be skipping some portion of the game, no matter what level you're in.
Ow, don't do that. I need
minus something like the auto-scroller level in the middle that we did. Oh, yeah. Oh, you were out of tube grenades. You only have 2 tube grenades. That could be enough.
Okay, I've got... Short answer, maybe.
So the guys here have crossbows, if I remember right. I think the guys you kill here have crossbows. Oh, he has a... Okay, he has a rifle.
Yeah, so that's why I went back to kill him the first time. I wonder if he'll drop 2. I wonder if it's gonna be that. Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, that'll be
enough.
enough.
Work.
You have 3 frags, so that should be fine.
Yeah, I can do a frag and a tube for the second one.
Yeah, that'll work. All right, so this is going to be a triple grenade jump. I don't think we've seen one of these yet. So you have 2 different grenades. You have a frag grenade, which is like the typical one that you throw, and you have the tube one that we've been mentioning for a while. Nice. Second try is pretty good.
Second try is pretty good.
So you can use 3 grenades, and you can do the same trick we've been doing before with grenade jumping. The problem is you really need to thread the needle on those with them pushing you, but also not killing you. And getting that jump on the second try is pretty good. Because triple grenade jumps are very... You kind of feel out what they can do to you kind of trick. And you just get used to judging the distance based on feel. Oh, yeah, there you go. That works. So yeah, use a triple grenade jump to jump over the rail tracks there. There's a barbed wire setup that prevents you from just doing that normally. They also put an invisible wall that stretches up a little bit, but if you have a triple grenade jump, you can jump over the invisible wall, and then to get back inbounds to where Church needs to go, he does a double grenade jump with a frag grenade and a tube grenade to push him on this hill, and then that lets him go straight to the end of the level. So he skipped basically everything, minus the first fight at the beginning. I know we like to mention task strats in this run because they're kind of insane, but there's a lot of them are doable, technically, if you wanted to. The task strat for this level is really good because you just go from spawn, you go stand on a tree, shoot a tube grenade, and have a barrel just fly to you, and then you just fling to the end of the level, and then you're done. Which is technically doable because it's not anything absurd that we couldn't do. You just kind of have to find the correct pixel alignment to get the barrel to follow where exactly you need it to. It's more of figuring out the exact tube location or lineup, like you're throwing a smoke in CSGO or something like that.
This is one of my favorite. Like, it's not even an impressive skip. It's just like one of my favorite skips. So here, there's turrets that spawn, and you're supposed to use the stop time mechanic to go to each of these different alcoves and disable the turret so that it doesn't kill you. But you have just enough, like, time magic to do the slow time and just get all the way to the end. And then it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. That probably is an intended solution, but it feels like a skip because of how close you are to running out of energy. Like, that's probably... It feels like an intended solution, but just because of how close it is, it feels like it's a skip. But, you know, we'll take it either way, whether it's intended or not.
This is another area where Shock and I will defer a little bit. Shock likes to do a chair fling at the beginning to get to roughly where I'm about to get to. But like we said earlier, I went around this for some reason. Okay. Fine.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Dying by stationary fire.
Like, I know I can quit. I know I can. I don't know that we specified this, but if you're low health and you time stop, you will heal, which is a mechanic I've been using a lot. Oh, not quite.
All right, this one, we're doing a double grenade jump off this railing to go over an invisible wall, to go over another invisible wall on that railing down below. So the railing down below has an invisible wall that stretches probably like 3 times as high as the visual model. So you go up super high on that balcony to do a double grenade jump to clear both of them to land on this pipe, which lets you skip having to walk all the way around, and then you can just go straight to the ending of the end section here, where you have this fan that pushes you up. These sections are a little finicky. They basically tell you, "Hey, use time reversal to solve this puzzle." Like, they basically just tell you that outright. The problem with time reversal is, by default, it consumes a lot of energy. That's just to prevent you from abusing the mechanic and such. So they put a reduction multiplier on how much energy it consumes. The problem is it's not instant. It's like it gives you more of a reduction over time. So if you do the puzzle too quickly, you'll still die, which is pretty funny. So they try to give you a solution, but it's not enough. Also, that guy just ate your grenade, which is funny.
I do not have enough. What the hell? I don't have enough grenades to do the other strat we saw, so I'm gonna have to do the regular way, unfortunately.
I mean, conveniently, there's an ammo box in this room.
Yeah.
So there are ammo boxes in the campaign, which you can just stand on to completely refill the ammo of your gun that you have, including tube grenades. The one thing you do have to note is it doesn't refill your tube grenades until you reload. So you can't just have 4 in your pocket. You have to have only 2 in your pocket and then 2 in the tube. Okay, so Church is... The Church was abusing... probably the first time in this run, actually, that I used it earlier, but first time it was actually noticeable. Time Stop has a mechanic where if you're under... It's around 25% health. You'll heal. So you can actually use that as an intended healing mechanic. So there, Church was waiting to get shot, so that way he could trigger Time Stop to heal, and then he could use that healing to sort of do a grenade jump, but then have himself be healed while he was doing the grenade jump. There's a couple places you can use that, but it is nifty to know that that's there when you're doing grenade jump. So this is the chair. We're gonna put it in this corner, and then we're just gonna give it a little bit of help. It doesn't need a lot, and then we're gonna ride the chair up a little bit to get into this little crack. Just skip having to walk all the way around. Oh, you don't surf on this?
Wait, how do you surf on this? What?
You just go slightly on the outside like that. Yeah.
There we go. Like that. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Do some Counter-Strike surfing.
So short answer is no, because I'm terrified of falling. But actually, that's not as bad as I thought. I should be able to...
I didn't see a quick save on that one. Oh. Let's try. We'll try again.
Right, yeah.
Just say go forward.
I'm
here.
all the way back here. Okay.
Yeah, you're not that far back. You're good.
I was like, I'm right over it, right?
That was good. Well timed on that one. I'm well over it. Falls to your death.
And this is why I'm nervous of surfing.
All right, so let's try this save load again. And point. There you go. Got it that time. Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah, you can just save and load to skip the fall, skip the ladder.
I can't in good conscience do this one, right?
I mean, you can. It is.
I don't know what the second part is though.
That's fair. So the new, there's another strat in the world record that we just learned like 15, 20, or actually, I guess more like an hour ago at this point. that's insane that you skip this entire level. You just turn around, jump out of bounds, and you go out, basically skip the level. I make it sound so easy, but going out of bounds in this game is never easy. There's always 50 million things you have to worry about when you go out of bounds. So you'll get to see some other neat strats about this level. Also, goodbye to that guy. Really just
right over.
Yeah, they put a kill. Even though you're gonna go down this ladder, or you can go up and down this ladder, if you wanted to. They put a kill plane on the outside of the ladder, so if you were to fall like that, it kills you, even though you're allowed to be in the platform below it. You just have to go through the ladder, which is very strange, but that is just how it works. Why is this grenade jump being? Oh,
That's
okay, goodbye.
not what I wanted.
Like the weirdest things are just like giving you trouble on this run. welcome to TimeShift, by the way. This is how it is running this game.
I love how I got it like first try, but I got too much distance. Now I can't even get over this.
Yeah.
No, not like that. There we go.
Oh, beautiful. There you go. Now you're on the ladder. Maybe. Okay, there we go. I got worried for a sec. I was like, how's that not gonna work?
Like, I'm in the ladder game, please.
Alright, yeah, so this one, so instead of doing all the factory stuff, we're going to blow this up so that way those explosives don't kill us, and then we're going to do an easiest double grenade jump of the run to land on this train track. That'll be pretty cool. Got a save load to cancel all the fall damage, and now we're basically in the last section of the level. So we did like, what, first 15% of the level, you'd say? And now we're going to do the last 15% of the level. Like, we just skipped a good chunk of the middle. Someone in chat complaining about OSHA compliance.
I don't think OSHA exists in this timeline.
In the 1940s, I think you had one enemy that got super lucky. Oh, the barrel.
It was barrels.
Oh, yes. The Borderlands problem, barrels.
Nope.
All right. Oh, okay, so this puzzle is... Oh, just a little too far backwards. This puzzle can be annoying because the fire does really fast tick damage if you're not paying attention. Like that. Sometimes it just murders you. You're not ready for it. The barrels will stay on fire for a little bit during this, and they won't. They will do damage, but if you do wait long enough, they will go out, so you can make the puzzle a little bit safer. Alrighty, but now for sabotage. This is, I think, the most satisfying trick to hit in the run, because the timing for this is super tight. So the way this trick works, do you have 2 tube grenades?
I did. I literally just made sure of that.
Okay, so this is a triple grenade jump in a confined tube. So not only are we doing a super precise, not only doing a super precise grenade jump, we're doing it in a confined space with very punishing consequences. I guess I'll just put it that way. So there's very little margin for error on this because the first 2 grenades most likely won't kill you. It's that third grenade. You need to thread your health basically to like 5% to do this trick. It is absurdly annoying and precise, but once you get it, it is so good.
I didn't shoot a second one? What? What is going on?
So you...
There.
Feels like your mouse button's not firing.
That's what it felt like to me.
That's what it looks
Which is weird.
It looks like you try to fire and then it just doesn't. Yeah, like there, like you're jumping and you're shooting. It feels like you're trying to shoot, but it doesn't shoot. Yeah, this is like a required triple grenade. There's no way to get around doing this for this particular one. You do unfortunately have to learn triple jumps.
You could there was an old strat we used, but it is Very slow. I screwed up my timing a little bit there.
That was close. I noticed you're playing server with your health. Ooh, okay, yeah. This is hard. This is a very hard trick. Ooh, oh, so close. That was close.
That was very close.
Reactor core runs on out. These charts, the plant.
It's one of those you just kind of try until you get it. And again, triple grenade jumps are all just kind of about feel. When you have to get used to the timing of how long a frag grenade is going to sit on the ground. That looked good too. Couldn't tell.
It looked very good. Oh my god.
Yeah,
there.
so you have to get used to the frag grenade timing. You have to get used to how high you're going to jump, and then how much that the grenades are going to push you before the grenades explode, because you need to use time stop to get you healing, and then you need to jump and get the grenade out of the tube that's on the ground to blow up, and then you need the frag grenade explode and the other grenade that's coming out of the tube explode at the correct time. This trick is really just all about feel and getting just kind of used to it.
I don't understand how those last two that were almost there didn't do it.
I can't.
I'm gonna give it 3 more tries.
Where did the grenade go? It just
I don't know.
it's made of rubber. It just went so far away from you.
I just messed up my timing on that one. I'm gonna give it 2 more.
Give it 3 more tries. He says 5 tries ago. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, sabotage is the hard skip.
I don't know, those ones that felt like it should have been there. I don't know why they weren't there.
It's just with how precise you need to be. This skip's not so. Yes, now Church is on the top of the tube that he was doing a double grenade jump, and hilariously enough, this is again sort of like the other levels, just not rendered anymore. We can just walk out of the tube, and then we can just walk to the end of the level.
There's a small time save I could do by trying to boost up there and then getting to the end level trigger earlier, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and you need to save an extra tube grenade. So you need to walk into this level with 3 tube grenades, and most of the time you'll walk in with only 2. Alrighty, Exit. My least favorite level.
It's yeah, this level is fun.
This level is... So as I mentioned before, on that one level where we could, the segmented task strat uses the chair to launch themselves perfectly vertical. It's exactly that, but less extreme. You don't have to be as super vertical with the fling that you get. You just need to get mostly vertical. So Church is trying to set this up to be mostly vertical. We'll see how that works out. Yeah. The problem with this one is you have little margin for error in the direction towards the cliff side. You have a little margin of error going out towards the cliffs or the ravine on the other side. So you have a little bit of margin of error that way. You don't have a lot of margin of error left or right because of all these buildings in the way. You can hit your head on the pipes and stuff, and you can get stuff stuck. We need to go all the way to that catwalk that Church was just looking at above. That works. That'll work. Wow, that was a really high launch.
This is incredibly high.
Incredibly high. Oh, baby, don't hit the ceiling, please. You can die by hitting the ceiling here. Okay, you're good. All right. Yeah, you need to launch yourself.
Yep.
What? Where did everything go? Where? What is happening? Okay, you're good. What? This is fine, I think. I've never seen this.
Where am I?
You're on the very, very top building. You need to get over this fence. I mean, this'll work. I think. No. I'm so...
Can we get that button, please?
Thanks, Tech. What? I've never seen this. What?
I've done some like recovery on this level. I don't know what's occurring right now.
I mean, you just went too high, but I didn't know it would de-render the level by going up here.
Yeah, I've never had it do that. Like, I've gone too high and landed on these, but I've never had what's occurring right now.
Alright, anyway. Alright, so we're at the end of the level now. This is...
Everything's, like,
also,
darker, isn't it?
what's with the lighting? Why is the lighting messed up?
I don't know what's going on.
Church, what are you doing?
I don't know what's going on.
We say, what have we done as we object fling out of bounds and do things the devs definitely did not intend to do, and yet we're the ones asking questions. Anyway, so that's exit. That was actually relatively painless compared to what it can be. Yeah, the March Inferno is so thin there that you can spend easily an hour and not have the object go in the correct direction that you need to.
No doubt Krone's already fortified the district perimeter, so we're gonna drop you in on them from the sky. Now to do that, we've got to get a Zep. So we're storming these hangars to...
All right, so we're done with what I would call the factory section of the game, and now we're sort of heading into the sort of like the resolution. We're heading towards the climactic final fight kind of section of the game. So I don't remember what this dude's name is, the dude with the glasses. I don't remember his name. But like he's got a plan to like go fight Krone and like end this. So we're gonna go start doing that now.
I think his name is Cook, and I think so. It's Krone is the enemy. I think this guy's name is Cook. Oh, if you would have asked me like 30 minutes ago, I could have told you the guy that we like made not exist in this timeline.
Oh yeah. So another.
Because they don't really.
Go ahead.
They don't really address it, but like there is a dude who's like they're expecting to show up, and he's just nowhere to be found, and you show up instead.
That's okay. You gotta look down. That looked like it wasn't gonna go up.
Yep, land on the other barrel.
Oh, what a perfect launch there.
This is actually a really good launch.
That's really good. So unlike normal with launches, we don't want to go super far on this one. There's this building that he's currently sitting or floating, I guess, above that has the end of the level in it, and it has a vent behind it, and we're trying to get into that vent. And beautiful that he landed directly on top of the building where we needed to go. So we can just walk to the end. There are recovery methods if you need to, if you go too far, and like technically if you just want to launch yourself to oblivion, that does work. But yeah, landing on the building is where the end of the level is. This level has a funny skip into it because I don't think this was intentional. Again, it works out perfectly that like it can be considered intentional, but it doesn't feel intentional because of how we do it. So you sit over here and you let your energy regenerate just a little bit. I think you need basically like 2/3 of your bar, somewhere around there, to do it. Once this objective changes, you use time slow, and then you can just walk through the door that's supposed to lock you out. Like you're not supposed to do that, I think. But again, it works out, so like sure, it's intentional, I guess. I think
good enough for me.
I think we come at the objective from the wrong side, so like it just works out in favor that way.
So, time to put that suit to use. See if you can get past the tunnel and shut down the wind turbine. Go! Hurry!
Corrective time shift.
One thing we didn't really talk about, like sometimes these that's not
enough. Oh, yep, there. Okay. Yep. That was what I mentioned earlier, that whole reduction multiplier that we have. It didn't quite spin up high enough And the only reason it didn't spin up high enough is because Church didn't wait long enough. But now that he waited a little bit, it should be hopefully enough to get through this door over here. Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's the only thing Church didn't do there was wait. So he got punished for not waiting.
Corrective time shift viable.
Aiding in my speedrun? Yeah. Huh? This is another level you could do like a small object flying. Do you do this one, Chuck?
Sorry, I had to mute. No, I don't do it anymore. I used to do it. It only saves like 5-7 seconds. It's not a lot.
No, it's not.
Well, I guess if you get a really good one, you can save maybe like 10 or 15. But
Yeah,
it's one of those like
after.
it's one of those like you need to get it first or second try, otherwise it's not worth it kind of things. But technically you can do it. It's also annoying, just like Exit, where you need to shoot yourself vertically perfectly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. I just ride the ladder there. I don't bother with the jump.
Oh,
That's
no.
fun. That's funny.
Ladders are for people who want to go slow.
One of the best
land
speed
on
tech
them.
things. You just fall, break your legs, then you're just like, yeah, that's fine. And you just keep walking. It's such a great speed tech, breaking your legs.
It's so good. Here, we need to use the time to pull these levers at the same time. And from here, we're just gonna go to the end of the level and hope we don't die. Save a little bit of magic so I call it magic. I don't really know what the resource is supposed to be called. It's magic, whatever. So this level here is annoying.
Yes, Repo Man.
Get ourselves a zap. Get in the train. We gotta get out of here.
Did I not put-
Repo Man is annoying because you're just heavily under fire while you're trying to do a skip. If you're really proactive, you could just go out and kill everything first, but you also have to hope that the enemy's stray bullets don't blow up the specific barrel that you need to make work. It's really just best to just kind of go for it while you're getting shot at, which makes it also more difficult.
I'm kind of gonna wait for the magic to come back.
I love that you're calling it. Okay, so here's the barrel. We just need to go over the building, basically on top of the Zep that's in the hangar. Oop. Oh, what a perfect quick save. That's good enough. That'll work.
If I ever fall. There we go.
You'll be fine. Boop. Alright, cool. Then this is like the easiest fall. Boom, right to the end of the level. That was clean. Good job.
That was incredibly clean.
Yeah. That's, I would say, one of the harder skips to do, just because, again, you're under fire the whole time, and then getting the correct angle, or getting the correct spot to land. Because even though, I mean, Church is making these object flings look pretty easy, but it's it's incredibly easy, I guess, to go in the wrong spot. Because if you just fine-tune the angle just ever so slightly in the wrong direction, then you're gonna miss. You're gonna land on this tower in the hangar here. You're gonna land on this railing over here. You're gonna land on this fan duct over here in this part of the hangar, which a lot of them are fixable, but they are annoying to fix because you're out of bounds in an area that doesn't render the map. So then you're starting to have to do some of this stuff blind, and it's Repo Man is easy to have go wrong.
It's my least favorite level. Do I go for the meme strat, Shock?
Yeah, sure, why not? It doesn't lose time, right?
Oh, it loses time incredibly if you miss it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess quick save before you do it then?
Alright. So,
Also, it's not really a meme, it does save time, but it's just funny.
Well, the meme is that it, like, never works.
Except for the Wolverine video, it did work.
Oh, did he get it?
Yeah, he got it.
Oh!
Okay. Alright, so the funny thing is to have this guy hopefully spin in the correct direction to have him shove you off, but it looks like he'll actually push you.
I'm just kidding. Usually if he's not frantically, like, spinning around, he's not going to.
Yeah, it's total RNG, but it is funny if it works.
I'll just do the lame regular strat.
And the walk of shame. Well, it's a really shame if you just have to pray for RNG, basically. Really call it shame. I guess I would just call it unlockers.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this begs the question, is being unlucky with your RNG shameful?
That just means don't go to Vegas.
I mean, you're not wrong. That should be good.
What?
Or not.
What hit you? I just saw your health go 100 to 0. What hit you?
That's a great question. That's a great question. All right, that one I walked into my own.
Yeah, that was your fault. What?
That one's mine.
That's
I can't.
That's the third. I've never seen that moment. Like, what? How do you keep doing this?
That's a great question.
Like
ladder?
What possibly hit you? Is there an explosive barrel next to the ladder? Actually, hold up. That might have been what caused it. Yeah. There's a red barrel next to the ladder. Never mind. I know what happened. Yeah, there's the red barrel that they keep shooting as you get on the ladder. So the barrel
can't climb ladders apparently.
So the barrel exploded, but it took you perfectly to like 1 HP, and then you got shot.
Makes sense. Yeah.
That's.
Soldier, we're running out of fuel.
Explosive
All right, so this is
detected in
probably the puzzle everyone expected to be in a time manipulation game, where there's a hallway of exploding barrels, and you have to slowly get out as they explode, or you can just do that. You know, that's the easy way to do it.
required.
And here's the one time this comes in use in Church's route, where if you're crouching like this, if you crouch and strafe diagonally, it is slightly faster. It's the only time it's useful. But it gets stuck in the ground. I want to say having a higher frame rate sometimes causes that to happen.
Bro. Alright, this is one of my favorite tricks in the entire game.
YOLO a grenade to blow up the rope?
Yeah!
It's so good. I thought you had to be precise with that. And you just eat a grenade up to it and blow it up.
Grenade!
I did not know it was that easy. That's good. Okay.
Why be precise when you can not be precise?
Why use many bullets when few bullets do trick?
Ow.
Oh, maybe, except for dying. That's probably bad. Yeah, so the strat here is you just kind of face tank all the damage and then you can heal it. Because, unfortunately, because we're on casual difficulty, we take such little damage at times from just like regular bullets that we can just use time stop to heal it out. And by the time we heal it out and they take more damage, we'll have more time magic back. So we can just kind of abuse that. But now we're on the final level. So remember when Church said, remember the same city from an hour ago? Yeah, we're back here, exactly in the same spot in time. Then we're gonna go ahead and fight Chrome, and we're gonna end this whole false timeline.
And here's this little alleyway. You'll notice, I'm gonna take the few second time loss here. You'll notice that now our guys are escorting Crone's men instead of the other way around. And it's just generally a very different atmosphere around here.
As is tradition, sometimes in games like this, they will throw really powerful weapons for you just to kind of go ham with at times. So you get a shotgun, you get a crossbow, and then you get this little like explodey plasma cannon thingy. You don't have to use it. Really just need like whatever the weapons that you want to use. But now we're gonna do a final boss skip. I guess it's not really a full skip, it's like a partial skip. So we can blow up part of this wall, and then we can use the alternate fire of this shock cannon to project ourselves up this wall. So these walls are destructible to a degree, but it doesn't do enough damage to the wall that as we sort of push ourselves... Oh, okay, yeah. This is...
Saved at the top.
Okay, yeah, so you can push yourself all the way to the top, and then you jump through this little hole in the roof here, and you can skip the first phase of the boss. By first phase, I really should specify that's like 90% of the boss. It's like 90% of the boss fight. The last part of the boss is we're going to go to that area that we got teleported out of after the first level. So that pit to Church's right is where we got teleported out of about 4 minutes into the run. Now we're back here, and instead of Church blowing us up, Crone blowing us up, Church is going to blow Crone up. And we're just going to kind of wait here for a certain thing. Time is coming up. When the thing explodes on the bottom, that'll be time. We're just going to have to wait for it to get into position because it's currently vulnerable until it hits a certain marker.
Damn.
You know you can time slow him, right? Or there, time. Not bad.
It's not terrible.
For all of the whatever we're gonna call that happened that run, then sure.
For whatever happened on Exuent.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you get to see one of the very few satisfying like ending cutscenes for a thing like this. Is like, instead of taking the bad guy in and, you know, putting him in jail and then he gets out or something like that, instead our hero just takes it into his own hands and just ends it here. There's no more.
We are a go. I say again.
Oh yeah, and then you get the whole summary of like what happened in the background, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, you know, the important stuff.
Yeah, the lore. Yeah. The lore that we cared so much about earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me pull up my sheet. What time this is at?
Soldier.
If y'all want to see this run again, hopefully with better RNG, Saturday, June 3rd at 4:28 a.m. on the GDQ channel. See Church running TimeShift, and we can pray for Exunt to go better.
Oh, there was more than just Exit.
I know it's a meme, but that's never happened before.
You had two of those moments where we're just like, what happened? We're just like, what's going on?
I mean, it's TimeShift though. Like, unfortunately, it's kind of to be expected.
Yeah, welcome to time.
But yeah, it's TimeShift. Well, see you at that time Amy just said.
Yeah, and we do have good news. Bird was able to fix his power outage. So up next, we've got Choo-Choo Charles with Bird 650. Stay tuned. And after that, so we've got two quick ones to end out the night. We've got Choo-Choo Charles by Bird, and then we've got Gunfire Reborn by the one and only Shockwave, who is on commentary right now.
Ah, that's me.
That's you. So stay tuned. We'll have two quick ones coming up for you in just a little bit. All right. Welcome back to AIMBOT, everybody. We've got two more runs for you tonight. First up, we've got Choo-Choo Charles with Bird 650. I don't have much to say before this. This is a horror game. You know, I'm not very good with horror, but Bird has assured me that this is not scary. So, Bird, take it away.
Well, hello. My name is Bird. I'll be running Choo-Choo Charles today. It is supposed to be a very scary game, but the way we run it, it's not going to be scary whatsoever. We might see Charles once or twice. Hopefully no more than that, because that could ruin the run. But I'm going to start in on the game. Timing will be in a little bit here. But to get the story of the game here is a quick little opening cutscene before we get into the run. And I'll let Eugene talk about what's going on here, and then I'll elaborate further.
It's been a while since we last spoke, but something has happened at the mines I've been supervising. No, trust me, you'll want to make time for this. You're looking for something big to keep your museum in business? Well, there's something big on that island. Real big. So many friends. And even my own son are still out there. If anyone can bring this thing down, it's you. It'll be the biggest attraction your city's ever seen. And you can help an old friend. Yes, meet me on the docks at sunset. I hope you're ready for a little monster hunt.
That's the basic reason why we're going to this island here. Our museum is in need of something new and exciting, and our old friend Eugene is here. By the way, timing is going to be starting here in just a second. Now would be time. So we're going to this island here. We're going to go ahead and try to find this half-trained spider called Charles. And we're going to try to hunt it, basically like bounty hunting, and bring it back home for the museum. There's a few things going on this island, though, that are a little weird, involving some cultists and other things, just your typical horror game stuff. But before we get into some of the goals we have on this island, we have a couple of tricks we're going to be doing right away. The first one's a little menu glitch here. That's very important. If I go ahead and click on the settings while closing the menu, I can open up the menu and take control of my character. I hit continue to basically refresh the game. This will unlock the door immediately here, and it'll make a clone of Eugene, which is already sounding a little crazy, and I'll get into that in just a second. But basically, just think we have 2 Eugenes out there right now, okay? Typically, this barn is locked, and we need to go to that shed right over there that has a key, but because we did the little menu glitch there, it bypasses all that. We can go ahead and just get right onto the train. This is the train we're going to be using to help fight Charles, and I have a really big glitch here to do, so I'm going to focus for just a second. Hopefully I can get this. Okay, we did get it. All right, this is where we're going to basically just break the game. I'll explain everything in just a second. It seems crazy, but we did something really cool. So we basically have frozen Charles' AI. He is unable to move whatsoever because we're in a text dialogue. This is like a text storage, so we could just say hello to him real quick and run away. He won't notice us. We did 2 different big glitches there. The first one was a glitch to store text. So it involved activating your upgrade menu on the train with one of your use keys, and then the other mapped use key is on the Gatling gun, and that keeps your menu up the whole entire time. Now, while you're doing this, you have to do a second glitch called the ghost train glitch. And what that is when you walk off the train, usually the train stops. But in this case, if we were to open the map while walking off the train and quickly close it again, the game thinks we're still on the train. So the train's going to continue to go. That's what it's currently doing right now. Charles is not moving as long as I have that text up, but I have just cleared through the text now. So now Charles is hunting the train thinking I'm on there with Eugene. And so this will ideally place the train at a good spot of the map for us to death warp to later on. So Charles is going to go ahead and hunt down the Eugene that was over there. The cloned Eugene is what we're going to use, or what we use to talk and get the text storage going so we can kill Charles' AI. And now we're going to go ahead and head towards our main objectives on the map. So I know it's a lot to digest. I promise you that's like the most complicated thing in this run. That visual right there was actually Charles hunting down the train and killing one of the 2 Eugenes. Don't worry, the other Eugene's alive. So we have Eugene fans out there. So now the main goal of this game is to kill Charles, right? And you would think, well, why don't we just go ahead and hunt him down the whole time? Well, the problem is that he doesn't stick around for a fight. If you go ahead and hurt him to a certain point, he runs away and recovers his health. So basically, we need to get these 3 eggs that are in different mine shafts. And in order to get into those mine shafts, we need to get 3 different keys from different NPCs out there. Complete quests, basically. So I'll be heading towards each mine shaft, getting each key, so we can get the 3 eggs that will summon Charles and allow us to fight Charles head-on for the whole entire time until he's dead. We just completed a quest earlier to get some scrap. Scrap is used to upgrade our train. And so we did a quick little quest there. We're doing a second quest right now, or we're just starting one. This is like an ode to Slender Man, where you go ahead and get 8 pages. And if you get touched by the ghost there, then you get like respawn back to a different random area around there. We got kind of bad RNG there. We're hoping that we can get onto the other side of this whole area here. So we're going to try one more time before we go towards our main objective. I think I hear him over this way. Yes. All right, that is a not great spawn. So we're just going to go ahead and walk around. So we got kind of bad RNG on that, but that's okay. It's not going to cost us an incredible amount of time. But ideally, you would spawn on that side over there. So again, scrap is important during this run. We're going to go ahead and grab a bunch of scrap along the way, as long as it is not too far out of the way. Of course, we're being marathon safe, so we'll go ahead and get some extra scrap where we can. Really unfortunate RNG, but that's okay. Now, we are going to be making our way towards a weapon that we'll be using to fight Charles in the final fight. That is the rocket launcher. And in order to get that, we have to do a quest that involves getting a box full of rockets for an NPC. So instead of going to the NPC to activate the quest first, we're just going to go ahead and... let's see if we can get up here. Perfect. We're just going to go ahead and go to the area with the box of rockets, pick up that right away, and then return to the NPC without ever having to talk to him in the first place, and get the rocket launcher there. In the same area of the map, we're going to go ahead and talk to an NPC to get a key for our first mine shaft. And then this run is also focused on death warps. So we will be intentionally dying a few times during this run to get back to the train. And that's why that ghost train glitch is really important, because we can go ahead and place the train without having to be on the train. Take a good guess about where it would be placed on the map. Take our death or exit the game in order to stop the train in its tracks. And then when we die, we can go ahead, hop onto the train, and ideally do another ghost train glitch while we do some stuff on that section of the island, put the train somewhere else, and we just constantly move the train around a bunch. So this is the first area that involves a big quest here. We're picking up this TNT so we can get into this bunker for that box of rockets I was just talking about for the rocket launcher. What I'm going to do to speed things up here, I'm going to put the TNT down. I'm going to go ahead and quit. I'm going to go ahead and get back into the game quickly, and the door should be open. Now, during this, ideally, I take enough damage to be really close to death here to make the death warp faster. So we're going to get as close to death as possible without actually dying. That's pretty close. A little closer than I would have liked, but that's pretty good. And now we have the box of rockets. So we're going to go ahead and return to the NPC we're going to go to the NPC that asks for the rockets. He's right in this building right up ahead. To the building on the left there, that is the one that has the key for our first mine shaft we'll be going to. First of 3. Take some intentional damage here with the jump to keep our health kind of low. And again, we'll be continuing to grab scrap throughout this run, again, because it's very important to upgrade our train's speed so we can go faster around the map, and the damage, that way the fight is quicker. So here's our first NPC. He gives us the rockets. We now have the rocket launcher on our train. Now, hopefully I had low enough health here, because we're going to go ahead and pick up this last scrap. Talk to this NPC here. Gives us the key for the mine. And perfect. And so every time you die, it's between -1 and -3 scraps to your total count. So that was good RNG. We got -1. We're going to go ahead and set up. This is one of the harder ghost train glitches to do. So hopefully we can do that. I'm going to try here. And you open up the map. I did get it. So I can tell I got it because A, the train is still going. But B, if I go ahead and spam the jump button, you can tell I'm no longer able to jump. So the ideal situation here is we're going to go towards a lake. And for some reason, when you touch water while in this state, you regain your jump, but your train is still moving on its own. So again, train is currently going to the next location that we want it to go to. We're going to touch the water here, get our jump back. And then ideally, everything should be smooth in the mine shaft up ahead. We are going to grab a second key before we go there. As you can see, I can jump now since touching the water. It's very weird, very strange. I don't really know why that happens, but that works. And again, I'll be grabbing some extra scrap along the way, just because I'm trying to be marathon safe. Don't want any accidents to happen here. So this building up ahead here is going to have the second key for a mine shaft. Now, keep in mind, we have not gone into a mine shaft yet, but we will be right after this building here. So we'll grab a few more scraps along the way here. One more scrap here.
This is we believe there's an
And now we have our second key for later. We'll go ahead now and head towards the mine shaft up ahead. This will be a good time to bring up the fact that we use a little third-party software to remap our mouse wheel, because you cannot map the scroll wheel by default on this. And we use that for left click in basically one trick that does save time, but also just looks really cool and it's kind of funny when it happens. So when we get to that, I will bring that up. But for now, we'll just keep that in our back pocket for now. So this is the first mine shaft coming up here. And while we're in this state, keep in mind, the ghost train glitch is still active. Our jump is not the only thing that gets affected by this, but also NPCs don't really notice us. And what I mean by that, I mean cultists in this game, hostile enemies. They don't really notice us. They'll go ahead and speak and say like, oh, come on out, where are you hiding? All these voice lines, but you can walk right in front of them. They'll just kind of walk right by you. It's really weird. There's one right here that we're just going to walk right by. As you can see, he's like, did you hear someone? Well, we walked right in front of him. And that was one of the eggs we just got right now. So I love their voice lines. They're so funny. So we got one of the eggs now that we'll be using to summon Charles. And we can't just die right away without getting out of the mine shaft, because the game has a checkpoint for once you leave the mine shaft to confirm that you have the egg. If you die while inside, the egg goes back to the pedestal and you have to basically redo the entire mine shaft. So what we're going to do here, keep in mind, the train is still going this whole entire time. We got our checkpoint. We're going to go ahead and jump up here, right into this location up here. This will be just enough damage with a jump. And -1 scrap, really good RNG on the deaths, at least so far. So now our train is in the next location. We have one of the eggs. We are slightly ahead, which is totally fine. This is about the stats that we want to have for the final fight. This is the final NPC here. Well, we got a good speed boost there. This NPC will give us our final key for the mine shafts. So now we just need the 2 other mine shafts to get the eggs. There's one other quest that we're going to be doing in here. And that is to set up for the final fight. Eugene's son is inside this building up ahead that we're heading to, and he's got explosives to rig a bridge up ahead for the fight, so that way we can use it against Charles when the time is right. Now I'm going to go ahead and complete this quest along the way, and this is where the mouse wheel comes into play. First off, I got to get another ghost train glitch here, which we did get, thank God. We're going to do, I think, one more ghost train glitch later on. We're going to go ahead in here. We're going to go up the stairs, grab some extra scrap, open the door, more scrap. We're going to talk to Eugene's son here, Paul. Going to give us 8 explosives. Now, normally, you go ahead and put the 8 explosives on each pillar on the bridge. Everything's fine. But because we're speedrunning, we want to go fast. And one of the ways that we can go fast, I don't know why this works, but there's all 8. We quite literally just put all 8 explosives onto one pillar with just the scroll of a mouse wheel at a certain interval. And we don't have to go to any other one. So now if we go back up here, we tell Paul that the explosives are rigged on the entire bridge. That this is your secret and mine from Paul. Okay, he doesn't have to know that they're all on just one pillar. Okay. That quest is now complete, and we can move on to the next mine shaft, which is just up ahead here. Again, the train is still moving this whole time. Ideally, we set up the train right by a fork in the road. So hopefully we can time it right. It's a little tricky to time, especially with the route I took right there. But there's a little a fork in the road where you can change which direction the train is going. We want to place the train right in front of it, just far enough to where we can get it onto the next pathway. And you'll see what I'm talking about in just a second. This is the second mine shaft. Again, most of these, or all these enemies are not going to be able to really mess with us while we're in this state. We're going to go in here. We're going to grab the second egg. I am going to go off into the side room here and get the extra scrap. These are like safety scrap. 3 extra ones here. And now we're going to go ahead and quit. This ends the ghost train glitch. So hopefully I placed it far enough to be in the right position. And we're going to go ahead and leave the mine and then take a death from the cultists here. Ideally, everything's in the right spot. But we'll see. And again, we have to leave the mine shaft with the egg, otherwise the egg doesn't count. There is a special glitch with the third mine shaft where you can die while grabbing the egg at the same time. And it keeps the egg in your inventory even though you die inside the mine shaft. It's a little risky though, because if you die anywhere else, then the egg goes back into the mine. So we get our checkpoint here, take a couple of shots here. For some reason, when you jump, you take more damage from the shot. But -2 is not too bad there. Again, at -3, you want to avoid those, but -2, -1, not too bad. Now we'll see the positioning. We are quite a ways away, but I'd rather be safer than not. We have one last mine shaft to go to before we fight Charles here. We're already getting close to the end of this run. The last mine shaft is up on the left here. We're going to go ahead and do one last ghost train glitch. Hopefully this one works. 4 for 4. You can't ask for nothing better than that. Sometimes the second ghost train, for some reason, it happens with every runner for some reason. The second ghost train glitch just happens to get a lot of people. I don't know what it is, because ideally it's the same process every time, but something happens on the second one. People just can't get it, myself included. But this is the final mine shaft. Again, there's a really cool trick in here. I am not going to do it for marathon safety reasons, but there's some other cool tech that can be shown off at another time. So we're going to go ahead and open this, and at the same time, we're going to stop the train here. Hopefully the train now is right in position with the final fight location, which is basically a temple. It's like an altar that you put these 3 eggs that you've been collecting into to summon Charles. He goes into this kind of demon state. And it comes down to just fighting him with a rocket launcher and hoping that he behaves well. There is some RNG on the fight based on where he warps to. Sometimes it gets kind of finicky, so hopefully it goes okay. Now, keep in mind, I don't have the safety anymore of the ghost train glitch because we got rid of that on the reset.
Intruder, over here!
So they finally see us. But again, we're going to grab a couple extra scrap, and then I'm just going to play it safe. We're going to go ahead down here. The final egg is right down here. A couple extra scrap to get along the way. One right here. Just going to say hello to you. Run right by. Get the final egg here. And then we're going to go take this little lift up, and there should be a couple of cultists up here. They can finish the job, and we'll get ready for the final fight. There's also a few scraps we can get. We haven't seen Charles. I hear Charles. Hopefully these guys kill me before he gets here. Cool. All right. So now our train should be in the right spot, ideally. I am going to go a little bit out of my way just for a couple extra scrap and to avoid the cultists here. Because if you take damage going into the fight, you keep that damage. Your health slowly regens. So I'm going to go a little bit out of my way just to get one extra scrap here, one extra scrap here. And that gives the cultist up above some time to complete his route. He's a little bit further out. Took a little damage there, but that's okay. And here's the final fight. It's going to be kind of loud. We're going to be fighting Charles with all our rockets and healing on our off time here. Obviously, headshots do more damage. We want to be careful because the rockets can hurt us as well if we're too close to Charles here. So he has a few different phases. He warps every time at the end of each phase. So far, this is a pretty good fight. He's getting ready to warp again. This is kind of the random portion. You don't know where he really goes. Good second phase, though, overall. Third phase coming in here. It's just more of the same stuff. He just gets a little bit more aggressive towards the train. Again, you want to aim towards the head. This is a weird part of the map here. He kind of gets stuck in here. I totally missed that. I could probably get one more shot off here before I have to heal. And this will be the final phase here. Timing will be on the final hit. I'll let you know when that is. We have plenty of leftover scrap, so this is actually a pretty good clean run. I mean, I'd be excited for this to go well at Summer Games Done Quick. See, Charles is very angry. That's that last one. Last hit here should be time right there. All right. That's a pretty solid run overall. Here's the final cutscene here, but there's all 8 explosives that we put on that bridge. Definitely not on the final, on that one pillar. But that was Choo-Choo Charles. It's got a lot of fun glitches. It's really goofy, and I think it's very easy to get into. Some of the advanced stuff get a little tricky at times, but it's a very easy run to get into. It's super fun. But I want to say thank you for having me on this. It has been super fun.
Yeah, of course, man. Listen, you said not scary. That whole run, I was like, I'm with you. Now, that final part,
yeah,
that was scary.
Yeah, it's a little, yeah, it can get to you, especially if you have like arachnophobia or anything like that. It can definitely get to you. But yeah. I'm happy to make it less scary for you, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, if you viewers at home want to check this out live at Games Done Quick SGDQ 2023, Wednesday, May 31st at 3:45 a.m. Eastern, you can convert that to your own time zone. You can see Bird running this live, and it's always a much different experience live. Like, it's way more hype.
Oh yeah.
So definitely encourage people to check that out and cheer Bird on.
I guess we do have a quick little ending cutscene. It's only a few seconds long, but if you were curious about those eggs that we collected before, chat, there happens to be one last egg here in this cave, still on the island. It is shaking a bit, so it's, potentially hatching. Maybe it's another Charles, I don't know. But also, if you see as the camera pans around, very slowly at that, you see the camera, there's a ton of those eggs all over the place. So if you don't like spiders, you might not like the ending here, but maybe a second game coming, you never know. But that's all I got. Thank you so much again. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. All right, and we are going to go to one final break for tonight for AIMBOT and come back with Gunfire Reborn by Shockwave. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Final run of this AIMBOT SGDQ showcase. Not much to say here other than SGDQ 2023 is coming up May 28th to June 4th. So that's in like less than 2 weeks, and we'll be there. So I'm really excited for it, and I hope everybody else is too. GamesDoneQuick.com for all the info on that. So this final run, I think there's some funny history to it, because one time I asked Shock to fill in an AIMBOT slot for me. He said, I've been playing Gunfire Reborn a lot. Let me do that. I said, okay, sure. And he practiced really hard for about a week. Like, I'll give him credit. He practiced really hard and did the run, and he was like, that was a lot of fun. And then a week later, he sent me a DM, a picture of a live split, and said, I got world record. So, whoops.
Yeah, whoops. I don't have.
All right.
I don't have it anymore, sadly. But yeah, it did happen.
But how much more to say than that? Here's Shock with Gunfire Reborn.
Thanks, Amy. Hey, everyone. My name is Shockwave. I'm running Gunfire Reborn. Bird character, Reincarnation 8. This is not the exact run. You'll see a GDQ. Reincarnation 1 is the one on the schedule. This is the incentive run, so we're doing sort of a little switcheroo there. But with me, I have Brian Otto on commentary.
Hi, hello. Thanks so much for having me. Yeah. I do not run Gunfire. Hold on, let me make sure my noise suppression is working. Hold on, my bad. There we go. I have we have like a heat wave coming through the northwest right now, so I have like all my windows open and a bunch of fans going. So I just want to make sure. Anyway, yeah, I don't run this game, but I do have like somewhere in the range of like 300 hours in it casually. So I'm just excited to see like how you approach it from a speedrun perspective. So yeah, just for anybody that isn't familiar with the game, Reincarnation 8 is kind of like, it's one of those end game difficulties where just everything is way harder than it would usually be, and then Shock has some other modifiers turned on that I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you about.
Yeah, so we have to show these at the start because they are used in the run. It's part of sort of like letting people know what your settings are. Just go over them really quickly. Spiritual Link, it basically just means if I pick up a certain combination of things, I get a bonus for free. There's basically no negative for this, so might as well turn it on. The fortunes one is at the beginning of certain stages, I get to pick certain scrolls, which are small little bumps, small to large bumps. I get to pick some of them at the start of a stage, so they're free upgrades at the cost of enemies getting certain effects. There's really no reason to not turn this on either. You can freely choose to ignore or pick all of them, so again, might as well leave it on. And if this game wasn't already hard enough, I have Lone Wolf turned on. Lone Wolf means I'm making the game even harder for the trade-off of I get an extra spiritual blessing down here. So Lone Wolf turns it into the game thinking I have 2 players playing instead of just 1. You could go all the way up to 4, but that would be pointless, so I'm just going to do 2 players to make it as hard as I need to be to get the free bonus. The free bonus I'm choosing is overconsumption. The short version of this is everything is just better for no cost at all. I'm going to hit start now. But the timer doesn't start because I need to pick my starting gear. I had it there, and then I immediately switched it off. Welcome to roguelikes. There it is. So I'm going to pick Craftsman's Inheritor with... Scalpel's not too bad. Okay, so...
I feel like Scalpel's pretty good. For
Scalpel's good. Craftsman's Inheritor means all my weapon upgrades are free. Which button is it? This one. So all my weapon upgrades are free, but I only get 20 scrolls. That's fine. So once I load into this level, we'll go ahead and start the run. Just note, there are like thousands of things that can happen here. I will not explain all of them because it kind of is just going to be happening as I go. While I have played this game hundreds of times, I have not seen this exact version of the game I'm about to play for this particular run. So let's get started. And once I load in here, the timer starts. All right, go.
In traditional roguelike fare, yeah, pretty much everything is random. So, yeah, Gunfire Reborn is a roguelike, a co-op roguelike FPS. Of course, Shock is going to be playing it solo. It's pretty. I usually describe it as like if Borderlands was a roguelike, is the pretty like reductive way to describe it. But pretty much, there are going to be multiple biomes, and they all feature different kinds of enemies. We're playing a character. Every character you can play has different abilities. The one we're playing as is very focused on like pushing forward and being really aggressive, which is probably why Shock likes playing him. Yeah, so every biome is going to feature different enemies. At the end of every level, you get to pick, a different modifier. There's a lot of like traditional roguelike fare going on here, right? Where you find like scrolls, which give you passive benefits, sometimes active benefits at the end of each mission or at the end of each level or stage. You get to choose between 3 options. So if you're familiar at all with roguelikes, you'll understand a lot of what's going on here. You have all the other stuff like damage numbers and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, so I believe you're going for a very specific kind of build, right?
Yeah, going for a weapon-specific build. I choose this build because it's the most consistent. One sec. No.
That's my favorite gun right there. I love the people. I love this gun.
Yeah, so I'm going for a specific weapon-based build, mainly because it's the most consistent to get going. There's plenty of other builds. Characters have multiple builds to work from, but I find this one to be the most consistent to get a run finished with, so it's just the one I choose to work with. I basically have all the components I need. Like, I'm going to be hoping to get randomly. I pick those at the start through the spiritual blessings, but the weapons I need will be random. But again, for most of the part, the weapons I have will be good enough to make this build work.
Yeah, Gunfire Reborn is a game where it's they give you all like more tools than you can ever possibly need to make your character super broken. Like, it's very easy to get broken in this game, which is why they have so many difficulty modifiers, I feel like, on top of everything, where it just basically, like, you'll just get one shot like at any given time, right? Like, I don't know. So yeah, so no matter what Shock maybe not no matter what, but there are a lot of ways for Shock to get the build that they want to work.
Yeah.
This opening biome, the tomb, as is normally referred to, is pretty simple. None of the enemies here are going to be like scaled super high, so no matter what we get, we'll be able to cruise through here like with relative ease, and there's not a ton of enemies we have to look out for. One of the main things that you'll see with Reincarnation 8 is enemies are going to have like names like Immortal or defensive, agile,
robust, monster,
robust, yeah. So basically, those are all difficulty modifiers, like because of Reincarnation 8, where enemies can just randomly be like way more aggressive than other enemies, or have way more health, or maybe they take 3 seconds before they actually die. So if you keep note of that, that's what that's going to be about as well. You'll sometimes also see like specific modifiers per room, and those will show up on, I believe, the top left side of the screen. And so sometimes like every enemy will take an additional hit before they die, or on death, enemies can randomly turn into a different enemy or something like that. So those are all going to be specific modifiers for this highest difficulty. And again, the one that I would say the most notable modifier that Shock has on is called Lone Wolf, and so basically all the enemies are scaled as if it was a 2-player co-op run. So just like Borderlands, for example, when you have more people in the game, like the game scales the enemy's health and damage accordingly.
Alrighty, cool.
And so we are. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. That's just the first biome done, except for the boss. But the boss shouldn't be an issue. I have a shotgun, and I can typically find any other weapon. Let's see what I get. Beautiful, love it.
The rainbow is. I'm assuming your build relies on high fire rate if you're excited about the rainbow.
Oh yes. So, all right, I got purple text. I'm just gonna show you all what I'm doing here, and then we'll explain it. So just watch that health bar. Just kind of go down slowly. Just eventually. There you go. It's
oh
dead.
my. Yeah. So you're already this broken, and the first biome isn't even done with, right? So
yeah. So this is a spore build. It involves getting 2 weapons with a Gemini trait, which is this purple text here. The short version of the build is put a shotgun in your pocket and put a high fire rate weapon in your hand, and all of a sudden enemies just explode. The further explanation, one sec, let me pick some things. That's fine. Phantom Skin gives a bad negative effect on enemies, so I don't want that. This is good, actually. So the way that it works is spores take the projectile counts of both weapons combined, and every time you hit an enemy, it applies that number. And once that number hits 30, they explode and do damage based on the weapon. I will come back for that. It's better than pupil. So, but yeah, it'll once it hits 30, the spores will explode and do damage based on the weapons that you have. So the shotgun has high projectiles and good damage. It's not perfect damage. But the rainbow has high fire rate, which is all I care about. I want to apply spores as fast as possible. So I just combine those 2 traits, and all of a sudden, things just kind of explode.
And another reason that the rainbow is great for this, aside from just being high fire rate, is that it literally aims for you. So I would imagine in a run where you're really focused on like survival and stuff like that, just kind of taking aiming out of the equation is probably pretty beneficial for you.
Oh yeah. So it gets to a point. Well, since I saw the craftsman in the next room, I could come pick that up now. But with this particular build, I'd like to describe the way I play this game as I don't play this game looking at my crosshair. I play this game looking at my radar. Hold up. 1 sec. 1, 2. Let's make sure I don't screw this up. So I'm looking at my radar here, and I'm using my peripheral vision. If you look at... I'm not trying to be like weird, but like look at my eyes. But look at my eyes. I'm actually playing by looking at the radar because I want to care where the enemies are relative to me, not their exact position. I want to be accurate, but not precise, is the way to think about it.
That's wild. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you could just kind of hold the trigger down, that makes sense. This biome in particular, the desert, is, in my opinion, from a casual perspective, probably the hardest biome. Usually because here is like, not in Shock's case necessarily, but usually at this part of the game, like you're still trying to get your build together and figure out which direction to take it in. And a lot of these enemies are really difficult, especially like the tall, thin dudes that you're going to see, the bandit retainers and stuff like that are pretty. They have like heat-seeking bullets, and you have the flamethrower dudes and stuff like that. You just don't care about
this modifier is not cool, by the way.
Yeah, this is delay monsters, death when it's killed. Yeah, so especially when you get these enemies that try and get in close to you and do damage, that one can be really scary.
Yeah, so I have to kill something, and then I have to wait 5 seconds for it to die, so I have to kind of play keep away with my own life. Oh, okay, that's not cool spawns.
And then the character that Shock is playing, they, unlike every other character, they don't have a regenerative shield, or they have armor. But in place of that, they have a passive that allows them to regain armor when they do damage, which is why Shock is basically just gonna cruise through here, assuming he gets like one tapped by a really, really powerful enemy or something.
Yeah, there's so like Bryce said, there are some passives that I have that let me sort of keep myself alive. But I'm also abusing some other things. So the main ability I have when you see my foot come up on my screen is called Leap. That's basically, I'm using that as a trigger for a bunch of skills that I have that I'm picking up. A lot of skills are saying, when use Leap, this happens. There's also some other benefits of leap where if you use leap, you're immune during the whole animation of the leap happening, and you're immune for 2 seconds after the leap makes contact. So I can sort of abuse that. They're spawning inside the building.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I can...
Yeah, so as you... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Rainbow is great. I can just shoot stuff through walls.
And as you probably noticed, we haven't done any glitches or really tricks yet, and that's going to be... Yeah, that's pretty much how this run goes. Runs in this game are based around like how much damage you can do and how efficiently you can clear enemies, which is, in Shock's cases, that's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, there's a faster build with cleaves, but it requires like significantly more pieces to sort of fall in place for you, which is why I find that one more risky. Whereas this one, I just need 2 weapons and I'm good.
Yeah, if you pay really close attention, you'll be able to see like a number appear above the enemy name tags. You can like kind of see it right there. Those are the stacks of spores that Shock was talking about. And every time that number reaches 30, it's going to be a huge damage bonus for him.
I also like the bird because of the leap. I get to use it as a sort of a movement skill. Where I'm in between
I would imagine
rooms.
that every single character like has their own category in this game.
Oh yeah, there's every character, every difficulty range. Even co-op, I think, has a category, which that also can get in a huge twist of different combinations that you can do because you can do up to 4 players at once. Ooh, okay, yeah. Dark Bandits, which is what these big dudes are, they're very scary. They can one-shot you, even if you have full health. But that's Reincarnation 8 for you.
Yep. Yeah, well, I like the way I like to describe Gunfire is like your run is typically going well until it isn't. Like,
yeah,
it's just so easy for things to go off the rail so fast. Like you'll be cruising, not a worry in the world, and then all of a sudden, like
fun boss, man.
I hate this boss. This is the worst boss in the whole game. I hate him so much.
When the magazine's full of 50% fire. No, I don't. No, that one's worse. Sure. Hello? Let me refresh you. I'll do one more. Okay, no, not worth it. There's a different boss that you can get here that has a funny thing that you can do with Rainbow, but I didn't get it, so we're just going to see a annoying boss fight. Oh, I also got the really bad modifier. No! That's bad.
Oh, okay, so this modifier basically, you have to keep alternating skill damage, which is like the kick that you're seeing Shock doing, and weapon damage. And so you'll get diminishing returns on either of those if you use one of them too much without like swapping in between. So Shock is going to have to do some very nimble back and forth between his skills here, and this is looking pretty okay for the time being.
Yeah, I'll be good. Oh, my mark went off. Okay, there we go.
I would imagine this was just like a matter of like time loss more than anything else.
Yeah, typically for modifiers like that, your run is dictated by the modifiers for the most part. It's at least for Spore build. Wow, crappy Ascensions. I guess we'll just take the leap.
I would imagine you guys do in-game timer, so you're allowed to kind of like look at those.
Yeah, you can
those, like screens for a bit without being punished for that.
Yeah, there's a timer on the left side of the screen around here-ish under my radar that pauses in between stages. 1 second. No.
Decisions.
Even I haven't seen this one in a while. 4% dealing damage.
I love
to players
penetration
when
bullet.
their shield is above 0. Oh no, I hate that. No, I don't want them to do health damage to me. That's awful. that's terrible. I will take that.
I guess I'll talk about this biome really quick. So yeah, I usually refer to this biome as the docks. This one is normally at the point where your build is starting to come together. So I think the enemies here are definitely scarier than the desert, but it's overall usually feels a bit easier to me. The main ones to look out for here, I don't think we're going to see them until the second stage, but they are the white sharks, and those guys are basically Roadhog from Overwatch. They have like hook shots and a shotgun, and they can one-shot you. And
oh yay, this one.
Oh yeah, this is a fun modifier. I'm not sure how much Shock likes it, but I think it's fun when it comes up. So basically, it nerfs all your damage by 90% except for the starting weapon, and if you get a crit hit or like a headshot, basically it's a one-hit kill. So unfortunately, the starting weapon isn't exactly like 100% precise. So it definitely has like a considerable amount of bloom that can occur.
It's just precise enough on the first shot that you can get pretty close to the headshot, but when you're trying to be accurate on multiple things, you're gonna miss a lot, and it just gets you just want to hit things, but you can't because of the balloons. Then you have to pace your shots, and it's like a weird version of CS:GO, but you're not. Like it's
such a shift in pace, like from everything else that you're doing. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, you just take a quick break from the madness that you're doing, just to tap things in the head as you go. Okay, so
Shock is gonna have all the spawns memorized for any of these rooms. Obviously, like any roguelike, the rooms are randomized every time you come through, but there are, certain patterns or like there will be rooms that you recognize, just not necessarily the order of them. And so Shock's gonna know the precise and or exact spawns of every enemy that comes in. And with the rainbow, it's really nice because the bullets, so to speak, will just travel through walls here or floors.
Everything is so spread out right now. This is weird.
Yeah, this is
definitely not a that's never happened. It's just I don't see this often. Enemy. It's like part of the experience for this game is you may get the same.
There they are.
Yeah. These are the worst.
Cloning as well. Oh man, that's. Oh no,
we're good. We're good.
Okay, I get so scared for you.
Yeah, we're not that worried right now. But yeah, like the thing with these rooms is like every room has random enemy spawns. It has the amount of enemies can be different. The path that you take through each map can be different. So like you can just lose time because this particular run, the game decided to give you like twice the normal enemy spawns. You can also have like delayed waves, so like you clear the whole room and then another wave of enemies just decides to spawn late. Like it's just the nature of this game. It's kind of hard to like play this game. Oop, okay, my health got a little low there.
I was about to talk about those lanterns a little bit too.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to play this game with intent to get a good time. You just kind of have to play, and if you get a good run, then like yay. That's kind of it.
I would imagine it's a similar approach to like Minecraft speedruns, right?
Probably seedless, yeah, or RNG.
A lot of randomness, but yeah, I mean, like even as you get better at the game, like your average is probably going to come down overall, right?
Nice try, buddy. Why are both of these got effects on them? That's annoying.
Yeah, whenever any of the tankier enemies have a modifier like robust or armored or powerful, you're in for a bad time. Or I would imagine at least time loss in this case.
Yeah. There's a monk here that keeps summoning lanterns. There we go. Couldn't find him. I didn't know where he was. Open the chest. I thought I hit the button. All of these are bad.
Are there ever instances where you just like skip going for the chest to save time?
No. Always take the skill. Especially in Reincarnation 8, always take your skill, because you're basically punishing yourself if you don't take it.
We're obviously notably not doing any of the vaults, which I'm sure experienced players have noticed already.
Yeah. I would say this is...
The vaults being like these hidden areas that you can do optional objectives and complete and like beat mini bosses and stuff for better rewards or scrolls or something, but...
Yeah, it's sort of a reason I take the inner... Ooh, this one's easy. This is a quick room. This is one reason I sort of take the interdependent fortunes modifier, which is the one that lets me choose scrolls. Wow, my damage is bad. It lets me sort of counteract the fact I'm not going into any vaults to get scrolls, so I get to choose four scrolls per each stage for free, which means at most I'll have 12 scrolls, but most of the time it ends up being like 4 or 5 good ones that I'll pick.
It's so funny to me that this modifier came up and Shock was like, oh yeah, I like this one. This is good. This is the one where like a bunch of the mini bosses that you would encounter, excuse me, a bunch of the mini bosses that you would encounter in a vault show up, and it can be pretty terrifying, but yeah, Shock was just like, oh, this is good.
That's the skill one. That's the skill one. I don't want that one.
Ah, dang it.
If one of these, sure, you can have that one. Yeah, that's useless. Yeah, I wanted the extravagant consumption.
That's like over...
Is the one I want.
Yeah, extravagant consumption. Yep. There's a scroll that converts all of your excess gold, which you can see in the top right, into percent damage, which I thought Chalk got for a second. That one is like super overpowered.
They have similar icons, so it's very easy to get them confused.
Yeah. This is the final room, so to speak, for the docks before we move on to the boss. Each biome has, aside from the final one, has one of 2 bosses you could get, so we will see which one.
I would say for like a no reset safety, I would prefer to get the ship, but the sea dragon is faster, I think.
I was surprised at first when you were looking for spiritual blessings that you didn't take double tap, which whenever I do bird runs, that's like an auto take for me. I feel like it's super broken for spiritual blessings. But now that we're a pretty considerable distance into the run and you've gotten all these free craftsman upgrades, I'm like starting to understand.
Not again. Oh, this is okay. This fight's gonna suck.
Okay, so this boss fight is pretty involved. I think it has a lot more like steps and mechanics than any other boss fight in the game. And Shock just rolled the...
Hold up, I'm going to try something here.
Okay. Shock just rolled the modifier that makes it up to alternate skill.
I'll take that, yeah. I'll take
damage again.
Minus 55% reload on an empty mag. That means I'll reload faster. I'll take that.
Cool. So this boss is, a lot more involved. So for the first stage, we have to destroy a number of these cannons, and then he puts up a shield, and this like little dude shows up over here, and if you kill him, then he drops an object that you have to bring back to this cannon to break the shield, and then you rinse and repeat, and then it'll move on to a final stage.
Oh, he's so far away.
He's on the and also those little like jellyfish that spawn will slow you down. Those cannons, or like those cannon shots, if they hit Shock, will probably one-shot him. So here's the final stage. Have to pay extra close attention to those big shots because they have a big AoE.
I can tank that. That's fine. Come on, give me.
You can see Shock trying to manage the skill and weapon damage back and forth here.
I have nothing to smack with my wing. Okay, I'll just kick the boat. It's fine. Okay, that got scary.
Oh my god.
That got scary. Oh, please stop shooting cannons when you're dead. Thank you. That was a little scary.
Wow.
That was,
way to clutch up, too.
There's no negative to this, so sure? Sure? Okay. Yeah, I'll take those. I just have 3 skill charges? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I haven't seen that one before. So there's like over 100 scrolls in the game. All right, I'm taking that. That's a risky play, but I'm taking it. No. Okay. We'll take 2 of these. So I took a curse scroll on purpose because it has... If enemies have less health, they take more damage. So it works to my benefit if they have that debuff. I just basically am now a full glass cannon. In my practice runs, I've avoided that to like play it safe, and then I end up dying more often because I tried to play it safe, so I'd rather just go for it.
And so this is the final biome of the game. Shock was running any percent. You might have noticed there were like 2 warp gates they could have went through. Any percent would have ended back on that boss, but this is the true ending, so to speak. This is the final stage, Jokul, or what do you call it, like Polar Mountain?
I call it the Polar Mountain.
Polar Mountain.
Yeah, the final boss is a polar bear, so.
For me personally, the main enemies I'm looking out for here are these little penguins that carry like these little fish flamethrowers, and they will kill you so quick. And the hard part is too, there they are. Yep, there they are. The thing about them is that their flamethrower also like slows you down. So and they just tick damage so quick, and like at this difficulty, their ticks are big damage ticks. So I swear, like
basically a death sentence to get hit by them because they slow you. They do a lot of damage, so you're just asking to die.
They'll run in groups of 2 or 3, and sometimes they'll just roll up on you like a hit squad. You know, like they just show up. There's 2 of them behind you, and you're just dead.
Okay, the extra primary skill capacity is actually working out to my favor here. I can just keep the stuff procced all the time. All right, cool. I love God, the longest room in the game has 60% less damage. Gotta love to see it.
This modifier is frustrating. Basically, like it all the damage you do to an enemy is like dispersed over 6 seconds as like bleed damage rather than coming up front. So more or less when you're trying to go fast, it just means everybody is like way tankier.
Yeah, because theoretically I'm just trying to base roll through everything. Oh, this is the copycat room. I wasn't even reading the text on my screen. I just felt I was fast. I'm like, oh, it's copycat. Yeah,
copycat is probably the most beneficial room modifier. It just basically means that you adopt some of these modifiers that the enemies have. So any modifier that the enemies have, you will also get, and so basically it just works in favor of the player. Like the trade-off is that all the enemies are modified, but at the end of the day, like you don't really care.
UFOs.
These UFOs are really fun. These UFOs are really fun if you don't have a way to deal with them, because they heal every other enemy and they'll also shoot you. And if everybody's powerful, that means they all have more health. So I guess there was a bit of a downside to this copycat room.
Yeah, the copycat was fiery powerful, which means powerful means I think they have more health.
It's like, yeah, powerful. I think is just kind of.
There's a lot of things that just end up being like, yeah, they just have more health.
They have more health and they do a bit more damage.
Yeah, it's just like that's like 6 of the modifiers on monsters. Okay, I'll take Death Mark. That's fine. Okay, overall,
and so this is the penultimate level. Joku only has 2 stages. So after this, we'll be on to the final boss.
Oh, okay. Here's the worst version of the penguin. How about a penguin riding a monkey?
Yeah, now they're riding. Yeah, they're riding these big monkeys now. They could get so scary.
Yeah, see,
my favorite is when you roll like innumerable elites, and they're all of the elite Mandrill cavalry, and they're all just like, especially if you have this with like 4 people, and there's like 8 of them, and they're all charging you at the same time. It's pretty wild.
Oh, I managed to get through everything before the UFO showed up. That's cool.
That's pretty nice. Yeah.
Just go away. All right, you can die. Oh, I actually managed to hit it. Come here. Where are you going? Come here.
Wow, these guys are tanky.
I just don't think I have enough damage stuff racked up. I have no damage scrolls, really. So that would explain it. Oh, no. Okay, I get to kill everything twice. That's the room modifier.
Yeah. This modifier turns enemies either into a very weak enemy, which is the walrus, or those big, like, polar bears with the glowy chests. Those polar bears, they're not, like, super threatening, fortunately.
Oh, good. The penguin's corrosive and powerful, so I can't get close to it, and it's powerful.
At least you got wall hacks.
Yeah. I keep forgetting I have 3 kick charges. I'm never used to having this.
The nice thing about having more kick charges, or just about ability use in general in this game, is it won't interrupt a reload animation. So basically, anytime you're reloading, you can do any other action, whether it's like a dash or your primary ability or your secondary ability, and it effectively just allows you to maintain DPS or, at least some sort of benefit while you're shooting.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of times I reload and then I trigger a kick or I trigger a wing slap just so I can do something while I'm reloading, which is really nice. So like in Borderlands, you can sprint and reload at the same time. So you don't have to like separate your actions.
Yeah, so something to note about the final boss before we get there is a stage of the final boss that is effectively a DPS check. And seeing like how relatively low, I guess, your DPS is. I mean, relatively speaking, right?
There's a chance with this one I might actually not pass it because I'm not getting anything. Oh, hi.
Whoa, yeah, they rolled up on you. Yeah, it's interesting. So with this final boss, like basically once you get it down to a certain amount of health, it just puts up this big shield, and it's like, and the game says they're preparing their final attack. And how it used to work is that if you didn't pass the DPS check, the run would just end and you would get a failure. But in a semi-recent patch, within like the last 2 years, they added like basically instead of it ending the run, it just goes to a harder final phase. So well, this will get interesting.
I'll pick that up. I'll pick that up on the way out. All right, I need this though.
So I believe what Shock did is they bought a more powerful version of the weapon they're already using, but it doesn't have the Gemini inscription they're looking for. Yeah. So they're gonna clear out this room with the one they currently have, and then go back and grab the other one so they can modify it to have the inscription that they want. So we saw this really briefly at the beginning of the run, but with Craftsman, each weapon can have a Gemini inscription, and if you get the Gemini inscriptions on 2 different weapons to match, then you get the benefits. And so that is what the Spore build is.
Beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted.
Beautiful. That looks like that's a good looking rainbow.
Yeah, I got free Lucky Shot, which translates to more damage to keep it simple. And then I got my reload perk back, but I also got the Lucky Shot thing, so it means I'm just going to do more damage. I don't technically need that ammo and health, but it's just habit to do it. So, all right, this is the final boss. He's a giant polar bear.
Yeah, giant polar bear. He has like multiple different, I guess, like phases he can do. So if you look at that meter in the like right below his health meter, he will sometimes like teleport over to these. I don't know what these are.
I don't know what they are.
They're like syringes or something. I don't know. But basically, every time he's on there, he's like absorbing energy from them, and he can activate new abilities that he can use against you.
All right.
Yeah, this will be interesting with the DPS check.
This is not a great damage build, but it's fine. I think I'll pass the DPS check, but we'll see. Yeah, all the purple numbers you see are the lucky shot that I just picked up, so like it was worth to pick this thing up. Also, now we're doing a bullet hell, shoot 'em up, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, for people that are wondering like why Shock isn't doing a lot of damage, I've seen a couple of questions of that in chat. This is a version of the game that makes it so that you're fighting enemies that are balanced as if there were two people fighting them. So that is the main reason.
All right, get ready on time.
Here we go. Here's the DPS check.
When victory shows up on the screen, I'll pass.
Oh, you got it. Oh, you got it. No problem.
And time.
GG.
That was slightly below average luck. I got good weapons, but nothing to complement it. You know, looking at this stuff, like, sure, this is good. I needed the other version of this. I got nothing to boost my damage in here, and then these two things didn't really help me either. Like, good weapons, everything else was bad. So
from somebody that hasn't seen this run before, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
Oh, and
as a fan of the game, as a fan of the game, and like a fan of speedrunning, I was like, that was fun. So
so to solidify a run, you pull up the player information, so that way you can see everything that you had for that particular run. But I'm a 23-minute run solo for 2 players, not too bad. One thing I like to show off is my most commonly used weapon is Rainbow, of course, with a hit rate of 105%. So I've hit more things than bullets I've shot. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Good. Perfect.
Yeah. So, but that's it from Gunfire Reborn. That was one run of like hundreds of thousands that you can have in this game, and also one of many characters. You can see all the characters up here on the top. I don't even think this is all of them. There's another character even coming out later this year that they're releasing. So there's tons of ways to play this game, and there's tons of different runs that you can do. So like, while this
I super recommend it. Yeah. Well, if you're like a fan of roguelikes or Borderlands or FPS in general, like I feel like this game can scratch so many different itches, I think is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is one of my favorite casual games I've played in the last few years.
Yeah, I picked this up in a lull. I mainly played Destiny, and there was kind of a lull in the game, and I saw some of my friends playing it. Just picked this up on a whim, and now it's kind of like my favorite game just to kind of pull up and just kind of play on a whim, because you can play a session. You can play a session in like 30 minutes, maybe even an hour if you're playing with some friends, and then you're good. It's a good pick up and play kind of game. So if you want some help playing the game, I don't know if there's any guides specifically on how to speedrun it. There are certain builds that you can look up on YouTube. There is a speedrun.com page with some resources on it if you need. If you want direct help, you feel free to @ me on Twitter or on Discord. I also stream on YouTube. I'll be streaming this for the next 2 weeks while I prep for GDQ, so feel free to pop on by if you want questions, whatever. I'm mainly a bird character guy, so like if you ask for questions about anything else, I'll try my best, but no guarantees. But anyway, thanks, Bri, for coming on. Where can people find you?
Well, really quick, I gotta say it. If you guys like this, be sure to tune in on Thursday night for SGDQ. This run is coming up directly after the Titanfall run on that day. So, again, this was a preview of what we're gonna see at SGDQ, and I will also be on the couch for that. So, yeah. As for me, Shock, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, y'all can follow me at twitch.tv/BrianAuto if you want. I don't really, whatever. I'm just here to support the homies. So, yeah, thanks, dude.
All right. Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks, Ian, for having me on, and we'll see you all at GDQ.
Yep. And just follow up on that. Thursday, June 1st at 11:15 p.m. You can catch Shockwave doing a Reincarnation 1 run, but there's a donation incentive for upgrading it to Reincarnation 8.
Don't donate for this. This run's much harder. If you want to make me sweat on stage, donate for this. There's a chance this run doesn't happen. Like, I will fail. There's a chance that it fails. So
absolutely got to donate for that. Absolutely.
Yep. So be sure to check that out. Be sure to check out every run you saw tonight. I am. I'll be in the room for them. I think FPS runs are really hype. Obviously, I run the show, but that's all for AIMBOT for tonight. But we've got a special showcase for you coming up next. We're showcasing the Moist Critical speedrun game, The Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard, I think is its full name. So stay tuned for that. We've got some of the top runners who are going to be showing that off for a couple hours. So stick around, and we'll be back in a little bit.